Good morning and welcome to Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. This is November 26, 2025. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, true north, strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Moving on to our land acknowledgement, item number 3 on today's agenda. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nation and Inuit nations since time immemorial. I will now turn over to item number 4 and turn it over to our CAO, Mr. Burke.
Good morning, Mayor Clayton and members of council. Budget deliberations are always a reminder of the hundreds of services the city provides every day to our growing community. Services that residents, visitors, and businesses rely on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is an organization full of committed employees who look at every day as an opportunity to contribute to improving the quality of life for everyone. This budget represents year 4 of the previous council's financial plan. It is a year in which we will complete initiatives prioritized during their term, fulfilling commitments made to the community. At the same time, it is a pivotal opportunity to set this council up for its own 4-year strategic planning process in January, where you will have the chance to set the direction for the city's future. Looking ahead, you will be faced with continuing cost pressures and increasing requests for new and more services, and difficult decisions will have to be made. Administration are committed to supporting you throughout the week and with information and our best advice. We're starting to see signs of optimism in the multifamily housing market and in the absorption of vacant commercial space, indicators that Grande Prairie's economy is gaining momentum. Our budget looks to position us to respond to these opportunities while maintaining fiscal responsibility and delivering high-quality service. As we prepare for the coming years, long-term planning will become more critical as we face investment and maintenance decisions regarding our existing recreation and cultural assets and face growing demands to add new amenities to the decade ahead. To support informed decision-making, this budget includes funding for an updated facility condition index report and consideration to support a long-term recreation and cultural capital planning project, providing council and administration with the data needed to prioritize investments and plan amenities in future years. We're looking forward to deliberations, and while we have provided a great deal of information, we're eager to answer your questions and talk about the great things the city does every day.
Thanks for that, Mr. Burke. Moving on to item number 5 on today's agenda, the economic update from CIBC Wood-Gundy, and I'll turn it over to our CFO, Ms. Whiteway, for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will let them introduce themselves, but the city does have a significant investment portfolio, and we rely on CIBC Wood-Gundy, these two gentlemen, to help manage that portfolio and ensure the best returns for the citizens of Grande Prairie. And I'll turn it over to them.
Thanks so much. Good morning. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, could you just introduce yourself? There are a couple new councillors. Thank you for that.
Last but not least, liquidity needs. Just a a broad amount of different kinds of investments, but under the investment policy, we add additional restrictions to make sure we address things like risk tolerance, risk return objectives, time horizon, liquidity needs, and legislative requirements, and then more importantly, the unique considerations of the City of Grande Prairie. Today, we're going to focus on the market environment piece, so that'll help with your budget deliberations in terms of the economic environment. Then we move into portfolio management, which is outside the scope of this conversation, but what kind of investment tools are we going to use? What's our portfolio strategy and what's our asset allocation? And then review and rebalancing, which is what we're doing today, making sure that everything is still aligned with the goals of the city. So just to give you a snapshot of the portfolio itself, how it's performed and how it's made up. As of November 21st, the portfolio value was just sitting around $105,653,000. The performance has been very strong. Now, to put this in context, a current 5-year bank bond is yielding about 3.5%. Last year, 2024, we were able to take advantage of historically high yields, lock in yields for longer, and generated significant returns. So the 2024 return was essentially 6.8%, materially higher than average bond yields at the time. The reason that is we took advantage of fluctuations in the yield curve, locked in yields for higher to ensure prolonged interest rate revenue for the city. Year to date, in a similar fashion, those trends have continued. The return thus far this year is 4.1%, which again, compared to the average yield on cash, which is in the low threes or mid 2% range, the portfolio is positioned very, very well. In terms of issuer diversification, on the left there, you can see it's spread out amongst the various charter banks and a provincial bond. Asset allocation, we're sticking to bank credit simply because we get a higher return by investing in bank bonds than we do by investing in provincial bonds. In terms of the safety of the portfolio, that's the credit rating. We are almost 90% AA, so that would be the same rating as a province of Ontario or Alberta bond, and then a small allocation to A-rated credit. So right now, the portfolio is 100% compliant with the investment policy and the MGA, and it's broadly diversified amongst various investment tools and issuers. So that is a high-level snapshot of the portfolio itself. We're happy to answer any questions at the end on that. But I'm going to jump into the economic update portion of our presentation here. Let's start out by addressing the elephant in the room, which is tariffs, and kind of the rationale as to why these have come into fruition and what the government's trying to do. This graph here shows you the general government revenue as a percentage of GDP for the US, UK, Germany, and Canada. The thing that sticks out here is that the US has a revenue problem. They're not bringing in enough revenue to support their significantly increased spending needs under the new taxation laws. So the goal here, or the rationale was, if we tariff all these imports, we can boost our revenue, and then we can help fix this revenue issue. The problem is, if we look at what that's actually going to do, this shows you the impact of a 15% tariff on all goods. It's a drop in the bucket when it comes to their overall revenue. So it's really not about it's not having the desired impact that, or as big of an impact as you might think that it has. And then the other factor that is brought into the rationale here is to bring back supply chains and manufacturing domestically into the U.S. There's a couple of challenges here. This is all applicable to Canada too, which we'll get into, but in the U.S., we would need millions more workers to raise production and offset exports, but there's very few workers available. So the graph on the left there shows you the number of additional workers they would need just to balance the U.S. trades good deficit. So if you stack those up, autos, metals, and other, they need over 3 million more people just to fill those manufacturing jobs. There's simply not enough people to achieve the goals that the administration has kind of set out to achieve. And adding fuel to the fire there is that the immigration policy is kind of counter to those goals. On the left there, it shows you the arrests made by ICE over the last several months, and they've spiked materially. So the U.S. is deporting undocumented workers who are the typical, make up a large share of the labor force. And on the right there, it shows you that in terms of the U.S. documented workers or undocumented workers as a percentage of the labor force, manufacturing is a large portion of those jobs. So you have not enough workers to start with, and you're also deporting the people that would be willing to fill those roles. So that's kind of the broad context of what's happened with tariffs and the whole goal of bringing back manufacturing. So what has it led to? The result is essentially an end to U.S. outperformance. So this graph here shows you the U.S., Canada, UK, and Eurozone real GDP growth. The red bars are 2024. The gray bars are 2025, 2026. So you can see there quite a steep drop-off in GDP. And what this really means is an end to sort of what we'd call U.S. exceptionalism. Over the past several years, strong immigration to the States, government spending has led to a lot of outperformance in terms of the U.S. Economy. But that's all kind of normalizing now, and we're seeing kind of it fall back down to earth. The tariff policy, the uncertainty behind the government's word has led to a lot of hesitancy when it comes to deploying capital for new capital projects, and a lot of challenges for consumers as the costs of tariffs start to flow through and increase the price of goods. So when it comes to Canada, how is it going to impact us? Well, the key thing here is that it would be a large hit, and it would be a persistent hit to our GDP. So the black line there shows you the base case GDP assumptions going back from 2024. So if no trade conflict happened, that's where we'd be tracking. The yellow line shows you the projections of what a protracted trade war would do. So it's very important that we pay attention to these things. It wouldn't be a single year or a 2-year hit. It would be a multi-year hit to our GDP. So something to watch out for sure. The key there is that the USMCA, or trade deal with the US and Mexico, is up for renegotiation next year. So please keep an eye on that, because that needs to be universally accepted by all 3 nations. And if it's not, we could lose our exemptions at any time. So in this context, when the tariff war kind of came out, all the brightest minds in finance and economics came together and put together some scenarios in terms of what this is going to do to economic growth. They all kind of came to the same conclusion, is that it would be bad. So CIBC Economics and Statistics Canada put together this analysis here, and it shows you what the peak tariff impact would be on Canadian GDP relative to what our baseline would be in terms of the no trade war scenario. Initially, we were looking at some pretty bad outcomes, right? On the far right, there would be a 25% tariff on goods and a 10% tariff on oil. The silver lining here, though, is that we're looking like we're leading towards the least bad outcome, which is the left outcome scenario, which would just be a moderate drag on GDP, say of between 1% and 2%. So silver lining there. I'm going to turn it over to Chart, and he can walk you through the impacts of inflation.
Thanks, James. So I very much understand for like 2 years now, we've come done economic updates. They're a little bit of a bearish tone. I promise to make it as optimistic as I can, as to the extent I can for this one. I really like this slide for you guys as well, because when it comes to a tariff war, and if you pay attention to any economic cycle, you're bombarded with different forecasts on a daily basis. Bloomberg, CNN, whoever you turn into, tariffs are bad. What's the cause? It's hard to kind of track, especially when tariff rates change on a tweet every 3 weeks these days. Now, I like this slide because it's a really good visual representation of what the impact of tariffs are going to be short-term and long-term on inflation. So obviously, when you increase the cost, when you tariff something and increase the cost, inflation is going to spike, and that's exactly what you're kind of seeing on the front end of that curve there. And our economics team did a modeling and did kind of a range scenario of what different tariff rates would impact would have on inflation. All the different ranges just mean short-term inflation will spike. However, there's going to be a point, an inflection point, where companies can't just keep passing that cost on to the consumer because the consumer just can't eat that cost. It's unaffordable at a certain point, and then it starts to hit profitability of corporations. And then at that inflection point is where you'll see inflation kind of come back down to earth, but you'll have a drag on GDP because the companies will have less profitability on the back end. So short-term inflation higher, and then a normalization because it starts to affect GDP and a slowdown of growth. So a really good visualization of, I don't care what tariff rate they set, it'll kind of model in this path for us moving forward. Now, using that assumption, where are we today? So if we kind of look at what this forecast is showing us, and in the range of scenarios, we should be coming back down to earth in terms of what those tariff impacts have happened. And if we look at where inflation is now, that's kind of exactly where we are. On the left-hand side, you can see all the other manufacturing goods and all the other items, non-food based for inflation, where they were, where they are today, a little bit of a normalization on a month-over-month change. Food is a little bit more seasonal and cyclical as well, so food inflation is still slightly elevated within the basket, but overall, we're seeing that normalization. And then on the right-hand side, we have CIBC's forecast and the Bank of Canada's forecast as well on what their impact for inflation as well. So with that dotted vertical line kind of show you the forecast moving forward. The key important piece to note here is not even CIBC's forecast. Whether we have a current scenario of heightened trade war or a de-escalation scenario, either one of those scenarios modeled under the Bank of Canada's, inflation is not as big as a concern for them because of that GDP slowdown lag that we're talking about. So inflation, relatively under control. Economists love to say holding things constant, assuming no more prolonged, 200% tariff rates or whatever he wants to say it is going to be tomorrow. But assuming that doesn't happen, inflation is not as much of an impact and concern for Canada moving forward. This slide shows you the state of the world. It's a funny one. We hear that Canada and U.S. is very much tied from a supply chain standpoint. Our economies are kind of tied along the hip and vertically integrated. It's a really good representation of that. So what you're looking at is each country's largest trading partner as a percentage of their total exports. So in other words, concentration risk. Which countries have one trading partner that dominate their exports? Far left, Mexico and Canada have a significant amount of concentration risk. And on the far right there, you'll look at China, which has the lowest amount of concentration risk, which kind of shows you when you're looking at the news cycles when Mexico or Canada get tariffed by the U.S., we have to play a lot more ball than China does. So when China gets 100% tariff, they respond with awesome 150%. You can see they have a lot more optionality than we do, and they have a lot more bargaining power. So kind of highlights the need for diversification. Obviously, we know we need to be diversified. Easier said than done. We are very vertically integrated, but work is being done. But just kind of a visual representation to show you the concentration risk on why we are so, when people say we're tied, almost 80% of our exports are totally tied to the U.S. right now. So the single largest export partner. So we do need to diversify trade. I think everybody in Canada kind of agrees with that, but it's going to take some time for that to kind of come to fruition. Now, CUSMA, USMCA, NAFTA, I'm not sure what we call it anymore, but pick any one of those three. The compliance of the free trade agreement has definitely helped lower Canada's effective tariff rate. Historically, you'll see him threaten 20, 30% on Canadian goods. Those are Canadian goods that are not compliant with the trade agreement. Why that's very important is before the tariff war, the effective tariff rate for not being compliant was so low that people just weren't filing the exemptions to become compliant because it wasn't punitive. He made it punitive, then everybody just started filing for exemptions. So it's not like, it's just more a visual representation of we've always been compliant, they just didn't do the filing. So he's not like, oh, everybody's becoming compliant now, it's just people are now starting to fill in the paperwork. Our effective tariff rate on U.S. imports is significantly better than the rest of the world, so we are faring a lot better than the rest of the world when it comes to tariffs. Obviously, manufacturing is going to be a outlier there, with steel and aluminum being a big target of his, where with the whole manufacturing jobs and all that, bringing it back to the States, barring they don't have the labor force to complete it, but that is going to be one of the targets. So overall, Canada's faring pretty good, barring some manufacturing bottlenecks that'll persist with steel and aluminum tariffs that are targeted by industry and sector specific. Alberta, here's my optimism slide that I'm going to use for you. Alberta's not as exposed to the U.S. tariffs. Obviously, when you have our export base is largely driven by energy commodities, and because we're so largely driven by energy commodities, we are significantly less sensitive to prolonged tariff wars. We can stomach the volatility because that's not what he's targeting right now. So for now, we are going to significantly beat all of our peers because we're not as exposed to the U.S. tariff goods. With the one caveat, as long as we continue to fill U.S. demand from our energy sector. So it's a double-edged sword. Because we're not as exposed, because we're energy and commodity driven, we're going to fare better than our peers like BC, Ontario, Quebec that are manufacturing driven, but our demand is being driven by the U.S. as well. So again, goes back to that we need to diversify to get get access to other commodities out there, and it leads into the diversification when it specifically comes to Alberta. The diversification, in just my personal opinion, needs to be an energy-linked infrastructure, diversified energy-linked infrastructure to give us more market access, more optionality. And what I mean by that is pipelines is the easiest one to pick on. Petrochemicals, you see a lot in the heartland in Alberta when it comes to interpipeline, bringing out products and things like that. So the whole value chain and value-added services within the energy industry, that's kind of where the diversification needs to come, in my opinion, well. But Alberta's going to fare significantly better than our peers. Looking ahead, the big question is what's going to happen with interest rates? Where are we going to go from here? Obviously, we went from free debt to the fastest and sharpest rise in interest rates ever to now interest rates have come down again. It's been a great roller coaster to live through if you're bond investors, but where do we go from here? So the first metric we'll look at is kind of businesses where they're investing. I had that slide where businesses can no longer pass those costs on and they'll have that slowdown. If we look at what's happening with capital expenditure programs right now, interest rates are not at a level right now that is incentivizing companies to take on debt to invest in capital expenditure programs. And the prolonged tariff war uncertainty, it makes it hard for them to do business investment as well. Hard to put a dollar to work if you don't know what rate of return you're going to get on it. So what we've seen businesses pivot to rather than doing new capital expenditure programs in the oil patch is a lot of consolidation. In periods of volatility like this, we've always had historical consolidation. We've seen it with Meg and Synovus, NuVista, Novinta. We're starting to see that pick up. So there is activity there. Where the positive sectors of this has actually been is with the TMX pipeline coming online. I'm sure Grande Prairie's benefited as well from it. Is oil field services started to pick up to offset the activity. Our production is still at all-time highs, so the value chain is starting to offset that as well. But for right now, rates are not at a place that are incentivizing anybody to take on debt. The other piece we'll look at what's going on with interest rates is the Bank Canada's own projections. What are they saying about where interest rates need to be? And if we look at going from that vertical line across, this is looking at the output gap. The output gap is just a measure of where our GDP could be and where we are. So what's that difference of where we could be, assuming we're going full steam ahead and we're currently at right now? And it shows you we're below where we're below our potential, essentially. So because we're below and we have potential GDP output out there, it shows you that when can we get back to par? So the Bank Canada's own forecast, CIBC's forecast says we can't get back to par until probably a year from now. So it's going to take some time for the interest rate cut environment to trickle into the throughout all the sectors because is it a lagging indicator? So for now, the Bank Canada's own forecast tells us we need to be lower and we need to be lower for longer to shake out all the volatility that we've just gone through and offset any of the tariff uncertainty and volatility that we're seeing with our trading partners south of the border as well. So we know we need to be low. We know we need to be low for longer, but what rate do we need to be below? That's the next question we want to answer when we're looking at where interest rates are going to go. And that's what this slide is. This shows you the Bank of Canada's neutral rate. The neutral rate is what rate are we as individuals and businesses agnostic of an interest rate where it's either going to not incentivize us to take on debt or get rid of debt. It's a neutral rate of debt that we're not overly excited about. Now, what the Bank of Canada has historically done is it rarely stays near the neutral rate. Every time it spikes above the neutral rate, they're trying to control inflation. Bring people spending back down to earth to bring that inflation rate down to earth. And then when it goes below, they're trying to stimulate the economy, or they're trying to get inflation to come back. You can historically see that, ironically, inflation has been very hard to bring up to 2% in Canada, so they've always stayed below that neutral rate, but they'll rarely stay at the neutral rate. The current rate forecast for what the neutral rate in Bank Canada is in 2.75. So that tells us we need to be below that number to stimulate growth in our economy right now. So you'll see our forecast at the end. And whether our forecast is accurate, I say this to everybody, there's 15 different ways you can look at it. We can be at 2.5, 2.25, 2. I don't care where we are. We just need to be below 275. We need to be below there for a lot longer to offset what's happening and continue to stimulate our economy. The last piece we'll look at is if you're the unfortunate soul like myself who bought a mortgage in 2020, has it resetting this year in a fixed rate environment, you're just not looking forward to that. The variable rate mortgages has largely been shaken out from the 0.25% interest rate environment we lived during the pandemic to now. That's all kind of essentially persisted and washed out. The pieces that haven't are the fixed rate mortgages. To give you guys context, anybody who bought the mortgage in 2020 that's going to have it reset this year, you're looking at a 20% increase to your monthly mortgage payment in a period of significant amount of inflation that we're living through as well and uncertainty. So it's one that we're not looking forward to. This is no surprise to the Bank of Canada. They know this. So they know they need to be lower for longer, and they need to stay there through 2026 to make sure that they're not causing too much undue pain for consumers as well in terms of mortgages. Alberta, I said we're not as exposed to the U.S., so that's a positive. Here's another positive as well. Our housing market is very well balanced. So generally, if we pay attention to the macro news, BC and Ontario, they have a housing slump right now. Condo market, you're seeing a lot of that environment. That is not happening in Alberta. We are very well supplied, and we have a good demand balance in Alberta. So it's not like we're oversupplied or underbuilt. A couple of years ago, we had a slide up here that said we have the cumulative underbuilding in Canada significantly lower than where it needs to be. That's not Alberta. Alberta is very well balanced relative to all our peers. So, and that's driven, the demand is driven by the net migration of people moving to our province as well. The secret's out, it's a great place to live. And then in terms of supply, the builders are actually building the supply to offset that. So we're really well balanced in Alberta. The provincial forecast, Canada as a whole, on real GDP, where we're going to grow 1.2%. Alberta is going to beat all of our peers, not just because of energy, but because of a really well-supplied housing market. We have other industries in Alberta that have started to pick up as well. Technology is one big one that we've seen a lot of growth in as well, coming to Alberta. And just the value chain from services to petrochem. We've seen a lot of pickup in Alberta, helping offset the lag from the economy. So we're going to beat the national average of 1.2. We're going to be at 1.9%. Take that trend and just project it forward for the next couple of years. That trend's not going to go anywhere. So we're going to beat all of our peers for the foreseeable future. That's what I'm going to give you the most optimistic thing I can look at going forward. The unemployment rate on the right from Alberta, this looks worse than it actually is. 2025, unemployment 7.1 versus Canada 6.9. I wouldn't anchor too much to that. That's largely net migration that came to Alberta and the big immigration boom that we had over the last couple of years. We just haven't shaken that piece out yet. So as the economy starts to pick back up, that's actually really good for Alberta because unlike the US, we have the labor supply to meet the demand that will be there for that labor capital as well. So we have a lot of labor capital ready for when it's needed. So I don't take that as the downside. The interest rate forecast, that says October 1st up there because that's when we had the last forecast we had up. We thought they were going to do one more cut. Lo and behold, they did do their one more cut. We're sitting at 2.25 right now on the Bank of Canada's overnight forecast. We at CIBC think they're done. I've seen forecasts as low as 2%, so maybe one more interest rate cut happening. Like I said, I'm not too concerned if it's at 2.25 or 2. I just need it to be below 2.75 and well into 2026. So one mirroring forecast trend that you'll see, doesn't matter which economist you'll see out there will be down, and wherever they're bottom, they think they're going to stay there well into 2026 for all those things they're talking about, consumer, business investment, and mortgages, and just offsetting that tariff war that we're kind of prolonged living in here. what you guys can look at for the impact for the city GP, that top line affects you guys' cash rates, affects our individual cash rates that we get at the bank. So you'll see that kind of affect our savings accounts rates. More importantly, administration has been phenomenal. We've been able to get ahead of this, which is why the performance has been so strong. We work very cohesively and proactively with administration to get ahead of environments like this, to set you guys up for the future. And we have been able to do that, which I'm very proud to say I very much like to not have a volatile period anymore. Normal is what I'm looking for. Normal is just not what we're going to get. It just speaks to the need to be prudent and have a disciplined approach so we can stomach any levels of volatility. Down south, I didn't talk too much about what their rate forecast is. You can see there that 4.125% is what their current overnight rate is. There is a forecast for cuts. All the things I talked about in terms of Canada, our labor, our inflation, and our GDP growth slowing down, they need to offset that. Mirror that south of the border, they need to cut rates too. And just as macro, I've never met a real estate developer who wants high interest rates, and now he's the president of the United States. So you'll probably get some interest rate cuts in the US as well. With that, I want to just kind of summarize the key kind of concepts. USMCA, CUSMA, NAFTA, I don't know what it's called, expires in 2026. We can lose our exemptions at any time. This needs to be unanimously agreed by all three parties. That is a very key thing to watch well in 2020 and going into next year because of our concentration risk with the US and just the overall reliance in terms of, and the need for all three parties to come together. I do think there'll be some type of agreement. They might carve out steel, aluminum, other exemptions like that, because that's just a focus of the administration we're not going to be able to get away from. A cloud of uncertainty hangs over the capital spending plans across a broad range of export sectors. However, within Alberta, as I spoke on, because of that last crash that we just lived through and the resilience that Alberta has been able to show in terms of actually diversifying our value chain, we're significantly more resilient to boom bust in Alberta than we were in the past, and we've seen that. This next sentence, I always say, is a very weird one to come out of my mouth. The U.S. government's word is a shaky foundation. The U.S. T-bill rate is supposed to be the risk-free rate, and now nobody believes with it. In our world, your word is your bond. If you say you're going to do something and you make that commitment, you're supposed to do it. Otherwise, how can we trust you going forward? This is going to massively impact businesses and consumer confidence along with capital spending. Why would you invest any dollar you don't know what return you're going to get? So the U.S.'s word is a very shaky foundation. That's a weird environment to live on in any economic forecast. Right now, the forecast is for lower rates into 2026 because the Bank of Canada needs to stay below the neutral rate to stimulate growth and offset the negative impacts of tariffs. But overall, I think Alberta is positioned very well. We have good labor supply capital here. We have a well-balanced housing market, and we have value chain that we've built out for years that are now we're actually starting to see the benefits of. Yes, we're not in the boom cycles of the historic times, but we're resilient, which is a strong word to use within the context of Alberta. I want to give you guys time for questions as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate, as always, our annual update, and I look forward to the conversation. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, thank you for being in, gentlemen. I appreciate you always making the trip up here. I am curious. I want to talk about investment policy. So we've got 90%, about 90% is in AA, 10% is in just A. How much opportunity is there if we said, hey, we actually do want to take a bit more risk there, and we said we want to invest more in A-rated bonds or lower-rated bonds? Yeah. How much opportunity is there while still staying in MGA requirements?
Great question. There's two things to remember in context here. When you're looking at credit ratings and credit quality, the way to read A versus AA, you're always going to get paid a little bit. Like historically, you're always going to get paid more to take the lower credit rating, like BBB or A or whatever it might be. In our world, how much are you going to allocate towards that? When spreads are tight, you don't want to put as much towards the lower credit quality stuff, but when they're wide, you'll allocate more. In the environment we just lived through, the historical environment, we're able to get that almost 8% number that James is talking about. We were able to do that because when interest rates spiked, we were able to take the lower credit quality stuff and roll it into the higher credit quality. So rather than in a traditional environment, your comment is correct, but because we were able to position it historically, we're able to get higher rates of return in AA environment versus A. We're always looking at that, but in today's environment, it's not that big of a spread.
That makes sense. So to guide these decisions, do we have a SIP and G or some similar document that you've worked out with administration that you're going off of?
Like in that traditional, yeah. So there's an investment policy that guides every single one of our decisions. We look at that investment policy every year. Okay. In conjunction, the way our portfolio management works is we have the MGAs the first screen. It's way too little of a screen. It just says don't lose money and buy bank or provincial bonds. But we need to make sure we're diversified. So that's why we have the investment policy. We're always continuously monitoring to make sure it mirrors the forecast of the current environment and keeps you guys well diversified with your objectives. And then we also actually have our own internal third controlled investment policy, because a lot of investment policies out there, even though they are good, they might not be robust. So just as a third control, we'll build in a third one. So we'll always default to the safer of all options. But you guys have a really well developed and good built out investment policy.
Right. And I guess my biggest question, my last question is, I don't recall us having conversations around this council table about our risk tolerance, our risk appetite, and trying to figure out if I want to push for those conversations or if there's even opportunity within MGA requirements that is even worth our time really to have those conversations. Short
answer is no. Your risk appetite and your risk tolerance, the MGA defines it as zero. You can't. The first thing is you can't lose money. So as James was saying, in the context of that safe box of we're not allowed to lose money, then we can maximize and try and play games. But when it comes to risk tolerance, it's don't lose money and then maximize. So it's more of a working with liquidity needs to make sure that we're optimizing cash flows more than anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I wish we could have a little more risk. We might have tripled our investments with gold over the last 3 years. My question for you, gentlemen, at the top of your presentation, and thank you again for coming in. I like your guys' presentation and your overview of stuff. But at the top, you said part of your roles is to protect our funds from the eroding effects of inflation. Now, recently, the interim parliamentary budget officer for the federal government said that their budget and their deficit is unsustainable, which obviously will impact inflation. So with the budget passing recently federally, what's that do to, I guess, our investments and our ability to fight against the eroding effects of inflation?
So there are a great question, Councillor. So we use a broad array of tools. Some of them, they're not just all just regular vanilla bonds, right? So some of the investments we can actually tie to the equity market. Last year, we were buying them at rates of close to 8%. So there are ways to kind of get around that. Traditional fixed income, you're correct in that, inflation will eat into your returns quite quickly, right? If we're only earning 3% on a bond and inflation's 3%, well, our net real return is nothing. So we do layer in quite a lot of these other tools with yields that are typically 1% to 2% higher than a vanilla bond. That's our best way around it.
Just to add to that as well, yeah. So there's tools where we can tie the returns to environments that are going to hedge against inflation. And even outside of the tools, we'll make sure that we're laddering your investment strategy. So we'll always have something coming due that we can reset into the current rate environment, which will offset that impacts for inflation. But you always want to make sure you have a measured and laddered strategy and specific tools tied to performance that's going to hedge against inflation.
So just what's the level of risk then, like for us? I know you guys are doing your best to mitigate any damages, but is there any risk? Zero?
The biggest risk when it comes to bonds or fixed income investing is liquidity, right? That's the biggest one. I would say in today's environment, that's less of a concern. 2023, when you saw a massive spike in interest rates, that's when you would have the biggest liquidity risk. And you have a great administration that works. We're always having continuous conversations with administration to make sure that we're not putting you offside from the liquidity conversation. That's where that continuous feedback loop is the biggest piece for us.
And just to add to that chart, we did see it out in Ontario, some larger cities out there where the administration put in 2020, they went out and bought 30-year bonds. So they locked in the money at 1.5% to 2% for 30 years. Now they're sitting on $10 million, unrealized losses. It's just not the case in how we manage things. Like in municipal world, anything longer than 1 year is long term, right? But in the bond world, anything shorter than 10 years is short, 10 to 20 is mid, and 20 plus is long. We don't touch anything longer than 10 years. So even if we get it wrong, we also do stress tests on the bonds. So we can actually use Bloomberg to go, okay, if we buy this bond at 5%, if rates move up or down by a 200 basis point range, do we still have a positive return? And the answer is almost always yes. But we won't do it if the answer is no. So there are controls in place. We have not lost, knock on wood, a dollar for a municipality since we started. So it's a pretty robust strategy, and that was done throughout a number of interest rate cycles.
Awesome. And thank you for that. I got a couple more questions, but I'll pop out of the queue and then come back in. It's more philosophy.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And thanks, gentlemen. Good to see you again. So last year when you were here, we were about a week after the U.S. election, and the monster under the bed was tariffs. So this year, I'm just kind of sitting back wondering, what's the monster under the bed this year? Are we just dealing with the monster of tariffs, or is there a crypto tech bubble that we need to be aware of? And if there are any monsters coming out, how could they potentially impact us on a municipal level?
I joked and said I'm looking for a year of normal. I will never say there's going to be no monsters, because I think that's the only certainty in today's world. I don't know what the monster is, but our job is to put in a plan to make sure that no matter what that volatility spike is going to be, we have a disciplined, measured strategy through there. Immediately after the election cycle, we had Liberation Day, followed by Obliteration Day, followed by the recovery, right? So if we're panicking through any of those cycles and using emotions to guide our decisions, we can get in trouble. I don't know, looking ahead, what it could be. Then if you pay attention to the news cycle, yes, AI bubble is something that they're talking about strictly on the reason that they built a significant amount of supply. When I say that, like data centers and all this stuff, there's no demand to fill it yet, right? There's kind of like their future-proofing, which some people are saying is bubble, some people are just saying it's future-proofing. Unfortunately, you won't know until it actually is realized. But when it comes to municipal world investing, I wouldn't have to focus on that, because as you just said, the MGA says don't lose money. So everything that we have is don't lose money, but our biggest thing is liquidity. So making sure that we have funds available to you when you need them. So it's more so, today's a prime example, you guys are kicking off budget when you're looking at your capital budgeting, your plan, and in that context, administration will follow up with us to make sure we have the cash flow available when it's needed. So we're always getting ahead of those environments.
And just to add to that, so I would say that the monster under the bed would still be the tariffs, right? Like, and the thing to watch for is that renegotiation of the USMCA. If we lose our exemptions, as we showed, it'll knock us off our growth trajectory quite significantly. You alluded to it, but yeah, there has been over $1 trillion wiped out of the crypto market in the recent months. So that's definitely something to watch as well if you're a crypto investor. But it's not something we touch with this portfolio.
Wonderful. I love the reassurances. Thanks, gentlemen.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Mr. Hobson and Mr. Chahal. I always love your reports. They're so always upbeat. I don't know how you find that little silver lining in all your reports, but you do, so thank you for that. My question is in regards, you mentioned in the manufacturing area, because they have kicked people out and they don't have enough people to manufacture the goods. It was only a small blip. How does the federal immigration policy, which has been paused for the last year, affect us? Because you mentioned that that we should be able to weather the storm. We have a lot of in-migration coming into Alberta. So I'm just wondering, what do you see that policy, and what steps can we take to make sure that the immigration policy comes back?
I think the immigration policy historically was one where it kind of caused the housing affordability, similar to the presentation we brought back last year. We said we're cumulative underbuilding, we're bringing all these people in that need housing, and then it's making it unaffordable for everybody. So that's kind of where we're in. That's kind of balanced itself out. But when it comes to immigration policy south of the border, that you're talking about the deportation and manufacturing job situation in the U.S., the impact there will be either you need to stop that policy to fill the jobs, or it's going to create significant amount of wage inflation to fill those jobs, which is not good for businesses out there. On the north side of the border, specifically when it comes to Alberta, I would just say we have the labor capital ready for when our recovery happens within Canada. Yes, we're going to be knocked off that trajectory going forward, but it's still going to be a positive sloping trajectory. So when that recovery starts to come, we have the labor pool readily available. So I wouldn't say there needs to be any changes. It's just we have it there when needed.
Okay, well, thank you.
Oh, back to me so soon. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. All right, here's a bit of just a philosophical question, and maybe looking into the crystal ball here. So recently, over in British Columbia, there's been claims over the land claims and an award by a judge. The federal and provincial government are also entering in appeals. And then here in Alberta, some very dedicated people got a bunch of signatures to sign a petition, potentially putting forward a referendum for separation. So if either of those were to go south, so to speak, as in Alberta potentially separates and or the Cowichan tribe is awarded all things and the appeals are lost, what does that do to the Canadian bond market?
It would fragment it right away.
Yeah.
Cause a lot of disruption for sure. The bond market's pretty integrated across all the provinces. So if you pull one of the provinces out, you're going to have some issues for sure. I don't know too much about the specifics.
Yeah, great question. It's a deep question, but when it comes to the bond market specifically, as James is going to point out, it's going to create volatility in the bond market, but the type, it's going to be which issuers we would be invested in, specifically when it comes to the province of Alberta. That'll probably, in my opinion, create a spike in the provincial of Alberta bonds short term. This is why we pay attention to credit ratings more than anything else. We don't look into things like that because the DBRS and all these bond rating agencies are, when they're looking at rating these agencies, is what's their probability of actually being able to repay that capital, no matter, and through a range of stress test scenarios. So they're looking at stress testing all these environments, and why we rely on them is whatever the politics aside, is what's the probability of receiving our money, because the MGA says don't lose money when it comes to contact, all that outside aside. So it might create opportunity in our world because if the credit rating doesn't change and the yield spike, hey, thanks for the free money. We'll look at an environment like that. But outside of the context, hard to know and we'll model for something that's never happened before. But we've lived through a lot of things that haven't happened before in this last 5 years. So
that's why I asked.
Yeah.
You just never know. It's that or alien invasion, right? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
So again, appreciate your time and good to see you both.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 7 in our agenda, or 6 rather, the economic update from InvestGP, and I'll turn it over to Chief Bailey.
Thank you so much, Mayor Clayton. Just going to get our slides going here. Okay, well, thank you all for the opportunity to provide this update on behalf of the InvestGP team this morning. And of course, I want to acknowledge the work of Ms. Miller, Mr. Ellis, and Ms. Bieberdorf in preparing the material before you today. So I'm going to walk you through a concise overview of local conditions and key regional trends shaping activity in and around Grande Prairie. This data shows a clear picture. So more people are choosing Grande Prairie, more homes are being built, and our economy continues to strengthen. So to touch on these briefly, in terms of stable growth, GP has experienced steady, net positive population and labour force growth. That's due to strong interprovincial and interprovincial migration, which reflects opportunities here and our ongoing role as a regional centre. Secondly, in terms of upward trends, there's several key factors here. Housing starts in 2025 year to date are nearly double 2024 levels. Our building permit values exceeded 165 million, which is the highest we've seen in 5 years. Unemployment has increased slightly year over year, but our region still continues to perform better than the Alberta and Canadian averages. And well completions are up 5% over the same period last year, indicating healthy energy sector activity. Lastly, in terms of positive outlook, lots of major regional capital projects, which I'll touch on, such as provincial road expansions, water and wastewater upgrades, and power infrastructure, are supporting long-term growth. The energy sector remains strong, lots of movement going on there, and our broader industry mix as a whole, energy, healthcare, construction, retail, and services, continue to support a growing regional economy. For population, the city of Grande Prairie continues to hold its position as the 7th largest city in Alberta, and that's based on our latest municipal census. Grande Prairie's population increased by just under 3,000 residents over last year, and again showing that steady and consistent growth. The county of Grande Prairie also maintains its position as the 5th largest county or special municipality, with an increase of roughly 500 residents from the previous year. When we look at the region as a whole, our primary trade area now exceeds 106,000 people, reflecting Grande Prairie's continued role as a service and commercial centre for Northwest Alberta and Northeastern BC. Grande Prairie continues to demonstrate the strengths of a growing opportunity-rich regional centre. Our median family income, reported by StatsCan, is $123,000, which is one of the higher figures among mid-sized Alberta cities. Our most recent municipal census confirmed population of 70,385, with a median age of 35.3. And while our median age has been gradually increasing, we continue to be younger than the provincial average, and that's because the employment opportunities in the region, which is a very strong drawer for working families. We're also seeing continued strength in the housing market, with an average house price here now is approximately $381,000. So these indicators reinforce our position as a vibrant and attractive place to live, work, and raise a family. In terms of our population, we are continuing to grow, and that's supported by people moving here from within Alberta, from other provinces, and of course through immigration, along with steady growth from birth rates each year. These increases reflect the strength of our local economy and the opportunities available in the region. As mentioned, we remain a young community with more youth under 14 than adults over 60. Over the next decade, the number of children aged 0 to 5 is projected to grow by 17%, and the overall population is expected to rise by close to 2%, reaching about just under 80,000 by 2031. While Alberta is overall expected to shift towards an older population by 2030, we continue to trend younger, though our median age is gradually moving towards the provincial average. So in terms of who makes up our community, 13% of residents are immigrants, 16% identify as a visible minority, and in addition, 12% of residents identify as Indigenous, which continues to shape the cultural and social fabric of our city. Across the community, we see representation from 67 distinct ethnic or cultural origins. As mentioned, we have more youth under 14 than residents over 60, which continues to demonstrate strong presence of young families in our community. Mayor and Council's investment in the healthcare attraction retention strategy strengthens our competitiveness by promoting GPs' opportunities, identifying targeted incentives, and supporting training pathways that help attract and retain physicians and specialists. Since January of this year, 17 new physicians have begun practicing across multiple specialties, with several more confirmed to arrive later, potentially this year and early next year. Recruitment remains active with additional offers in progress. A major milestone, as you know, was the launch of the Northern Alberta Medical Program, which welcomed its first 30 medical students at Northwestern Polytechnic in August. Training physicians locally is a long-term game changer for regional retention. The Massachusetts Medical Centre will further expand access to specialist care in the Peace region by providing an academic teaching clinic and specialist services, reducing the need for residents to travel to other urban centres. Together, these developments significantly strengthen our local healthcare system and support long-term population and economic growth. In terms of employment, Grande Prairie continues to show strong labour performance with a participation rate of 74.7%, which is well above Alberta's 68% average. StatsCan's broader labour region recorded 202,700 workers in September, which remains a useful indicator for local trends. Data projects a 1.6% growth in Division 19, meaning Grande Prairie and surrounding areas, by 2031, with jobs increasing from 65,644 to nearly 71,000. These are led by gains in Grande Prairie. Alberta has added roughly 200,000 workers since 2023, and that growth is contributing to local demand for housing, healthcare, and services. The fastest growing occupations to 2031 are expected to be processing, manufacturing, utilities laborers, health support roles, technical health occupations. Overall, our labour market is expanding, diversified, and aligned with our key regional strengths, again highlighting healthcare and technical fields. Moving forward to the housing market, which continues to show low inventory and rising prices. As of September 30th of this year, the average sale price is $381,210, which is up $46,000 from last year. Unit sales are up by 81 homes. Listings under $300,000 remain somewhat scarce, with most activity in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, which continues to drive the average price upward. September is typically a slower month, but new listings match last year, and overall inventory has improved compared to earlier in 2025. So far this year, just over 1,000 homes have been listed, slightly above 2024 levels. Sales are up across all housing types, with the strongest activity in neighbourhoods with the most supply, and most new build sales are in Arbor Hills. Listings under $250,000 remain rare, and in the condo market, 2-bedroom units dominate, with limited 1-bedroom options and very few 3-bedroom units available. Moving into housing starts, we've provided housing start figures that cover January to September, and they come from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC. Year to date, we've seen 320 starts in 2025. That's up from 148 at the same point last year. Most of this growth is in multifamily construction, which is essential for meeting demand and easing rental pressure. Vacancy rates are reported once a year by CMHC for professionally managed buildings with 3 or more units, and that's about 4,300 units in Grande Prairie. They do not include private rentals or secondary suites. The 2025 figure isn't available yet, but local property managers report very low vacancy, likely around below 1%. Our incentive programs continue to support new development. As of September 30th, the city received 180 applications across the multifamily development grant, large family multi-development grant, and municipal fee rebate, representing up to 885 potential new units if all permitted projects move ahead. So overall, the trend shows a strong development response to market needs, especially in multifamily housing, which will be critical as the community continues to grow. Just to define a housing start, which is defined by CMHC, occurs when construction begins, so when concrete is poured. Development permits show intent, starts tell us what is exactly being built. So what you'll see here for 2025 year to date is residential starts have been strong across all categories, with the most significant growth in single detached homes and multifamily units. After a notable decline of about 43% in 2023, Council's incentive programs help stimulate renewed activity, and that turnaround is clearly reflected in 2024 and 2025. At the end of September, we have 135 single detached starts and 185 multifamily starts. That's a substantial increase over previous years and a strong indication of confidence from local builders and developers. This growth in multifamily construction is particularly important as it helps address housing demand and increases options for families, newcomers, and workers moving from across the country. The volume of permits pulled this year reflects significant development intent. So we can see a steady growth over the last 3 years, with 2025 year-to-date exceeding all previous volumes since 2014. Permits include 685 residential and 28 institutional so far this year, which highlights a strong demand for new housing and continued investment in community facilities. And while commercial, industrial, and other categories remain steady, the substantial increase in residential permits aligns with every other indicator that we've seen, which is population growth, rising home prices, and low inventory. This level of permit activity signals sustained confidence in builders and developers and positions the community well for continued growth. Now, when we look at the construction value associated with the permits issued this year, we see where the investment is concentrated, which is primarily in residential and institutional projects. Compared to last year, permit volumes are up 37%, and the value of construction tied to those permits has increased by 55%. At the end of September, construction value has reached $155.4 million, which is the highest level that we've seen since 2016. When major institutional projects brought the total to about $180 million. From January to about now, total construction value stands at about $260 million, which is surpassing pre-COVID levels and reflecting strong investment confidence in the community. As you all know, Grande Prairie continues to benefit from a diverse and stable economic base, with major contributions from energy, forestry, agriculture, retail, services, education, healthcare, commercial activity, and tourism. For a trade region of approximately 300,000 people, retail, healthcare, and education remain core pillars. Energy continues to be a major driver in the region. As mentioned, while completions are up 5% year over year, and companies such as Avintiv have expanded their assets in the area. I'll also offer at the provincial level, Alberta and the federal government are in discussions towards an MOU, details to be announced tomorrow, that would explore the development of a new oil export pipeline to BC coast, alongside support for major CCS, carbon capture and storage initiatives. These discussions, of course, are ongoing, but they reflect efforts to balance market access with emissions requirement, and the outcomes could have long-term implications for investment and export capacity across this province and benefit GP. Collectively, these industry pillars support continued economic resilience and population growth in Grande Prairie. So in 2024, Grande Prairie had just under 3,000 active businesses, including 1,949 commercial businesses, 389 non-resident businesses, and 658 home businesses. Since the business licensing updates in 2021, the city has vastly improved how it clarifies and classifies new businesses versus renewals. This refinement has resulted in a clearer picture of our business community. I'll note that construction has been the fastest growing sector heading into 2025, aligning with the strong development and housing activity seen across the city. On the screen in front of you, these figures reflect what we're seeing in terms of retail trade, which continues to be one of the largest sectors. And for example, personal care services remain stable, showing steady demand. Smaller sectors such as automotive repair, manufacturing, real estate, and professional medical services are either growing slowly or holding steady, while oil and gas service business and building-related services continue at consistent levels. Overall, GP's business landscape is becoming increasingly diversified. The strongest growth continues to come from construction and retail, supported by a broad mix of stable, small, and medium-sized sectors. This aligns with wider economic trends in population growth, housing activity, and regional labour market strength across Alberta. The top producers list reflects a number of active drilling licenses held in the region. And while the producer list shifts year to year, overall activity remains stable, which is an excellent sign. Canadian Natural, or CNRL, is number one this year after boosting production by nearly 20% and adding and investing in major Montney assets. One notable change in 2025 is that Avintiv has also strengthened its positions in the Montney through the acquisition of additional assets from Paramount Resources and the recent purchase of NuVista Energy, consolidating a larger footprint in northwestern Alberta. Drilling licenses year to date in 2025 are higher than the same period in 2024, reflecting normal fluctuations tied to commodity prices and global market conditions. In terms of completions, which is the strongest indicator of actual activity, again, they are 5% higher this time than last year, continuing the upward trend we've seen across the region. And for comparison, 2014 remains the peak year with 865 completions for the same period. In addition to that, you've seen lots of moves across oil and gas industry this year with Cenovus purchasing MEG, as well as other decisions made by Imperial. Moving forward, this is our regional capital projects and infrastructure list. The region continues to experience significant capital investment, with several major projects underway or proposed across energy infrastructure and community services. Key projects such as the Wonder Valley AI Data Centre, the Northern Petrochemical Facility, and Recovery Communities Facility will support long-term economic activity and create new employment in both construction and healthcare. Infrastructure projects include the Highway 40X connector and Aquatics water treatment plant expansion, which will increase regional capacity and improve accessibility as the area continues to grow. I'll also highlight additional energy sector developments, such as CSV Midstream's gas plant work and the Interprovincial Fuel Solutions Project are progressing outside the public dashboard and indicate continued investment interest across the region. As always, some private sector projects will remain confidential until formally announced. Overall, the breadth of projects underway demonstrates strong confidence in the region's future. To conclude, the story in GP is clear. We're growing, we're busy, and confidence in this region is strong. Our population is rising, housing starts and construction values are the highest we've seen in years, and business activity continues to climb. Our labour force remains strong, our community is young and diverse, and healthcare expansion is reinforcing our role as a regional centre. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. I see no one in the queue, so I'm going to go to item number 7, the CFO Introduction and Information. Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Good morning. I am pleased to be here today to introduce the 2026 operating budget. This budget before you represents the final year of the current strategic plan, and it completes 3 major initiatives: the construction and opening of the multi-sport dome, the Public Safety Communications Centre, and the transition to police of jurisdiction for the Grande Prairie Police Service. Beyond these commitments, no new or expanded services have been proposed. The city continues to pride itself on a strong, disciplined budget process, and after months of collaboration between departments and financial services, the budget before you reflects the collective work required to deliver council-directed services and forecasts the revenues that support them. Departments prepare their required operating needs with the support from finance. Proposals are then reviewed by the corporate leadership team and shaped into the recommendation based on council priorities and service levels. It is truly a collaborative process, and as the Chief Financial Officer, I want to thank every team member who contributes, either directly or indirectly, to producing this budget. Their work is something to be very proud of. The 2026 budget calls for a 5.78% tax increase for city services and an additional 2.66% for the Grande Prairie Police Service. Today, I will walk through the city's accomplishments over the last decade, maintaining tax increases lower than many Alberta municipalities, while also adding significant services and amenities, all in the face of inflationary and revenue pressures. These outcomes were achieved by finding efficiencies, making difficult choices, adjusting rates and fees, reducing capital investment, and using reserves strategically to lessen the impact on taxpayers. However, I will also outline today the risks of continuing this approach. Inflation is outpacing revenue growth, reserve balances are declining, more capital projects are without or short on funding, and taxation growth is not expected to exceed 1% in each year of this budget. For these reasons, 2026 is proposed a bit higher as a bit of a pause, an opportunity to complete the strategic plan, open the multi-sport dome and the Public Safety Communications Center, and of course achieve POJ. This will create space as well for council and administration to reassess long-term financial sustainability. Over the next 3 days, you will determine the path forward for the 2026 tax year. You will have the opportunity to ask questions, debate service levels, and set new revenue rates. Reducing the proposed tax increase will require identifying new revenue options or reducing services. Flexibility is limited this year, given unfunded projects, reduced reserve capacity, and ongoing inflationary pressures. So today, we will work through the operating budget, followed by the capital plan tomorrow. And upon completion of deliberations, you will have decided on the level of services to be delivered and the revenues and tax increase required for those services to be provided. So, as mentioned, Budget 2026 is the final year of the current strategic plan. Council will develop a new strategic plan in early 2026 for the 2027 to 2030 budget years. The priorities defined in Council's strategic plan provide the matrix in which administration bases decisions and ultimately the budget proposed to Council each year. An inventory of almost 300 services is maintained and compared to Council's strategic plan for alignment. Each service has a budget that allows administration to quantify budget alignment. The budget being presented today reflects the completion, as I said, of several major initiatives underway, and it continues to build on the quality of life of our residents through engaging relationships, innovative efficiencies, and economic readiness, while fostering a caring and inclusive community. Over the past 10 years, the city has averaged an annual tax increase of only 1.18%, or 12.18% cumulatively. Assessment growth has trended down with lower annual growth rates than in earlier years. Provincial grants have declined, and changes to automated traffic enforcement have decreased revenues of this type. Over the past 10 years, Alberta's CPI has been an accumulated total of 28.6%. During this time, the city's added significant amenities and programs, including the Aquatics outdoor pool, Kiera Place, skate and bike parks, expanded events, and provided free youth transit and more. Administration, with the support of Council, has done many service delivery reviews, jurisdictional scans, best practice research to ensure that the services residents expect are being optimally delivered. Additionally, we have benefited from some moderate revenue growth in interest, fees, memberships, and advertising. Finally, for Budget 2025, Council relieved the tax rate increase by using reserves one time. This is $2 million that will require funding in 2026. So looking back over the last 10 years, Council's been able to only raise taxes a cumulative total of 12.18%. all while increasing and expanding services, meeting contractual obligations, and paying inflationary prices on items. So I've mentioned this already, but this is a visual presentation of some tax comparisons and looking at other Alberta municipalities. So you will see here Grande Prairie is the lowest at 1.18% on average and a cumulative of 12.18%. I will always note when making comparisons to other municipalities, not every municipality is the same. Varying levels of services, types of services provided, funding models and fee structures vary. Tax assessment bases and municipally owned business ventures can also provide diversity when making comparisons on what a municipality needs to increase their taxes by. But on a simple tax rate increase comparison, Grande Prairie has been the lowest amongst these Alberta municipalities in the last 10 years. Understanding how a municipality's revenue is broken down demonstrates how much reliance a municipality has on taxation versus other revenue sources. Other revenue sources are items like interest and investment earnings, grants, fees and charges, development-related revenues, or other business opportunities. The City of Grande Prairie relies on 53% of revenue from taxation, which is the highest amongst other comparable Alberta municipalities. However, is much lower than more local comparison like the County of Grande Prairie. Even with being on the higher end of reliance on taxation compared to other urban municipalities in the province, the city's had the lowest tax increase comparably. As every municipality must balance their budget via taxation each year, understanding the other revenue opportunities available is an important part of the budget. It also demonstrates how different each municipality is. Some municipalities may take more user pay models for service delivery, meaning higher fees, rates, or charges, potentially mandating certain services not to be tax funded or only funded by way of user fees. Whereas a higher reliance on taxation can indicate more subsidy for all, ensuring more inclusivity in public service delivery. Rapidly growing communities will see greater development-related revenues, whereas more mature communities with lower growth may show heavier reliance on taxation. Locality to greater urban centers, the environment, economy, social requirements, service delivery models, and more play a part in the story of how much taxation is required to be levied. No two municipalities are the same. We do not have the same pressures or opportunities. Looking at assessment base and a more local focus, we can see the diversity of assessment. Stronger industrial, linear, and machinery and equipment means a municipality can rely more on taxes without overburdening their residential. This can allow for more service subsidy and lower tax rates for residential and small businesses. Locally, our rural neighbors have significant linear and machinery and equipment assessment compared to the city. This provides them more flexibility to spread out tax increases amongst classes. And it is typically higher yielding, lower service demand, which creates longer-term fiscal capacity. Within the city, tax increases can really mostly only be spread amongst residents and small businesses. Additionally, it makes us more prone to exposure in residential growth cycles and market conditions, with more assessment in this class. As I mentioned before, over the same period, the city has experienced a number of revenue pressures with decreased government grants, changes to and reduced volume and traffic enforcement. That has decreased our budgeted revenues overall. One-time strategic use of reserves still needs funding in subsequent years. For youth transit-related recreational access pass and transit access pass grants, reduced budgets in user fees, rates, and charges. When looking at tax assessment growth, the city has seen lower than prior years, and lower assessment growth means less new residential and businesses to share the burden of inevitable cost increases for service provision. Again, looking back over the last 10 years, comparing the annual tax rate increases to the annual Alberta CPI, you can see that the city has maintained remarkably low tax increases despite inflation over the same period. This means that tax increases have grown at less than the rate of inflation. And in real inflation-adjusted terms, this means that tax revenue has effectively declined and the city's purchasing power has diminished. Over the last 10-year period, this difference does not incorporate any revenue gains, strategic use of reserves, or service delivery expansions or additions, which have so far helped with achieving these remarkably low tax rates, while inflation continues to rise. However, this approach is not sustainable, and longer-term impacts of continual low tax strategies could result in longer-term underfunding and a potential funding gap as contractual costs like salaries, utilities, materials, and goods continue to rise with inflation. When a new facility is added or a service expanded, operational dollars are increased at budget accordingly. Over the last number of years, we've opened the outdoor Aquaterra pool, Kira Place, and Cedar Point. We've expanded the number of events, built a new skate park and bike park, began offering free transit to youth, and more. These additional services contribute to the quality of life of Grande Prairie residents and provide more exclusive offerings and contribute to economic readiness. Each new service or expansion of an existing service requires more budget above and beyond annual contractual or inflationary budget impacts. City's spending per capita has risen 12% over the last 10 years, again, comparing to inflation at over 28% for the same period. Yes, this was a result of spending cuts, efficiencies, and tough decisions by council, but also again demonstrates the potential future funding gap as inflation significantly outpaces budget. In comparison to other mid-sized Alberta cities, we are spending about on average per capita, which is an accomplishment given the other items presented, such as revenue pressures, inflation, our taxation assessment mix, and significantly low tax increases over the last 10 years. So when you combine a heavier reliance on taxation revenues, a narrow residential commercial base, with both spending and tax revenue increases below inflation, the city is potentially pushing out a funding gap to the future. That is the financial landscape as we present Budget 2026. The city has reached a point where long-term sustainability will need to take precedence. The proposed budget does not propose any new or expanded services beyond the PSCC and multi-sport dome operations as previously approved by Council. The proposed operating budget for 2026 requires 5.78% tax increase to maintain current service levels. It does include a number of financial strategies to reduce the impacts of contractual obligations, inflations, operations for PSCC and the Dome, and sustainability of reserves. It funds the 2025 one-time use of reserves to keep tax increases low and incorporates another year of increased fees, rates, and charges. Although balanced, this budget does demonstrate the need to pause and look at longer-term financial strategies. Council will need to evaluate the trade-offs between affordability, sustainability, and investment in community priorities. Subsequent to the release of the budget book to Council, a few items were finalized and additional opportunities have been made available. So I'll walk through really quick some budget updates that were discovered and will help to reduce the initial proposed budget by 0.94%. A working group with members of both the GPPS and fire teams, along with the support of finance, IT, and HR, have reviewed the needs of the proposed staffing model for the Public Safety Communications Center and determined appropriate to reduce some originally planned positions. This will save $720,000 in 2026 and $600,000 in salary savings for 2027. This is a 0.53% tax savings. The Invest GP team has determined that they do not require $53,000 in consulting services budget, so that's available to be returned. Court fine revenue and discussions with the GPPS Chief of Police, it was determined that the 2025 trends are higher than originally anticipated, and an additional $500,000 is likely to be received in these revenue types for 2026. And finally, taxation growth was reevaluated and determined that based on information to date, we could slightly increase our future projections. These growth projections will add taxation revenue in future years. Over the next 4 years, administration expects taxation revenues to slightly rise as a result of growth within the tax base and the increases in the levy to support city services. Fines, rentals, licenses, and permit revenues are expected to stay relatively stable over the next 4 years. User fees and sales of goods will see an increase due to growth and increases in user fee rates. Grant funding is expected to decrease due to the completion of the Reaching Homes Designated Communities federal funding in 2027, along with ICF funding transfers for capital and debt servicing concluding in 2028. Transfers from reserves will decline over the next 4 years as the transfers for streetlight conversions are drawn down and transfers for implementation of the Public Safety Communications Center are completed. Ongoing increases in franchise fees and interest income are expected over the next 4 years. In the 2026 budget being proposed, we have included just over $1 million in taxation growth, a 3% increase in fees, rates, and charges, an increase in the use of reserves, greater returns on investment earnings and dividend incomes, increased franchise fee revenues due to growth, and an increase in court fine revenue of just over $100,000. The total estimated revenue impacts proposed by management were $2.8 million or 2.1% tax savings. Salaries and benefits are the city's largest expense and will increase with cost of living and contractual salary increases. Contracted and general service costs are anticipated to increase with inflation, tariffs, and other cost pressures. These are rising continuously and impacting all city services. Grants and accountable advances will fluctuate year over year, correlating with federal and provincial funding. Capital tax expenditures have been proposed to increase to $15 million by the end of 2029 to maintain and support the city's assets and infrastructure. The city plans to gradually increase transfers to reserves to support future infrastructure needs, and this will ensure that fiscally responsible reserve balances are maintained. Long-term debt expenses will increase with debt servicing for the multi-sport dome, the PSCC, stormwater infrastructure projects, and a recreation and events building rehabilitation project. Debt servicing related to new debt-funded projects has been built into the budget, and in instances where these funds have not yet been advanced, debt servicing costs are based on estimated repayment schedules and current interest rates. For budget 2026 expenditures, our contractual obligations were a total of $6.7 million, and of that, was $3.3 million related to the PSCC and multi-sport dome. Battling inflation and cost pressures of just over $800,000, and we've proposed an increase to capital tax of $900,000. Transfers to fleet reserve have had to be increased. However, we've realized some savings in insurance premiums and utilities. In order to achieve a 5.78% proposal, financial strategies were also included. The total impact of the net adjustments to expenditures were $13.6 million, or 10%. In order for management to bring forward a proposal of 5.78%, a few financial strategies had to be developed. First off, with new services beginning operations, the budget requires a greater taxation increase to cover those costs. Administration looked at opportunities to smooth these impacts. Forecasts and analysis were done for all city reserves, and within management's budget is a recommendation to ensure responsible reserve sustainability. Finally, with more assets within the city's responsibility, more investment is required. Administration looked at opportunities using long-term debt and reprioritization of existing capital. Both the multi-sport dome and the PSCC were approved by council and will both begin operations in 2026. With the finalization of the latest ICF agreement between the City and County of Grande Prairie, the annual revenue related to capital of $1.15 million for the next 3 years is being proposed to be transferred to the Financial Stabilization Reserve to smooth the impacts of the debt servicing costs associated with this project. This, paired with the recommendation to apply the one-time multi-sport dome construction payment from the county of $2.8 million, the impact to 2026 budget was a reduction by 0.6%. A requirement for police of jurisdiction is an operational dispatch for police. This led to the approval of the PSCC, and the additional costs will require an increase to taxation. This is mostly within 2026 and 2027, where overlap costs are required prior to future integration of both fire and police dispatch services. Management is also looking at smoothing these one-time impacts and use funds from the FSR to cover those 2 years. Although management has reduced the proposed operating costs, we are leaving the smoothing strategy as presented to now both cover the one-time costs and smooth the impacts of the ongoing operations. The standard budget process of administration is the forecasting of revenue balances based on decisions made to date and proposals within the budget. It was determined that an additional $4.2 million was needed over what we expected last year for 26. Tomorrow, Chief Glavin will provide some examples of capital inflation impacts, and fleet renewal is where we are feeling significant cost pressure. Some vehicles have more than doubled in price, and this reserve requires more funding to properly renew the city's fleet. Simultaneously, we evaluated the balance in the facility renewal reserve. Although not an ideal recommendation, administration determined that this reserve did have capacity to pause deposits for 1 year only. This only will help the 2026 tax year, and the deposits have been reestablished for 2027. The $3.6 million pause helped ease the impact of the required increase to fleet, and it allows time for the Facility Condition Index report to be updated based on current facilities. It'll also incorporate the cost of construction and any other factors. This will help management better determine the necessary annual deposits and withdrawals and the future of this reserve, as well as the future potential investment in the city's vertical infrastructure. Updating this report has been proposed in the 2026 capital plan being presented tomorrow. This project, paired with the capital ask for long-term planning and the implementation of enterprise asset management, will allow us to be well positioned for forecasting future capital spending needs throughout the city. As you see in management's budget, reserve strategies were necessary to get to only a 5.78%. But we must recognize it does add pressure on the city's savings. As we decrease the overall balances available and bump up against minimum balance requirements, we are recommending that Council unrestrict some surplus ATCO Street funds back into the Financial Stabilization Reserve. These streetlights were sold to ATCO in 2023, and the proceeds from that sale were restricted in the reserve to ease the impact of ongoing operating costs. Administration is expecting a total realized surplus in these funds of $1.14 million, and is recommending that this amount be unrestricted for use. These items combined allowed for the proposed 5.78% tax increase, while allowing for prudency in the facility renewal reserve planning, meeting service level expectations for fleet, and maintaining a small available amount in the Financial Stabilization Reserve. Management's budget has a funded capital plan and a number of recommended but unfunded projects. It was challenging to fund all capital needs, and so we evaluated long-term debt solutions. The city is well within both provincially and internally prescribed debt limits, so 3 projects were determined appropriate for long-term debt funding. Additionally, with the ICF payment from the County of Grande Prairie, we will be able to decrease the multi-sport dome debt by $2.8 million. And when reviewing all existing capital projects, 2 projects are being requested for cancellation. Those 2 projects will provide $1.4 million in capital funding. Management has assumed approval of cancellation and has built this into the balances reflected for future expenditures in your budget book. So this is a quick update and representation of our organizational structure before we move into each chief's operating walkthrough. So the 5.78% being proposed supports almost 300 city services divided over a number of departments. GPPS presented their budget to Council on November 10th, where Council referred their request of 2.66% tax increase to deliberations. Each chief will walk through their respective service area budgets and speak to any changes from 25 to 26. As I already mentioned, no new services or expanded services are being proposed besides the completion of the multi-sport dome and PSCC.
So thanks for the presentation, Ms. Whiteway. Before we get to the operating budget presentations and the walkthroughs, we're going to take a recess. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Morning and welcome back to the City Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. Today is November 26, 2025. We are on item number 8 of today's agenda, operating budget presentations, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Whiteway for continuation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And just prior to walking through the service area budgets, as my colleagues and I reference the budget book page numbers, please note that these are in alignment with the public budget book, and that will differ slightly from the book that was previously provided to Council. So with consideration for the competitive bid process, the public version of the city's capital plan's been presented at a higher level than previous budgets. So specific project budget amounts should be discussed in camera to uphold the competitive pricing for capital projects the city procures. So just a slight note there as we walk through. The first area that I'll start with is the Council and City Manager's Office. This includes the budgeted costs for City Council, City Manager's Office, the City Solicitor, and Human Resources.
And sorry, just for my colleagues, it's page 64 in your book.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The city's Human Resources team provides corporate support to guide people and operations at the city. For the 2025 budget, they did provide one-time staff savings to ease budget pressures last year. This helped the managed manpower budget in 2025. However, this was always budgeted to return in 2026 to support ongoing operational needs. In addition, health and safety is requiring their biannual AED replacement and maintenance costs. City Solicitor provides internal operational support by providing advice in contract drafting and review. City also requires support via external legal from time to time, which is also budgeted in this department. This budget is being proposed comparably to 2025. And I'll turn it over to Chief Bailey.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with the first slide here, which is communications. So our communications team makes sure residents get timely information, which is accurate, and they reflect Mayor and Council's direction. They handle everything from media and issues management to community engagement, helping people understand what we're doing and why it matters. In addition, for this budget, it also includes Access GP, our 311 service, which is the first touch point for residents and businesses looking for information or trying to navigate a city process, and a critical part of making the organization easier to work with. Part of the adjustments for 2026 budget include updates to operational staffing structure. These are routine and just to align workflow with function and skill sets. Moving forward into community connections, this is the team that looks after everything from the arts, culture, heritage, recreation strategies, community grants, and advisory committees, as well as managing museum, forms, homestead, and our contribution to the public library. They also help coordinate regional recreation, support sport tourism. For 2026, the budget includes a few planned changes. The Special Olympics work wrapped up in 2025. We also eliminated or discontinued the regional recreation position, and we're seeing some savings in utilities and insurance. So altogether, it brings the 2026 budget for this area down to about $6.29 million. For Invest GP, just building on the update earlier this morning, in essence, they focus on bringing new investment into the city, supporting local business, analyzing market trends. The team also oversees grants and incentives and leads strategic partnerships that move Mayor and Council economic priorities forward. For 2026, we've made a few small staffing adjustments, which is to better match the growing demand for economic analysis and project work. These changes bring the budget slightly down below 2025 levels, while still maintaining the strong service and keeping us aligned with Mayor and Council's long-term economic goals. As referenced earlier in slide 19, we're suggesting additional cost reductions by recommending reducing the Work Northwest funding from about $80,000 to $50,000 and eliminating our spend on the Regional Innovation Network of $20,000. Moving forward for Ledge and Exec Services, as you know, they coordinate council and committee meetings, support boards and appeals, and ensure we meet all requirements under the Municipal Government Act. This department also tracks progress on Council's strategic plan, leads our intergovernmental work, and continues to ensure city's alignment on access and privacy obligations. The biggest change to note for 2026 budget is the municipal and school board election. We share the election costs of both school boards through our existing agreements, and there's additional one-time funding required every 4 years to run the election. I'll also offer this team has reduced our insurance premiums citywide. They've increased our deductibles, which lowers the annual premium costs.
Financial and administration services area includes financial management, geographical and information technology services, procurement and supply chain management, and taxation and assessment. The financial management team provides internal organizational support via a number of services, as well as produces the quarterly and annual reporting to council, and of course, budget deliberation preparation. For 2026, the proposed budget is a net decrease to operational costs, although we are budgeting increased licensing costs for software and contractual obligations. This has been further offset by savings in audit fees and supplies. The Geographical and Information Technology Services team plays a critical role in supporting the city's operations by delivering specialized expertise across multiple areas, including network infrastructure, hardware, and enterprise software applications. The budget being proposed for 2026 requires an increase of $252,000 to maintain services. As the Grande Prairie Police Services establishes their own IT team, cross charges have been reduced to reflect the decrease in revenue due to their own evergreening of computers and other items. Savings in software, computer hardware, and data communications have helped reduce the budget increase.
And sorry, just before you go on, just for my colleagues, in particular, Councillor Auger and Councillor Flack, if you have questions through these departments, just make a note. We'll come back to them. Okay, go ahead, please, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The Procurement and Supply Chain Management team is responsible for the procurement of goods, services, and construction for all city departments as a centralized service. The proposed budget for these operations is a decrease of $111,000. This is mostly due to some lower contractual obligations, decreased insurance and utility costs, net of increases to our ERP licensing costs directly related to procurement operations. The Taxation and Assessment Department is responsible for generating and collecting funds from the public so that the city can provide the services it does to its residents. This department's budget is also proposing a decrease for 2026, with higher expected tax search revenues and decreases in contractual obligations and consulting fees. I'll pass it over to Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Chair Whiteway. We'll start off in corporate facility management. This year, we're projecting a slight decrease in revenue. This is largely just the paring back of revenue smoothing from the sale of streetlights to ATCO. We use some of that revenue to decrease the impact of the increase in cost of going with ATCO, and that was largely due to some deferred maintenance in the system where they're upgrading streetlights throughout the city. Moving on to development services. We're projecting revenue increases of about 9.5% going into next year to reflect some of the increased activity that we're seeing in that area. No other significant changes. In engineering and transportation, we're forecasting minor increases in revenue. The reason why revenues show an overall decrease is due to the end of reserve transfers for Highway 43. We were using some of the funds that were received from Government of Alberta to reduce the maintenance costs as we folded that service into the city. The reference to increased snow service or snow clearing service levels, if anybody was wondering, that's just going back from the change that was made to go from 13 centimeters to 10 centimeters for the trigger, and those numbers are updated into this year's budget going forward. Moving on to environment and parks. There's no significant changes in operations for 2026. Although we have included some additional seasonal staff to operate the water truck that's requested in capital. If we don't get the capital funded, then we may not need those positions. In fleet, no significant change in operations this year. Slight decrease in revenue with lower external revenues. And in transit, there is no significant change in operations going into next year.
Great. Thanks, Chief Glavin. I'll turn it over to Chief Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Oh, where's that coming from? There.
Just give us one moment.
Sorry, we'll figure this out. I'm not sure what's going on.
That's all right. All right. Whenever you're ready, no worries.
Okay, sorry about that. So on the multi-sport dome, I think everybody's well aware that construction is underway. It began in September of 2025, and marking a major milestone in expanding Grande Prairie's year-round recreation capacity. The facility is on track to be open in the summer of 2026. It will provide 135,000 square feet of indoor turf and flexible space to support multi-sport programming, tournaments, and community events as well. Administration is recommending a city-run operating model, especially during the warranty period, similar to the approach that we took with Kiara Place. And this financial strategy is needed to prepare for the hiring process, the programming, the partnership agreements, as well as the operational setup ahead of the 2026 opening. And this will allow us to decide how the programs are, the different programs that will be in the facility, is how they're managed and how they're accessed by residents as well, and a variety of user groups. And going to the Public Safety Communications Center, I think it's been mentioned a few times already. So the PSCC will strengthen community safety as we move towards integrated dispatch for our police service and partner agencies, which includes the fire service, as well as in the future, what we're hoping for is 211 and 988 services as well to be operated out of there. And also enforcement services and mobile outreach will be dispatched out of the PSCC. The local integrated emergency communication center will result in faster police response times because both emergency and non-emergency police calls for service will be answered and dispatched locally. So it's local knowledge as well by the dispatchers rather than being transferred to the RCMP's OCC in Edmonton or Red Deer. So it's a streamlined emergency operations dispatch center for the agencies I already mentioned. Emergency management. So the GPREP, I'll refer to it as GPREP. So it's a three-part budget that they have. There's operations, ESS, as well as capital projects. And it's the budget process we use is a structured collaborative review and approval process. So initially, the budget is presented to the GPREP agency, which includes the DEMS and the deputy DEMS for review and recommendations. From there, it goes on to the GPREP committee, which is composed of elected officials from participating municipalities, which it's a total of 5, gets approved at that point by that committee, and then it moves on to each municipality and their respective city and town councils to review and approve. And then on to events and programming. Very little change on this budget. The increase in revenue is primarily due to higher advertising and sponsorship revenues, which is very good work on the part of our staff. Also reflects stronger partnership opportunities and community engagement. In addition, there is an increase in programming fees to move towards achieving the 60% cost recovery target, ensuring programs remain sustainable while continuing to provide quality services in our community. And on to the fire department. Again, a slight increase. The increase in revenues reflects the full year implementation of the emergency response recovery adjustments. And on the operating expense side, the operating expenses are increasing by $184,000, which is primarily due to contractual salary obligations, including annual step and grid movements for our staff. And then on the housing and community development side, you'll see some adjustments here, and primarily that's due to a $3 million decrease in revenue, and that's due to the loss of the OSSI grant funding. So previously, the funds were provided to the city, and then we administered the funds to the different agencies. The province is now taking that back. So really, it's an in and an out. We lose the revenue, but we also lose the expenses on that side. And there's also a $116,000 increase in revenue, which is driven by higher FCSS funding. And I think that is it for that slide. And then we've already spoken about the Public Safety Communication Center and the financial implications there. On the recreation side, so we're seeing a stronger performance as well this year, and that's attributed to the good work of our staff, I believe. And we expect that momentum to continue into the future. So it's increased use of our facilities, including memberships, drop-ins, punch passes, and rentals. We're also anticipating additional revenue from the planned increase in the budget package presented to council about fees and charges increases. And we've seen some decreases in expenses related to salaries, utilities. On the utility side, the savings were driven primarily due to the elimination of the carbon tax. We also saw a decrease in insurance expenses to the tune of $73,000. And then there's also a package for council to consider related to the RAP program, and we'll discuss that further into the presentations today. Okay, and thank you, Mayor Clayton.
And I'll wrap up the walkthrough here before getting into other items in your budget book. But Fiscal Services is utilized for the collection and disbursement of organizational revenues and expenses. So property taxes, operating grants, dividend income, franchise revenues, debt payments, and reserve transfers are included here. So just for clarity, when Chief Miller did present the PSCC and multi-sport dome budgets, they're not going to look the same as your budget books because those reserve transfers and debt payments are actually budgeted in Fiscal Services. We really did just want to highlight the impacts of the financial strategies on the operating budgets. So when we look at this, first proposed was a reduction in court fine revenues. However, we have since updated to a slight increase. Other impacts to this budget include increased revenues from the fees, rates, and charges, both growth and the increase by 3%. This is where the increase for capital tax requirements are budgeted and all of the debt servicing for the financial strategies. This is also where our reserve strategies are captured, both the increased deposit to fleet, the pause to facility renewal, and the smoothing strategies of the financial stabilization reserve. In your budget package was a total of 17 tax reduction options prepared by administration for council's consideration. These items mostly reduce services provided to residents, but there are also some revenue opportunities available as well. These are fully explained in the budget book in your agendas, and so I respectfully won't walk through the details of each. But I do want to walk through the last three in particular, just to provide additional information and context for council. So the numbers 15 through 17, the additional increase in fees, rates, and charges, franchise fees, and fiscal sustainability.
Sorry, just for my colleagues, we're on page 32 in the budget book.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just thought we'd capture a few examples of fee comparison.
Sorry, are we going through the tax reduction options or no? Because now we're not on 32.
Yeah, so sorry, Mayor Clayton. The last three of the options I will specifically go through.
Okay.
They'd be closer to page 38, 39.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the fee comparison before you is just a snapshot of a few that we would demonstrate for added information. When we work through fees, rates, and charges each budget year, we do look at a number of fees and compare to other municipalities. So for this example, we've looked at rec fees drop-in, ice rentals, development permits, ball diamond rentals, and business licenses. Generally comparable, with some fees greater than comparators and other below. Management's recommended approach was to increase most fees, rates, and charges by an average of 3%. We added to our process a look at the cost recovery of facilities, specifically a sample of recreation facilities that collect fees, rates, and charges. It is standard that a portion of these facility costs be supported by taxation. On average, these 6 facilities recover about 37.9% of their costs from fees, rates, and charges, with the remaining 62 from taxation. What does stand out and expected to see with this analysis was the lower recovery at Kiera Place. Determined to be an affordable recreation facility by council, you see that less fees are charged to meet the affordability criteria, meaning it operates with more taxation as a percentage of revenue to cover costs than other facilities. So this is a snapshot based on the 2026 budgeted amounts, and additional analysis would be required. Items like the Grand Access Pass allow residents to enjoy multiple facilities. However, the revenues are recorded as Eastlinks, as most utilization is there. Administration will be working through the accounting of revenues to more accurately recognize over multiple facilities, refine reporting, as well as look at best practices, other jurisdictions, and determine if perhaps targets could be appropriate and tied into fees, rates, and charges determined at budget each year. A franchise fee is also known as a local access fee and is a surcharge collected by a municipal government for allowing the utility access to land to construct, maintain, and operate electric and gas distribution systems that serve its residents. The City of Grande Prairie has a franchise fee rate lower than many other Alberta municipalities. The city's rate is 10%. This is based on the distribution revenues of ATCO as it relates to the service area. For this analysis, we did stay with our usual comparable municipalities. And for reference, the county is not on this chart as they do not charge these fees except in the village of Hythe. With other higher distribution revenues in the north, it makes sense to have slightly lower rates than these municipalities. However, this is a revenue opportunity if council were to choose to do so. The franchise fee rate could be increased to a regulated maximum of 20%, as explained on page 39 of the budget book. A 2% increase to electricity franchise fees is equivalent to a 1% tax increase, meaning if council were to increase this rate, less tax would be required for levy. The tax reduction option on page 39 also addresses natural gas franchise fees. Although not as high of a revenue source compared to electrical rates, this is another option to consider. To achieve the equivalent of a 1% tax increase, gas franchise fees could be increased from 25% to 31.6%. This would still be lower than Red Deer and Edmonton. Finally, a mix of rate increases could also achieve the same outcome. An example is increasing the electric rate to 11.14% and gas to 27.84% to achieve 1%. Lastly, management has determined it appropriate to recommend an option for fiscal sustainability. This option would increase the required tax levy for 2026 further, rather than using reserves as proposed by management. So rather than using funds from FSR to smooth the impacts of the Public Safety Communications Centre in 26 and 27, Council could raise taxes to cover these costs. Similarly, pausing of deposits into the Facility Renewal Reserve is included as a financial strategy. However, this could be reinstated and paid via taxation, protecting the balance and allowing for more investment in city assets. Together, this would be an additional 4.43% for 2026, but significantly helps taxation requirements in 2027, as the forecasted budget includes Facility Renewal Reserve deposits in 27, as well as reduced costs associated with PSCC. So if Council chooses to explore, management will recalculate to include the updates that we've brought forward today. 8 items have been referred by Council throughout the year to budget deliberations. These are outlined on pages 40 to 43 in the budget book. And this means that these items have not been included in management's proposed budget and would require funding to be actioned. The one that I will highlight, of course, is the GPPS budget referral of $3.58 million in additional operating dollars for 2026 from their budget in 25, a net tax impact of 2.66%. Additionally, there are capital requirements of $875,000. This referral is not included in the proposed 5.78%. And that concludes administration's presentation for the 2026 operating budget. We'd welcome any questions at this time.
Perfect. Thanks so much for your presentations. Recognizing Councillor Palat. And I just asked my colleagues, if you have questions, when possible, if you can refer to the page that your question is based on so your colleagues can keep up. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My first question, I guess, is around communications on page 69.
And sorry, just for now, I'll allow each councillor to have 2, and then I'll ask you to get back in the queue.
Okay.
61, sorry, is that you
69.
said? 69, thank you. Go ahead.
Just regarding communications, I'm just wondering, when I look at the 2026 to 2027 budget, is there a full-time employee being added in 2027? Is it jumping up, was one of my questions. And this might be something we have to get back from Prince Line. I'm just curious, out of the 1.735 million, how much that's spent externally on radio, billboards, external communications, not just staffing and internal, if possible?
Chief Bailey.
Thank you, Councillor Palat. We'll follow up on both those just to make sure you get specifics.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Sorry, I don't have them in the budget book, so from the presentation, not in the budget book. But my first question is, I appreciated seeing the cost recovery of the facilities, and I really look forward to conversations over the next year about what are targets there. That's a place I'm excited to go, so excited for that conversation. But I was a little bit curious about cost recovery on Montrose Cultural Centre, how you're calculating that, since there's large gift in kinds we give to that. So is that 40+% recovery counting our gift in kind to the library, or is that before gift in kind?
Ms. Whiteway.
I'll have to take a minute to review all the items in that, but we'll get back to you.
Okay. And
go ahead.
And then my other question is, I appreciate taking a look at court fine revenue and what can we realistically budget, but my question is how realistic is the adjustment, where I feel like every single year we fall short of court fine revenue of what we want, and I don't want to do that anymore. So is that 500,000? Is that how optimistic is that versus realistic? Is what you're building in?
Mr. Burke.
While Well, core fine revenue is delinked from police. That's why it goes to the city budget. It is based in consultation with Chief Lacusta and based on staffing models. So looking at the reductions in what particularly in the traffic side of staffing plans for next year, the increase was based on more up-to-date plans that GPPS have in filling those positions and being able to fill those positions next year. So those numbers were in consultation with the Chief of Police based on their staffing numbers. So it isn't a target for them. There's no incentive for them to hit it, but it is, he felt, realistic to achieve with those positions filled that haven't been filled in 2025.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I always appreciate when the shortfall is because people aren't speeding in the community, but hate when it's because we're just not enforcing laws. So appreciate that context. Thank you.
I'm going to move through the queue, but I'll just remind my colleagues, if your questions are of an in-camera nature, I will allow time for that prior to the lunch break. So staffing in particular, we will ask those questions during in-camera conversations. Next, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is in regards on page 69, and in regards to 311, there was some conversation that 311 is not open on the weekends. It'd be interesting to find out what that cost would be if we were to include it. And you don't need to provide that right now, but I think it's important. A lot of people that are on the trails or encampments, they wanted to be able to phone that in. So is there a different number that people can phone in, or what the costs are if we were to include it on the weekends?
Thank you.
Before I go to Chief Bailey, I will say that if you're looking for a number, I'm sure administration can come back to you at that, and I'll allow time for any additions later on in the conversation.
Sure. Yep.
Chief Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. For Councillor O'Connor's question, we did map out what those costs would look like to expand the services. So as Mayor Clayton said, we'll be able to provide that.
Okay, so if you have it now, go for it. If Councillor O'Connor wishes to add it, we'll do that at a different date or later in the agenda.
So to increase initial capacity for weekend coverage, it would look like a $15,000 spend per year. If we were to expand to a chatbot service, which would go 24/7, you'd be looking at $140,000, which would be $50,000 for implementation, $50,000 for licensing, $20,000 for the ability to roll it out, and then $20,000 for maintenance costs.
So and the first number was what again? I missed it.
15,000 for increased voice ability over the weekend.
Oh,
all the way up to 140,000.
Okay.
For a chatbot.
Thank you.
Noting that 15,000 will be limited capacity, simply just to handle the flow and direct appropriately.
Okay, that's not a huge number. I expected it to be larger. Thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks. Delayed. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just my questions on page 90, I guess 90, 91 for corporate facility management. Can I just, are our utilities paid out at corporate facility management for our facilities, or do they lie in the facility? Is Eastlink paying for its own utilities, or does it come through corporate facility management?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. It comes through the individual department. So, for example, actually, City Hall's utility actually runs through procurement. But Eastlink has their own utilities. Cedar Point has their own utilities. Doesn't flow through the CFM budget.
So they're just managing the contracts for those things then? Or is that another department that's managing all the utility contracts?
Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, so our folks in CFM work and manage the bills that come in for like streetlights and utilities for the building. Okay.
Can I get us, so if I can, Mayor Clayton, just on the project management side, it says oversees new construction. How do we do that on projects when we're flowing like our sports dome that's being built by a private contractor? Will we still have a project manager overseeing that specifically, or road maintenance programs? Like, I guess I'm just trying to understand how far down they go to project managers. Maybe my question is, there a certain threshold that we're spending on capital before a project manager get involved, or are they just involved on every project we do? Chief
Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to cover two things here. I'm just going to flip back to the previous question. In corporate facility managed, there's $4 million that are specifically for streetlights in there. That's paid for all the city's streetlights, and that's just a budgeting mechanism. But with regard to project management, so you'd have some of the things that we would internally project manage from start to finish, essentially acting as the general contractor. And then we'd have other things that we would be almost contract management, something like the dome.
So to Councillor Platt's question, what's the trigger? What's the threshold? How is that decision made when it's internal or not?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. It would depend on the scope of the project, not necessarily a dollar amount.
If I could supplement a little, just, we manage all contracts. So regardless of what size, it's important that we be ensuring that any contractor be meeting the terms and scope that has been contractually obligated to them. So when it comes to actual contract management, every contract has somebody assigned to manage and ensure compliance.
So I just to follow up on that, if I can, Mayor Clayton, where I'm a little bit maybe confused is when I look at our capital projects moving forward, I don't see the corporate facility management budget really growing by more than inflationary. But our road budget's going to go from 16 million to 21 million over those 4 phases, and some of the other capital projects are ramping up. So where does that cost if we're managing, or are they just busier those few years in the project management side?
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the corporate facility management team wouldn't be linked at all to the road side. That would be fully under engineering and transportation.
Okay. And last question, if I can, Mayor, just on this one, is just how many FTEs do we have in corporate facility management currently? Do we know? That's another one you can
Unless
get
you
back.
know, Chief Glavin, otherwise we can get back to that one.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll get back to you. I believe it's somewhere in the 40-ish range, but I'll find out.
Okay.
Councillor Berg?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So on page 114, Housing Community Development, Cedar Point, I'm just curious, are we seeing any revenue on there? When I compare 2024 to 2025, I don't see necessarily a revenue increase in there. But I know that we're charging rent.
Can I go to Chief Lemieux on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is revenue coming in from Cedar Point, both from the assisted living and the third floor. So, and that's built into the budget.
Okay, I don't see an increase, so I was just kind of
It's actually a decrease.
If I may?
Sure, Ms. Whiteway.
The significant decrease is due to the change in the grant funding from the OSSI. So you see the coordinated decrease in revenue and the decrease in expenses. But we are still recognizing, as Chief Lemieux said, the tenant revenue.
Yeah, thank you. And one more, if I may. On page 112, I'm just looking at the Grande Prairie Fire Department budget. So I'm sure this is going to go back to Chief Lemieux as well. I just don't see a new fire truck. And I know we've talked about fire trucks at one point being about 750,000. Now they're over 2 million.
Sorry, just before you go, it's in capital, and we'll get there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I'm trying to stick to the pages that people are on to minimize the flipping, but I did have a couple, but I'm just going to go all the way back to the beginning, page 65. Just a question, it's under Human Resources. So their dollar change for this year is $159,000 for that, and the budget adjustments include a one-time give back in 2025 and a replacement of the AED systems and maintenance. I'm just curious what the cost breakdown are between. So what was the one-time give back is my first question. And then I guess the second question is, what is the cost to do the biannual AED replacement and maintenance?
Ms. Whiteway.
We'll get you the cost breakdown, and perhaps if there is an in-camera moment, we could do it at that point too, with it being a specific salary.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Flack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question was about the recreation fees increase. Just in your comparison chart there, I'm wondering how up to date were those numbers for other municipalities similar to ours?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. I would assume, based on the latest bylaws published by those municipalities, perhaps they will be making updates to their budget as well, but I would assume that that's where they've been taken from.
And sorry, Councillor Flack, remind me, that was just a slide that was put up, but it's not in our book?
It was, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple ones I'm just curious about on development services on page 92. Just looking at the revenue, it looks like it's just kind of flat moving forward with an inflationary increase. Yeah, we're forecasting growth. So I'm just wondering how we come up with the numbers for revenue for development fees and services. It looks like it's just a 3%. So are we not forecasting any growth in 26 or 27 or new revenue potential in development services?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So for 2026, I believe we're up about 9.6. And then based on what we know right now, we're maintaining that higher level going forward with inflationary increases. It becomes clear, obviously, every year, like when we get into 26, if we see what's being planned by developers, that if we have some intelligence at 2027 with some certainty on projects, but typically we look at past trends and projects that we're relatively certain that are going to go ahead to increase growth.
Okay. I'll flag that one for me for later. And my other one is on the fire department on page 112. Why has there been such a drop in our revenue, and why does it continue to drop moving forward? We drop by about 130,000 a year, and then it drops kind of on an inflationary measure, it looks like, moving forward.
Chief Lemieux, can you take that one for me?
We'll look into that. I just don't have the answer at the tip of my tongue. We'll get back to you.
I could potentially add a little bit. We did move dispatch to the PSCC. Okay. So last year you may have seen some of those revenues, but we'll look in if there's other variances as well.
So just to clarify, the revenues that would have been from other municipalities through fire dispatch have been moved to the
They will all go through the PSCC, correct.
Great. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Sorry, just waiting for the light to come on here. I have a question. It's just a general question, probably for Chief Whiteway. Community Connections, page 71, and GIS, page 83. So under both scenarios, our operating expenses are growing. So we are projecting growth for those two revenue sources for our organization. But we don't project the revenue going up except for maybe $1,000. Now, I know we can't forecast the revenue, but it's pretty flat from 26 to 29 on both. Is that just because we don't want to forecast projects? I guess the real question is if we're forecasting growth in our operational expenses, shouldn't we also forecast revenue?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. I can specifically speak to the IT services. Most of the revenue there is really internal cross charges. So that's so that we can account for the IT costs in other departments and GPPS specifically. So no, unless we had it built in here, increases in operations, like actual newly expanded services, we would then start to. But we've accounted for the PSCC, the dome, that's all in here. But otherwise, there's no increases expected in internal cross charges.
Okay, then in regards to community connections, I guess Ms. Bailey.
Chief Bailey.
We'll follow up that information shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Bailey.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. This is more an overall philosophy to the budget. I'm wondering what the philosophy with population growth is in this. I'm trying to figure out what the 4-year implications of things are, and there's some services where if we get more population, it'll have increased costs. I assume that there's some services where there's actually increased revenues if we get more. So what's the philosophy as these budgets were presented in terms of population growth? Are we just assuming flat services will deal with population as it comes, or was there some sort of assumptions built in?
Chief Whiteway.
Thank you for the question. In general, we assume certain levels of growth, but because we are revisiting the budget each and every year, we do take a conservative approach going forward. So when you look at 26, and the reason why you approved 26 and the rest of the years in principle is we want to have the most accurate taxation budgets each year to ensure we're not under taxing our citizens. So we have built in some generic, more conservative, we expect growth in revenue, but also are weary of, as we increase fees, that growth could also be inhibited as well. So admittedly, 26 is very much based on what we know, what our trends have been in the past. We take some assumptions and some things we do know for 27 and beyond, but that is why we revisit each and every year to refine that based on information.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I get that we do that on the revenue side, and I really do understand our assumptions on assessment growth and revenue, but I'm curious on the operating expense side. Are we, our managers thinking through population growth and increased demand on service on the expense side as well, or is that just, that's too much of a crystal ball, so we just can't really do that?
And in particular, you know, along those lines too, with the impact based on demographics, we, you know, the slide showing that significant portion of our community is 14 and under, that has more operational impact on certain facilities. And so, Chief Whiteway.
I could start, or yeah. So I would say that we absolutely do to a point. We also have to be a little bit reactive in knowing like when and where and how it hits. So in general, we know we have contractual obligations. We're going to assume that we need to provide the same operations now as approved going forward with some of the slight inflationary and such impacts. I would tell you that we do consider, but it is not as prevalent in the future years until we start to see trends and actually identify the actual needs and costs.
Mr. Burke, anything to
add? To echo everything Chief Whiteway said, and to add in, some of that is based on its low risk, that we will have that year to catch up. The ones we're probably most mindful is in that the frontline service, particularly related to development. We are at, right now, we're at pretty close to max capacity on delivering the current level of service. Those are the ones that we're monitoring closer, and it's not so much population as demand in those areas. And Chief Glavin and I we'll work through those plans as that demand comes. Those are the ones we're most sensitive to because it does have the potential for economic opportunity for us. The rest are fairly low risk, and then we can catch that up in the next year.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question's about on page 117 around Public Safety Communication Center. Again, with revenue, we're seeing a pretty substantial drop in our revenue from 26 and moving forward, and yet we're hiring a lot more bodies, it looks like, or something in there. So I guess I'm concerned when I see 2027, where this is now a $5.8 million facility for us. Is there no other opportunities for us to raise revenue or lower expenses in that? That's a pretty substantive change coming from 2026 to 27 when it gets operationalized.
Mr. Burke?
This is a new enhanced service that we're building. We also, administration, we are in the midst of a review of the services we're currently providing to other municipalities. That is something that we are going to bring back to council in 2026. Is an assessment and a review of our current operating. The revenue opportunities attached to that and the costs attached to that at a more refined level. So that is an ongoing project that will come back. We're also looking for some advocacy support coming up soon with a report to council looking at increasing the 911 levy. So there are some other opportunities here that we're looking for, but they're not set that we could put them in this budget. But there's a couple of other projects going on right now.
So that I was actually going to look at making a motion around having something coming back, but admin's going to be bringing something back because I am concerned. I mean, I guess maybe I misunderstood, but I thought when we were originally looking at this wasn't going to be a big cost to our community. We were looking at this being a fairly neutral revenue stream, and now I'm seeing our revenues dropping in fire and here. So I guess, is there not an opportunity for us, if we're talking about franchise fees and odds and ends, is there an opportunity at this budget to say we'd like to look at 9/11 fees? Knowing,
it's already one of our advocacy items.
No, but knowing that we're already having another shortfall, I mean, waiting into 2027, sure, or 2026 to get a report, means we're not touching that till 2027's budget. And I don't know if it's on I don't know if it's fair to our ratepayers to subsidize this service if it's a regional service. And that's, I guess, where my struggle with it is just seeing, maybe something will come, but if it doesn't come, our ratepayers, to me, look like are heavily subsidizing this service for our region. And so I do have concerns about that.
Mr. Burke.
The administration shares that same concern, and it's why we've initiated this project. We wouldn't be, though, in a position today to give any meaningful advice of what that number should be in considering rates that other vendors or other municipalities are providing to provide this service, or some of the refined costs. So I think a motion would be welcome. It is something we're working on anyway, but I think that would be useful. But we wouldn't be in a position today to give a recommendation of what a change would be. Would be the challenge I would be in right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll look to write something up here. Thank you,
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Actually, this one will go to Chief Glavin. The 2 pages I'm looking at currently are corporate facility management and environment and parks.
The numbers?
60 or 91 for corporate facility management. I'll start there, and 101 for environment and parks, and that'll be my second question. Chief Glavin, under the adjustments, we have a dollar change of expenses to almost the tune of $300,000. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. Is this I forget whether it's invested or non-invested, but is this the cost of the, we'll say, invested streetlights that we transferred over to ATCO years ago, and the price of powering those streetlights? Is that significant in this $300,000 line?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I believe that's the biggest element of the increases, but I can get that for sure.
Okay. I'd just like to know that number. And you probably won't be able to know this number. Maybe you will. Do we know what the cost savings on the LED conversion of our streetlights have yielded the city at all?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have that offhand, but the biggest portion of the bill, just as in residential, is your distribution and transmission.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. And we're advocating strongly for that, right, Mayor Clayton?
You betcha.
Awesome. Now, my other question is around environments and parks. So there's a $157,000 change to the operating expenses. It says included in the 2026 operating budget is the cost of a crew to run the water truck requested through capital. So I guess my question is, we're going to approve operating before we approve capital. So if we approve this as is, and then let's say somebody puts forward a motion to not fund the water truck, would that 167 line, which I'm assuming is staff related, would that come off?
Chief Glavin did indicate in the explanation that it would.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right. Any other departmental operational questions that are not of an in-camera nature? Seeing no one in the, go ahead, Councillor Flack. I guess I rushed you.
No, sorry about that. I just have one more question about recreation facilities. Do we know, and I know it's probably a big question.
Have a page by chance?
Yeah, 118.
Thank you.
And I know it's probably hard to break it up. Do we know what our capacity rates are? Like, are we at max capacity for most of our recreation facilities? Are we full? Are we half full?
Do you mean in programming or general use? Yes.
In programming and general use. Do we have kind of an idea?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say with regards to programming, we are relatively close to capacity, but certainly not near capacity in terms of spontaneous use in our facilities.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
All right. So if I could ask one of my colleagues to make a motion to go in camera, Councillor Thiessen. And I'll give every minute, buddy.
I move that we go into camera.
Fresh there. Thank you for that motion. I'll just refresh our e-scribes.
Get out of here.
And sorry, go ahead, call the motion. Councillor Auger, how do you vote? In favor? Okay. And Councillor Palat.
Favor.
Okay, sorry, can somebody grab the media? We're not going to come out of camera and do anything if he wants. Thank you, and let him know he could leave for lunch. We'll come back at 1:10. Thank you. continually back and forth, that we can refer it off of in order preferred. And so I'm just going to get to the right page. I would suggest that we start on no, give me 1 second. This book order is odd. If we go on page 65, I'll ask the CAO. There are conversations that I know some of my colleagues are having in regards to tax reduction strategies. Would you like to leave those to the very end, or what's your preference?
No preference from administration. If that's where council has some suggestions ready to go, we can start.
I'm kind of leaning, rather than going into operating discussions, if there are some low-hanging fruit in budget tax reductions options, to have those conversations first, because then I think that leaves the opportunity open for other operating and capital discussions based on the outcome of any tax reduction options that council is considering. So unless one of my colleagues has a concern with that, I'd like to start on page 32 and open up the opportunity for discussion on those items. So I'll give you a chance to get there and recall your sort of conversations you're thinking of having. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious if admin would know, on page 33, we've got a bunch of city community events for a total of $368,000. Would we have a sense of what that number would look like 5 years ago? Say, I know we've moved departments around and some of the things, but I don't know if we'd have that specifically. And my other questions around that is, within our community group events, do we know how much staff costs would be associated with these as well? I know these are what it costs to physically run the events, but how much staff do we have to require to complement running these events as well?
Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, and I'll just comment that we will have to take some time to look back through that to differentiate the cost. Like, that is total cost, but if we're going to pull out the salary portion, yeah, we'll need a bit of time. And going back 5 years, I will see what we can have for you later.
Okay, so just maybe if I could flag that, Mayor Clayton, until information comes back.
Sorry, what are you hoping to? So you want to know which portion of the each event is staff, and what is
I'd like to know
buying Easter eggs?
Well, if this is 15 full-time people, or if this is 2 full-time people.
Well, I think that's a question that can be answered.
No, well, I thought you.
Well, we know how many people work in the events and entertainment. Yeah. Chief Lemieux, could you give us an update in that department?
We'll get that number for you ASAP.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything else within tax reduction options? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious on the monitoring alarms response. Just when I looked at it, if I'm understanding properly, the revenue raise would be we'd be billing security companies, not individual homeowners, and they would have to figure out how to deal with that from there. What are other municipalities charging for that? I think there was a $500 line item. I'm just kind of, as this is new or a new opportunity, I'm just kind of getting a sense of what are other communities doing around this, and are we charging appropriately if that was the right amount?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this proposal is dealing more with residential alarms. So there are large companies like TELUS, Eastlink, and Rogers, for example, that now sell home security alarms. That's what we're talking about. So we're talking about charging, and I forget if it's $500. It's something in that range. That would be invoiced to the company, not to the residents. It would be invoiced to the company. That practice is happening more and more in larger municipalities, and it's the purpose is to avoid resources running to false alarms, because most of those alarms or false alarms. So the billing would go to the company, not to the resident.
And so am I safe to assume then this $345,000 is using 2025 numbers of how many times we dispatch somebody to a call had we been able to charge that $500 for?
Chief Lemieux?
That is correct. That's from historical for the last year or two.
And just one last question. How would we roll that? Like, I guess my fear is it's 2027 in a month. How would we do a proper engagement,
2026 in a month.
Or 2026 a month, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. How would we roll that out to the community? It feels like there should be an engagement or some sort of process around that, and then it would just happen in 5 weeks sort of thing. So does admin have a plan of how we'd, I guess, roll this out to the community, or how we'd explain to the community this new fee?
Chief Lemieux?
Yeah, so I think there definitely would have to be communication, but again, the invoicing here would go to the company. It would not go to the resident. So and if we're not able to collect from for some reason from the company, we're not going after the resident. So it would be minimal impact to the actual resident, but you're right, there would need to be a communication strategy around it.
So if I can, Mayor Clayton, I'd just like to maybe make a motion about just having admin bring a report back to the appropriate standing committee about monitor alarm responses and how we would introduce a communication strategy and how we could implement this in 2027. I guess for me, I don't think it's an option for 2026, but I'd definitely like to have a conversation about what that could look like for our community moving forward, and would like to signal if we're going to do that, let's have a good conversation that comes to a appropriate standing committee. If we choose as a council to go ahead with that, we give hopefully some direction to administration to start a consultation process of some kind, and maybe look at implementing this in 2027.
I think if you were looking to do it sooner, you could give 6 months notice. That communication could be done various ways, but if you wanted to do it sooner, it could be done with 6 months notice, but your motion is in order if you want to leave it at 2027.
I guess I could just leave it as when admin comes back to the appropriate standing committee. If it came back in Q1 or Q2, then sure, we could look at rolling it out sooner, but yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So I see a bunch of people in the queue. If you want to discuss or debate Councillor Palat's motion, if you can just raise your hand and I'll leave the queue as is. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I actually have two questions about, so we're invoicing the alarm companies for this, but I would assume that they'd pass that on. Is that a wrong assumption that we invoice Eastlink, so Eastlink would probably bill their customer?
I'm not sure what's happening in other municipalities. That's a possibility. But again, the invoicing goes to the company, and the company they may pass it on. I'm not sure what the current practice is.
Okay. And then what counts as a false alarm? So I get a faulty sensor or something like that, but my kids burn cookies and it sets off my fire alarm, and there was legitimately smoke in my house, but it wasn't really a real issue. Is my alarm company getting invoiced $500 for that?
So it depends. If your insurance or if your alarm company has a process to call in the fire department and cancel the alarm, there's no invoice.
Okay.
It's for those situations, which are very frequent, where the fire department is not notified of the false alarm. If there's notification of false alarm, there's no invoice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the queue with questions or discussion, debate on Councillor Palat's motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Palat.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yep.
As I was doing on the fly, I'm just wondering if I could ask our legislative clerk to add the wording and what fees are being currently charged by other municipalities, just so we I want to, I don't think I don't have a comparison angle in there, so if we could just add that in, I'd be happy with that motion, please.
Okay, we'll just give a minute for that to get in there. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question for admin. I'm struggling with this because, frankly, I was ready to come in and make a motion that we just do this, but I do appreciate the, hey, slow down, maybe we should talk. Wondering if it would be reasonable to ask to have this report done prior to the mill rate bylaw so that we can build it into our tax rate if we desire. Would that be a reasonable request?
I think that's reasonable. City manager is saying yes. Okay. So if you would take a friendly amendment, Councillor Palat, to add that time frame to the motion. And it'll just take us a moment to have that information provided prior to the mill rate conversation. Okay. Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, you had something to add?
No, the answer that I wanted was the question I was going to ask Mr.
Okay.
And the answer that I got.
Okay. All right. We'll give a moment for that to refresh. There we go. All right. Does that meet the intent of... Okay, I'll call the question. Councillor Auger, how do you vote? In favor? Okay. And that carries unanimously. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So on page 32, there's a couple of items on there to reduce taxes that I've put some thought into and would like to activate or deactivate. So I'm not sure how you want me to do that. If I make
just go through them one by one.
Okay. So I'm all for reducing hours for Eastlink Center South reception desk. Looking at what it's proposed, that we just close a half hour early, just quite simply because not a lot of people are coming to that south desk that last half hour. So
okay. So if you don't mind, Councillor Berg, let's just get a motion for that. Then I can open it up for discussion and debate.
Sure. I would like to move that Council reduce hours for the Eastlink Center South reception desk as proposed.
Okay. And would you like to speak at all to your motion?
Again, in the answer that I got, it just suggests that we close that a half hour early each day because there are not a lot of traffic checking in with only a half hour to go. So to me, that seems like an easy one.
Okay. Discussion or debate on Councillor Berg's motion? Okay. Call the question. And Councillor Platt, I see you in the queue, but I'm going to go through his few items first. Okay. Stay in the queue, though. Sorry. Councillor Berg, go ahead.
Yeah, one more. I would like to move the council decrease fitness class offerings at the Eastlink Center by 20 per week. Again, from what I understand, that would get us to what's actually utilized and subscribed and would eliminate undersubscribed hours and classes.
Okay, so that motion is in order. Opportunity, discussion, debate, questions on that motion. Councillor Platt, is it on that motion or you're next? Okay. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously.
And
Councillor Berg? Okay, Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just before the break, I had a motion that I was going to wordsmith, so I just wouldn't mind if I can get that in now, please. And it would just be to amend to bring a report back to appropriate standing committee detailing expenses and potential revenue for our PCSS while identifying opportunities to reduce overall costs for 2027 beyond.
Okay, so that motion is in order. I don't know if you had a chance to give it previously to the city clerk, so we'll give a moment here. Oh, and now East Graham kicked me out. So if it's in the queue, we're good. Opportunity for discussion or debate on Councillor Platt's motion. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question and I vote in favor. And that carries unanimously. I see no one in the queue. I had something regarding city community events. It's more of an observation, and as I talk about it, I might put together a motion. But in my opinion, community events are a great opportunity to strengthen our community pride, offer different varieties of events that service, multiple different residents' needs. But I don't think we should run events just for the sake of running events. And so, in my opinion, if an event doesn't see growth or if an event doesn't have continue to get closer to cost recovery, we should evaluate those. So, and maybe on a more regular basis. For example, I know this isn't true, but if Extravaganza really wasn't of interest to our community. Would we do that event just because it's Easter and we should? And so I think some of those events need to be evaluated. The Women of Influence event in particular has had a growth in attendance. I don't know if we're getting any closer to break even, and therefore, unless there's a huge group leading it saying we have to have this event, why should we have it? Another one that comes to mind for me is the triathlon. It's a relatively expensive event that services a small group of people. It's not something that anybody from our community could just show up and participate. It's very specific. So thinking about that, and I'll ask the city manager, my motion will be to have an annual review, or maybe it's a biannual review of these events for consideration of whether or not they make sense to continue. And so I don't know if you have a preferred way to do this. They happen across a 12-month calendar. I don't want to go in and make a motion to put specific, indicate which ones right now, but I think there is interest for my colleagues to have conversations on some of them. So what would you prefer?
How I would take a motion like that is you would be looking for us to put some metrics around how we were evaluating, as opposed to trying to identify the metrics here.
Yep.
And then it would be not to automatically cancel them, but have that opportunity for council to review. Is that sort of the intent? Was that is the intent for that to possibly impact some of the events in 2026?
I don't think we have enough time to impact events in 2026. I do think, but if we have that in our mind as we execute these events through 2026, it could come back to the budget deliberations in the fall of 2026.
So if a motion was to that effect, that's something that we could bring some reporting back and start that tracking and identify the metrics appropriately.
Okay. So would Q3 be too late?
If we could make the commitment to the appropriate standing committee, and I think that it should be a little bit actually earlier, possibly in the year, at least to have that touch point of what we think some metrics could be. So if it was without a date, I'll commit to being early as possible.
Okay, so I'll ask my colleagues. The motion is in your queue. I know some of you had questions on community events. Does it address some of the concerns that a few of you had asked me about in regards to community events? Councillor Plott?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It does for me a little bit, but my question was going to be, and maybe it can be part of the same report, is what are the revenue opportunities for some of these events? Like I'm just thinking of Experienced GP, great event, full out. I don't know if I remember seeing a lot of banners up that individuals actually sponsored that event. And so it's a free event for a community. Is there any revenue coming back on any of these events?
There absolutely is, and there was significant sponsorship this year. But Mr. Burke?
Yeah, we'll include that in the metrics back, because there is sponsorship for, I would hesitate to say almost all of these. Yeah.
So these numbers are net costs after all the overhead?
Correct.
Ms. White, yeah, to my knowledge.
Without staffing, but these are the costs.
Sponsorship's not applied to these?
These are costs. The revenues are not included. So triathlon, for example, typically breaks even most years. This was for awareness for council of the number of events. We don't always break even based on sponsorship. So I'll use the example with Experienced GP that was just discussed. We try to get as much sponsorship as possible, but the event is also budgeted.
Okay, so I think the motion is in order, but what I'm hearing from my colleagues, but I think that information is essential in making any decision on events. So could we get that relatively easily? Okay, so if you can get that for us as soon as possible, that'd be great. I'm going to table my motion for now because there may be other conversations based on once council sees the net cost of these events.
So just if I can clarify, so I guess if this report were come back, if this got tabled and brought back up, just wondering within the motion if there would be an opportunity within that, bring it to appropriate standing committee, showing the revenues and expenses. I don't know if.
So you're going to see the net cost today.
Yeah.
Or even by tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
As well as you would see it in the report as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll table my motion. So we'll leave that one, and I'll go to Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration. Under the reduced seasonal operations for outdoor Aquaterra outdoor pool, What does that look like? Is it just we open a week later, close a week earlier? Do we close earlier in the day? What does that entail?
Chief Marlin, Chief Miller. You got so many names these days. Marlin.
Just call me. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My understanding is it would be, right now it opens weather dependent, maybe mid-June, and closes maybe mid-September at the latest, maybe the end of September if weather's really good, but this would restrict it to July and August only.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll ask my colleagues in the tax reduction pages 32 onward if there are any other conversations. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would like to look at our franchise fees, and I'm just wondering if Min could put that slide back up that showed us compared to the other municipalities when it comes to our electricity franchise fee, please.
Okay. We'll give a moment for that slide to get posted. There we go. So first is electricity.
So.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So when I'm looking at this, and it's unfortunate for us because I don't really want to touch franchise fees, but as stated earlier, we're getting more and more reliant on our property tax revenue every year as a council and as a community. So when I look at places like Airdrie, if I'm understanding, or Spruce Grove, if we were to go to those levels, we could actually see a 5% reduction in our taxes because that's 5 times the amount that's recommended in here, if I'm understanding that right. So if we went from a 10 to 12%, we would still only be at 12%. We'd still be below every community on there by 25% and up to 65%. I just want to confirm. So if we went up to 20% on our electrical franchise fees, that'd be the equivalent of about a 5% tax reduction in savings.
Chief Whiteway.
Correct, and 20% is the cap, so you'd have no future opportunity.
Yeah. So I don't want to go that extreme, but I would like to make the motion as in our package of option 1, increasing our electricity franchise fee from 10 to 12%. To speak to this, when I looked at my own personal bills, and I can appreciate that my home's maybe a little bit higher than the average house in Grande Prairie, this was almost a wash for me. When I looked at my businesses, it was actually cheaper for me to move my franchise fees up than raise my taxes. And so I know it's an opportunity for us to do. We're constantly compared with taxes. And so when we're compared against other municipalities all the time for taxes, and we're not deploying the opportunities of revenue, we're going to always see this tax issue that we're having in Grande Prairie. So my motion is just that we do the option 1 and increase electrical franchise fee from 10 to 12%.
All right. So Ms. Whiteway, there we go. Questions, comments? Councillor Thiessen, are you in the queue from previously? Okay, if you could jump out of the queue. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I think I'm on board with this. To open it a little bit last fall. I'm sensitive to this just because I know electricity is such a touchy thing in the community right now, and we've frankly made it touchy with our advocacy. And I definitely do have an appetite if if distribution goes down to definitely do that. But I think another hesitation I've got is I hope we're going to be successful in our advocacy. And if we are, we'll see some savings as a municipality because our electric costs will go down, but also this is a revenue line that will go down if we're successful in that advocacy. And so I am hesitant to add that volatility to our budget and use this tax reduction strategy just because it is giving us more volatility depending on provincial policy. So my only hesitation here is I kind of want to see where provincial decision makers are going to wind up before I touch this because I kind of want to touch this once and then not touch it again for years. I don't want to have to revisit it again if we see big provincial changes. So that's my hesitation. I don't know if I'm going to support it today or not, but definitely have an appetite to support this once we know how provincial stuff shakes out.
I guess I just have a question for you. So I don't know, why would you touch it again? So if distribution goes down and the percentage of franchise fee charged on the distribution is decreased, then you would consider increasing it even more than 12%?
Yeah, I think two thoughts there. Number one, if there is more affordability on the resident side, then I think there's more room to do this without negatively impacting families and businesses that are struggling. And number two, because if the province does make change, then even at our percentage will stay the same, but our actual revenue is going to fall dramatically. So we'll have to have a conversation of, well, do we want to go with the decreased revenue, or do we want to up the percentage in order to preserve our revenue?
Okay, thanks for your comments. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm leaning towards option 2, just because we have an opportunity to close the gap. And I understand where, and this is my concern as well as to the electricity distribution, but I'm just wondering, why not deal with it now? Can we reduce it back if we don't do option 2?
Sure.
Yeah.
If you find 4 friends.
Yeah, 4 friends. Well, I'd like to see option 2.
So why would you change it back? Sorry, what do you...
Sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was gas on the second line. So, sorry.
So option 1 is electricity only, 2 is gas, 3 is both. And Councillor Platt's comment is, intent so far is option 1, which is addressing electricity only.
Okay. I'll wait and see.
Okay. Councillor Platt.
I'd put in, I'm sorry, I'm not being able to find it, but I had asked administration how that would impact an average homeowner's bill, and I'm just not finding that email right now. Can I just get a reminder of what the impact was? I had asked in advance on this of what it would look like if we did that 10 to 12% on an average bill. Just reminding people, if we're using a $350,000 average home, that's about 1% is about a $350 or $35 change in that taxes, so about $3 a month. I think the number came in between $2 and $4 or something, depending on your taxes.
I'll give Ms. Whiteway to find that.
Okay, so the question had been, what is the impact for average residential or commercial if we increase franchise fee from 10 to 12? So the impact on an average residential bill for electricity, could range from $3 to $4 a month and $2.50 to $6 a month on gas. The impact to an average commercial bill for electricity could increase about $4 a month, natural gas $2 to $17. This would fluctuate throughout the year based on distribution and consumption.
Okay. No, I appreciate that answer, and that's again, like I think if we take that average. I appreciate that we're moving it from a tax bill to a franchise fee, but the dollar amount's almost the same. And here we are as a community constantly being told our taxes are too high. We're not weaponizing opportunities of revenue that all of our other colleagues in the province are doing. So I guess I would just urge us to look at why we wouldn't do that. And I asked, my other question for admin would be, to Councillor Bressy's point, if we have confidence that the province is going to do something, we'll see our franchise fees, if this were to happen, would have an impact that we wouldn't make as much revenue if that actually happened. But then we would also see our own operating costs drop as well, would they not?
Significantly.
So I think this is a strategy that would work, and we can review it maybe in 27 and beyond of how that impacts it. I don't see how that would change it a whole bunch in 26. I mean, the chances of the province making this happen January 1, appreciate a lot of the work that Mayor Clayton's done. Maybe some of you have more confidence than I do in our provincial government right now actually doing the right thing on this one. An error of that, if they don't do the right thing, here we are in the same spot that we are in another year. So I really hope you can support this motion. We don't have a lot of opportunities for revenue increases. I know it's not what the community wants. They also don't want higher taxes. And we get compared tax level to tax level when you're looking at our taxes. So it's not about all this, we could have done the rainwater tax, which we chose not to do. And so I guess as a community, if we want to look at those numbers up there, comparing other communities that are doing the rainwater tax and taking advantage of franchise fees, I think our community would have a substantially different number in there. Certainly not going all the way to limited. I'm just taking one of the options of only 10 to 12%. Personally, I would like to see it move higher at some point, but I think from 10 to 12 now is not an unsafe thing to do in our community.
Ms. Whiteway, you had a comment?
No, sorry, my apologies. I thought there was a question in there.
No, he was just addressing that if distribution was reduced, that our overall cost would go down as well.
Correct. I just do want to stress that it's far from dollar for dollar. I mean, we're talking franchise fees on the entire region based on that distribution revenue. Our distribution costs are not going to be 10% of the entire regional revenue or city revenue. And it does pick up the churches and the non-taxable buildings and all of those. So the revenue has greater potential than the expense savings.
All right. So I see no one else in the queue, but discussion or debate on Councillor Platt's motion. Councillor Platt, do you wish to close? I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor Auger? There we go, and that carries unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Right under, or actually part of that on page 38, additional increase in fees and charges. I guess what I want to discuss is actually tying it to whatever increase we have, rather than a mandatory 3 or 5%. Just rounding off somewhere in the middle. So say we settle at 4. I would actually like to see the additional increase in fees and charges at 4%. One of the things on the election trail was people saying, I don't use a lot of these facilities, and with that, I do respect that, but there should be some tax implication to it. But I also feel that if we tied that fees and charge increase to our tax increase, then it will remain proportional rather than as we move forward through the years, that gap gets wider and wider and more goes onto the tax base and less onto the user. So just a thought of tying the fees and charges to whatever tax rate we settle on. Maybe we revisit this motion at the end of the week, but it's just something that I would personally like to see or consider.
Right, so as you don't really have a motion there, you're just talking? Okay.
The motion may come Friday morning.
Okay.
Because then we'll have a better gauge as to what our increase would actually be.
Okay. I would suggest if you're interested in changing fees and charges that you do it regardless if you think that.
Okay.
But up to you guys. So I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to get into this too. And for me, it's because I want to see similar fee and charges increase to tax increase. So it's hard for me to know what I want to do before I see what we're going to land on tax increase. But if somebody wants to make a motion, by all means, I'm happy to dig into it now. The motion I actually want to make is under franchise fees again, and I want to move the council adopt option 2, increase gas franchise fees from 25% to 31.63%. And same argument as before, but a lot less touchy than electricity. And again, I really do realize that utilities are a touchy subject for the community right now, but so are taxes. And I think that it makes sense to be comparable on all revenue lines, not just the tax line with other municipalities as we're striving to do that. And I also do think it makes sense that as we're asking residents and businesses to pick up some of the costs of inflation, reduced revenue, increased costs, it makes sense to also ask our nonprofits and our institutions and all of our non-taxable property to also pick up some of that share. So I hope the council will support this.
All right. So that motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So it's your recommendation. I did craft what I feel might be a motion. So I would like to move that council tie the fees and charges increase to be equal to our general tax increase by percentage.
Okay. Mr. Burke.
I might defer to our CFO, but that'll be, I'm just thinking through, that'll be a little bit complicated in our final calculation. So not impossible, but I just don't know if the CFO has any comments on that.
Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, I mean, the rate's set last because as you change revenues and expenses, the tax is going to change. So I'm going to say that we could likely get it close and have it similar, but every time you increase fee revenue, you'll decrease your tax impact.
Yes.
So they're always going to move that way. So the minute you raise fees, you're going to reduce tax. So I'd have to put a little more thought into how we make that work.
So
Yes.
I'm good if you want to leave it to the end, Councillor.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it to the end.
Okay, so
Thank
we'll
you.
withdraw that. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I was just in the queue to discuss and debate that last motion, but Harold, how about I throw a motion on the table here? Because I was pretty certain that that would be the response that we get back from administration, and I'd rather just deal with hard lines straight across. And this isn't a big addition, but it's going to take a chunk out of our tax increase that we're currently debating over. So I would move that we increase fees and charges to the 5% that's put out there. Now, I also had in brackets 10% because of previous conversations that we had, so maybe I'm not going high enough. So I'm open to a friendly amendment if anybody out there wants to do it, and then we can discuss and debate that. But 5% is where I'll sit right now, because I'm fairly certain, we're going to still be around that 3% mark by the time all is said and done.
Okay, so that motion is in order. We'll wait for a moment to get in there, but I'll recognize Councillor Plott first.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious for administration, if we were, there is an option there to go from 3 to 5 in our package. If we were to go to 10%, assuming that our utilization stayed the same of current folks using the facilities and permits and everything else, what would the impact be if it went from 5 to 10%? I guess if we went to a 10% instead of the original 3% that was proposed, or Councillor Thiessen's 5%.
Ms. Whiteway, do you happen to have that?
Yeah, and it is approximately, like, realistically, we've already built I think it was 337 was the 3%. So then you add this one, that's 600,000-ish, just over. So then double that is theoretically what that would come out to, assuming you don't lose any volume.
So 5% is at 273,988.
Plus, sorry, that's 2%. Plus, we've built in management's budget the 3 to total out to 5. So the 5% altogether equals, I'm going to ballpark around 610,000.
So it'd be 1.2-ish if it was at 10%.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's assuming you do not lose any membership, any patronage, nothing.
So just to speak that, I would ask if Councillor Thiessen make a friendly amendment to 10. I do not want to see us raise our fees a lot, but having said that, when I look at our fees that we charge our community, I think we give a really good value to our community. Speaking to Eastlink Centre alone, just buying a regular monthly membership is $118. I can't find a gym in Grande Prairie for under $30 a month for one person. So, and they're certainly not going to have a pool and a steam room and a walking track and the hours that we have. So I know that some user groups will find this hard. This is an area that we can raise where it's an impact on user pay for user that actually helps all of our tax base. So I would hope that you could take that to 10%, because I don't think I can support 5. I would rather see us be a higher number, because I'd rather touch this once at the beginning of this term and maybe look at it again in a few years. But I think we haven't touched this enough in the past, to be honest, that I think we need to move it up.
Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I see all these thumbs going up all around the council chambers. And I did write 10% down there. Just for clarity's sake, we're not just talking about facilities and users at the facilities. We're talking about all fees and charges.
Yes.
Yep. Across the board. Yep. That's what I thought. All right. Well,
You'll take the friendly
I
amendment?
will take the friendly amendment, Councillor Platt.
Okay. All right. So we'll wait for that amendment. Councillor Plott, you are in the, Councillor Thiessen, Councillor Plott. Okay. I just had a question before I go to the next councillors. I'll give Chief Lemieux a moment, but could you pull up the information? I know you presented it previously on our comparable rates of monthly passes at Eastlink Centre. I don't need it right this second, but could you ask somebody to pull that up just to help with the conversation? I'll recognize Councillor Bressie first.
Great. Yeah. I'm definitely struggling with the 10% because there are areas, including recreation, that 10% might not even be. I maybe got an appetite to go higher, but I really don't like the blunt instrument we take to fees and charges. So I do think that no matter what we do, we need to spend some time this year doing a holistic review of fees and charges. Not every fee necessarily, but every service area that it impacts. I think we should be setting some philosophy on. But my question is, and this gets a lot easier maybe at 10%, but question administration about rounding. I really don't, as we're playing with these percentages, I really don't want to get a weird, everything's like 43 cents or 37 cents or things like that. So if we pass a motion we're playing with percentage, would administration do reasonable rounding, or would we have to add that to the motion to get you to do reasonable rounding?
CFO Whiteway?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. We have been trying to maintain exactly that. And I will note that when a 10% doesn't make sense, we'll probably hold it. And also we've hit legislative maximums on some. So this won't, just for clarity, if a 10% could be more than 10 on some, less than on others. The 3% that was provided is on average what the increased fees were. So we'll average it out again where it makes sense and build it out that way. But we have some maximums we can't touch either.
But besides maximums, when would administration put their thumb on it?
Toonie track is a great example. We wouldn't make it $2.03.
Right.
We left it at $2.
Yep.
Maybe we make it $2.10 now, but typically that's an example of one where we would just say, let's leave it at the Toonie. And so it's a line-by-line practice.
Fair. It wouldn't be administration going, I don't think that's fair, even though council said they wanted 10%.
Correct. So it's sort of back to the rounding and what makes sense. And that is the one that stands out as the Toonie track because it's that ease of paying the $2. So that's considered. But we didn't individually go through line by line and do like 3%. Some were already at the max. We had to max out. So this is an average of all the increases.
Are you good, Councillor Bressie? Councillor Flack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just when we're talking about development services fees, do we know where we compare with other municipalities?
We do. Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, sorry. Ooh, I missed the specific fee. Pardon me.
Development and permitting fees.
Development permit. I have that here. If you just give me maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just curious also, when was the last time they were changed?
Sure. Well, actually, Chief Glavin may have some.
Chief Glavin?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We do have some comparison. We're likely a little bit below average provincially, above our most looked at comparators regionally here, which is probably your most important look for fees. But that being said, it's all over the map. There are significant diversity in how each municipality charges and what levels they charge at. But generally speaking, we'd be a little bit low provincially, a little bit high regionally, ballpark. But that's certainly something we can bring back in much more detail to a future meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen. Oh,
I know we're waiting for
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So for me, I was actually quite content at the 5%, but there was some that I would just love to cherry pick. For example, like I see the food truck parking permit at proposed $15.50 a day. To me, that's one meal. And I'm looking at all of our bricks and mortar restaurants, and this almost seems unfair to the bricks and mortar people that have invested in the city, that have set up shop, hired the staff, and are running 6-7 days a week. And so I would like to see that actually increased to something a little, again, that closes the gap between food trucks and bricks and mortar store that are, again, investing in us. They're paying their taxes, sometimes downtown association fees, etc. I didn't do a full jurisdictional scan, but I did look at Edmonton, for example, and they just have one rate. It's $500 a year. And as I look at this at about $125 per month, That's basically the summer months, May, June, July, August. So it may actually be less intensive or less labor on the city rather than issuing 65-day permits. Just charge one annual pass and off they go. So that's just a thought that I had, that cherry picking outside of a blanket, something that I would like to see.
So just a comment. I don't think we want to go line by line in the fees and charges bylaw right now. But I do agree with your sentiment. I had multiple conversations with food trucks who would rather do a one-time fee. They'd rather do it once. They don't want to have to deal with it all the time. They also feel that they pay more than they should because they add to our events. If we were to have an outdoor event and have no food trucks, the event wouldn't be as good. So I think that one in particular is something that we can possibly get a motion to revisit it, or I'll ask city manager, when could we have a more full conversation on fees and charges bylaw?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I might just ask some clarity on what the intent would be. So is it the intent to possibly raise some fees outside of the budget cycle next year?
I think that's the intent, or just to make them more user-friendly and pieces, really to visit that. I think from what I'm seeing around the table, there seems to be general consensus on this, the motion that's on the floor, but there is some other work that council wants to do.
In that case, Mayor Clayton, I would suggest that we have a follow-up motion asking us to bring back a report. Ideally, it would identify if there were some specific areas, as opposed to the whole fees and bylaw report. We can do either, but if there were specific areas as opposed to specific fees, so if it is development, if it is food trucks, if there's a few of those, we could bring those to a meeting for discussion.
Okay. What I would suggest, my colleagues, if you have conversations with Councillor Berg offline, get a general sort of interest of the areas that you want to talk, and then I'll have Councillor Berg come back and make a motion addressing the specifics that generally seem to be of interest to council for conversation in the fees and charges bylaw. So I'll park that with you for now, and just do a little bit of work. It can come back at any point or at the next standing committee.
Yeah, and again, I was also doing some math. This would not impact our annual budget, assuming, say, that there's 12 trucks at $500 a year. We're talking about $6,000. It's not a heck of a lot and wouldn't move the needle on our budget. So, yeah, this can come back.
Okay, perfect. Chief Lemieux, I saw you or Chief Marlin, I don't know why, Miller. Chief Lemieux, did you have any information you could share in regards to facility fees comparisons?
I've asked the question, still waiting for that information.
Okay, sorry. So then was it you, Chief Miller, in the queue? Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It was, but I sent some information to the CAO.
Okay, so we're good. Councillor Thiessen, you're to close. Councillor O'Connor.
Just curious on the $2 toonie track. How long has that been and how well is that taken up? And is that one of the pieces that needs to go up? And it's not by a percentage, but I don't know how that would affect our budget. And would it tick everybody off in the community?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's fairly well subscribed to. Would it have a big impact? Probably not a huge impact if you were to make a change there. I can try and get some numbers in terms of what's the revenue from the toonie track.
Yeah, I think it's a place now. It's been in place, I don't know, what, 20 years?
No, but yeah.
So it's 25 years now.
2 years. It went away, it came back, it's sort of
I see.
all over the place.
Okay, I always thought it was always there.
No. It's been brought to my attention that there are some things in fees and charges bylaws that may be unaffordable for residents in our community. One of them in particular being home support and our senior citizens. There is concern that if home support services went up 10%, there may be some seniors who couldn't afford that increase. So I'm curious, my question to the CFO, if council were to approve a motion, and it's not really definitive, but with approximately 10%. How quick would it be for you to come back knowing that Councillor Berg is going to draft a motion of areas of interest that are more or less than 10%, so that you still have time to impact that to get a fair number of what the budget increase looks like approximately before it goes to mill rate? Like, is it realistic that we could have that fees and charges bylaw conversation in January?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't want to say January, maybe later in Q1 would give us probably a little space to do that, but I don't think there'd be an issue prior to the mill rate bylaw, no.
Okay, so I don't know what my colleagues think about that. The motion could be passed as is today, knowing that there are a few areas that would change before we go to the conversation on mill rate. Generally, I got some nods. Councillor Bressie, you're comfortable with that? I mean, if you're going to vote against the motion, so be it. But
No, I was actually thinking home support. I was also thinking transit. So I was actually going to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
And up to you if you want me to split or not. I guess it depends if people want to debate it. But I was going to make a motion to amend to exclude housing, home supports, and transit fees from this increase.
Okay, so I've got Plot, O'Toole, and Bressie. Bressie, you were for an amendment. I'm going to take the amendment first, and then I'll come to Plot and O'Toole on the main motion. So I'll take Councillor Bressie's motion, and Mr. Burke, you had something?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just want to add into sequencing that passing the fee and rate bylaw is usually part of the prior to January 1st. Mm-hmm. And so just thinking some sequencing. So if there were areas that wanted to pause on, do more work, we probably should exclude those. But I think under the approach of the looking at the 10% and that be the average, that's something that we could work out. And I would encourage then, if there are a few areas to hold to do more work, we do it that way so that we can start charging the new fees January 1. I'm just sensitive to the sequencing of things.
Sure. So so Councillor Bressie's indicated the amendment he's going to make. Councillor Berg had some other ones. Do you want to call them out now, is what you're suggesting?
Increases aren't as big a concern as ones that would want to be held. So I'm more thinking of the ones that would want to be held.
So Councillor Bressie's identified a couple. If anyone else has other items that they would not want to be included in the increase, I would suggest that you ask them to be friendly added to Councillor Bressie's amendment. All right, so I'll get Councillor Bressie's amendment, and then some of your colleagues may be looking for friendly amendments.
Sorry, can I speak to the amendment?
I'll let you, but sorry, Councillor Thiessen, what can he speak to his amendment first?
Yeah, well, just want to add, so similarly, Councillor Berg just proposed food trucks, so would he throw that into this? So
no, because the conversation that it'd be a minimum 10%, that is just more of an operational on how we would bill it. So we'll do that in our review of the report.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Councillor Bressie, sorry, my e-scribe timed out again. Is your motion in the queue? Or your amendment, rather?
Let me. Yep, so it is. So again, my amendment is to exclude housing and home supports and transit fees. And if any of my colleagues support one or not the other of those, I'd encourage you to ask the mayor to split them rather than just voting against both of them. But just speak to that for me. For home supports, those are sometimes our most vulnerable residents, and also residents where I think it does society a lot of. I know it doesn't save the municipal budget when we keep them in their home, but I really do think it saves when we've got a healthcare system that's strained. We've got supportive housing systems that are strained. I think the longer people can live independently in their home, the better it is for the one taxpayer across all orders of government, and the better it is for some strained systems. So I don't want to make home care unaffordable for people. And for transit, there are definitely people who could afford to pay more for transit, but there's also a lot of families that don't quite qualify for low income access. but they still do struggle. And I want them to still be able to get to work, get to appointments, things like that. But even more importantly, for me, the primary metric I'm looking at in our transit department isn't spend less overall on transit. It's spend less per ride on transit. And I really do think spending less per ride is best served by getting as many people on the buses as possible. And I don't know if raising the fees actually helps with that. So for me, I'm really sensitive on raising transit increases, especially when we're having so much success getting more people on. Don't want to stall the momentum. So at this point, I would hope my colleagues will support this.
Okay, so I have an amendment that is in order. I'm looking for, if I can just ask you to jump out of the queue and we'll come back to the original motion. I'm looking for discussion or debate on the amendment. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, thanks for adding this into and amending this on the broad scale motion that I just made. I like the track that you're going on. In fact, I actually have transit here as a protected line because one thing that I noticed, and I may make a subsequent motion here, is that for accessible transit, we're actually charging people who could make most use of the bus more than we're charging the senior citizens, which seniors are probably using accessible transit as much as people in wheelchairs, or maybe even more. So the disparity in those prices is there. So I hear what you're saying, Councillor Bressie. We've had lots of impacts to our low-income population. We've had lots of impacts to our accessible population as well, speaking of certain fires that have happened in this community. So I'm in full support of this amendment. And yeah, I too don't want to touch transit except for maybe leveling the playing field for people of low-income status. Thanks.
All right, any other discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. So now I'll open discussion and debate on the amended motion, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question's about our Eastlink sales. So I'm just curious, if we were to pass this and there was this 10% change and memberships went up by 10%, would that impact the sale that's about to happen here in a couple of weeks? Or would that be 2026 is come get your deal while you can, and because in 26 it's going to change? Is that, understand that?
Ms. Whiteway?
Yeah, so this assumes January 1st. So we do have to have the official bylaw passed before we can charge any new fees.
Okay. And just so for my memory, on the holiday packages that we do, is memberships part of that, or is that more just punch passes that are part of that promotion?
Chief Lemieux, do you happen to recall?
I cannot recall, but we'll get the answer for you. And Madam Mayor, I do have some numbers.
Okay.
That might help in the discussion here. So we have two comparables that we've looked at. One is the city of St. Albert, and the other one's Medicine Hat, both mid-sized cities that have facilities similar to ours. So the family membership in Grande Prairie is $420. That's an annual prepaid membership. City of Grande Prairie, $1,420. In St. Albert, it's $1,520. Medicine Hat, it's $1,620. So we are lower there. For the adult membership, Grande Prairie is $710. St. Albert is lower at $580. Medicine Hat is higher at $750. For a youth, a student, and a senior, the annual prepaid rate is $460 in Grande Prairie. Slower in St. Albert at $400, but higher in Medicine Hat at $480. And for a child, it's $322 in Grande Prairie. Again, lower in St. Albert at $290, but higher in Medicine Hat at $390.
Okay. All right. So, Councillor Plott, did that information impact your vote on this motion in regards to the sale information?
No, that's
you're okay for now.
For the sale information, but I guess it is nice to hear other comparables. I guess speaking to why I want to support the 10% is I'm not sure if other council members have this, but I get calls quite regularly from gym owners frustrated that we're paying more than they can afford to pay, have more hours, and we have the lowest rate. So I appreciate looking at other communities and what their cost is for rec facilities. Looking at localized cost for facilities, I think our 10% still a really good value to our folks in our community that are going to have an Eastlink membership. Personally, you can't. We're competing with private industry more and more on this facility, in my opinion. We collect hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from gyms and health facilities in our community that we're competing with. So, I'm happy to support the motion.
Okay, Mr. Burke.
Just wouldn't mind discussing how we'll interpret this, and just so everybody's clear before a vote, because there are two ways we could interpret this. The one way would be that on average we would still achieve that 10% and hit that revenue target without touching housing, home support, or transit if this motion passed. That's one way. So then some would be above 10%. An alternative would be to be applied as the average, that 10%, but we wouldn't touch housing and transit, so it'd actually be lower than 10%. We wouldn't hit that revenue target.
So is the intent, based on the approved amendment, for everything else to go up 10% approximately, or is the total result of the 10% increase the goal we're trying to get to? So everybody, just give me a hands up if you just want 10% excluding transit and home support. So not the net or the total outcome increase. Okay?
Figure that number out.
Okay. So seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to call the question on the amended motion. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. So I'm just following up. This is a small, and it's an ad. I'm sorry, guys, but I don't think it's going to be a significant ad. But on that transit area page, I really noticed that on average, if a person taking accessible transit wanted to buy a super pass, they would be paying $12 more than a senior for 12 rides, or sorry, for 20 rides. And for a monthly unlimited super pass, they would be paying almost double.
Sorry, can you just tell me from my own knowledge what page you're on?
Yeah, my apologies, Mayor Clayton. 168. It's the last page of our fees and charges bylaw.
Okay.
Now, a person with accessibility issues is being asked to pay the same amount as a person with regular accessibilities as far as utilizing transit, when I think the need is probably far greater for persons who have limited mobility, and probably more in line with senior citizens and their mobility as well. So I'd just like to bring those totals into alignment. So rather than somebody in a wheelchair, for instance, paying the regular price, they would pay the senior's price for the super pass and the monthly unlimited. Now, this is a quarter difference for a single ride between accessible and seniors, but I don't think the quarter is a big one. But if we wanted to do all of it across the board to reflect the same price that we charge seniors, I think that would be only fair. Right now, the city of Grande Prairie, we realized with the Margaret Edson Manor fire, how limited in supports our disabled population has. And so to throw an extra cost at them when we really don't have to, and it's really not going to put a big hole in our budget, I think is fair and reasonable. So I'm asking council if you could get behind this and support it. I don't think it'll be any more than a $12,000 to $15,000 at most addition to our budget, at least for a change. It's probably not even that much, but I think it's more in line with costs that a person with disabilities collecting an ACE paycheck could probably swallow on a month-to-month or an annual basis a lot easier. So,
and just so I'm clear, are you looking to make a motion to make the seniors cash one way, for example, $3.25, or you're looking for the
I'm going the other way,
transit
Mayor
to be
Clayton.
$3?
Yeah, I'm going the other way.
And does that trickle into the super passes and everything?
Mm-hmm.
So you just wanted to make them all equal?
To the seniors, not to the regular price. Yep. I just think it's fair.
Sorry, you want to make accessible prices equal the seniors' prices?
100%.
Okay. You want a motion on that? Okay. Okay. Go for it.
I would move that we adjust the transit fees for accessible transit users to reflect the same costs as seniors, age 60 plus users.
Okay. Discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing no one, I will call the question. Mayor Clayton in favor.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
Me too. All right, so anyone else for conversation, initiatives on tax reduction options, recognizing Councillor Plott?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for admin. On page 34, one of the limits on recreation and transit access programs, we've got a couple options there. This one confuses me a little bit. So what is our current budget, I guess, for what we would allow for these supports?
Ms. Whiteway?
Okay, this one's a little more fresh in my head. I think I'm just going to maybe... So with those... the way we budget for those is we have to budget the full gross revenue collected. So if we expect... If we know we charge $200 for a program and that $100 is subsidized, the budget would look like $200 in revenue and a $100 expense. So the budget reflects what our trends have been showing for actual utilization. Currently, there's not a policy in terms of capping at a certain number, so we just follow the criteria within policy, and that has been trending higher than budget in 25. So we built into management's budget to follow that trend. Now, what this option includes is that you could make adjustments to policy and cap what's available at what we have in budget. Don't increase that, but then it becomes first come, first serve. Now with fee rate increases that were just determined, you could assume that even the budget now that we've set isn't going to meet actual demand. So that's something when you've increased fees, rates, and charges 10%, with our current policy, we would just accept anybody that applied and met the criteria, and we would follow those trends and require more costs.
Okay. And I appreciate that explanation. I'm just curious on option 2, and it's saying capping in alignment with other municipalities and external supports. Just curious, like, what other municipalities are doing that? And again, I guess I'm not saying I'm going to go that direction, but I do want to find these inequalities of what we're doing that's above and beyond other communities. And would we know what other communities are putting a cap on that as per option 2?
Ms. Whiteway?
We can certainly find out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on tax reduction strategies, options? So I'll come back to you on that, Councillor Plott. I'm going to ask now that we take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and get into discussion and debate on operational initiatives. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. Today is November 26, 2025. We will now continue our conversations in regards to focusing on debate and discussions on the operating budget. But prior to that, I have Chief Lemieux with some information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a question, I believe, from Councillor O'Connor with regards to the Toonie Track revenue. So the Toonie Track in 2025, to date, we've earned $26,767. So that's 14,000 people accessing the Toonie Track. It's about the same number from 2024. We had 14,700 people accessing the Toonie Track. There was another question with regards to option 2 for the Recreation Access Program in terms of the jurisdictional scan and who did we compare to. So I could tell you that City of Medicine Hat, St. Albert, Lethbridge, and Red Deer all have a cap per person of between $150 and $300 a year. Others have a maximum of a program that people can access, and also a yearly cap. So that's answering question with regards to option 2 on the Recreation Access Program.
Perfect. Thank you for the information. So I'll just, those, I know Councillor Platt, you had asked one of those. Any business coming out of that? Okay. And the other information, recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the Toonie Track. A lot of people go there for mental health. They can conversation with other people. They can support the stores down there, restaurants, coffee shops. And I think it's a must-have for the people that can't walk out in the middle of winter on the ice and snow. It's a great place to drive to. It's warm. And like I said, it's mostly mental health and a little bit of exercise. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Okay, so moving on, operational items start on page 65 of your budget book. If there's any questions or information that you're looking for in order for any business arising, now would be the time. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, mine's actually not on page 65. I still was going back to page 39, if that's possible.
Okay,
on the
sure, that's fine.
Fiscal Sustainability around our proposed Public Safety Communication Center. I'm just sorry, I'm not following how this would work, I guess, on this proposed one. I know that you guys are talking about a reserve use, so if we didn't touch this option, would there be reserves available to touch for other options? Like for this one, it looks like that's the option that admin's supporting or would recommend. I'm not saying supporting, but that's one of their options to recommend. But if I'm understanding this, we would, if we were to introduce or to go with the financial sustainability option as on page 39, that would reduce the tax impact from the proposed down to 4.43. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Chief Whiteway.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So this option was included because we are getting to the point of lower on our reserves than we would recommend to maintain. So we thought it prudent, as always, to recommend not using reserves and taxing instead. So what this actually does is would raise the 2026 tax an additional 4.43 because you're not using reserves. So then the 2.3 million for Public Safety Communication Center would actually stay in financial stabilization and rather be taxed instead. So what it ends up happening is this option would result in another 4.43% tax increase, but then you see the further reductions in future years as these are just one-time costs.
So rather than it being a tax reduction option, it's actually it's a funding alternative for council's information.
That's a great way to summarize it, yep.
So if we didn't go with that option, then I guess where I'm confused a little bit is then when I look at the capital on page 50, it's got us having this capital project taking debt of 4.225 million. I'm just not seeing how that adds up. I guess we've got 4.225 on here and we got 5.9 on the other ones. I'm guessing
Chief Whiteway.
on that.
Yeah, So what you're seeing on page 50 for capital is separate. This covers just operating. So 39 is your operating budget for PSCC. And the page 50 is the capital required to start those operations. So essentially, management has smoothed the one-time costs in operating. That's your 2.3 million in 26 and your 925 in 27. And separate from the operations is the capital project. That's what's being proposed as debt funded.
So if we don't exercise this option, then are reserves higher by this 3.655 million that's being allocated here, or?
So this option increases your reserve balances via increasing the tax requirement an additional 4.43% than the proposed 5.78. So this really is just a demonstration.
Another way to fund it.
Of what another way that you could fund these things rather than reserves is what that fiscal sustainability means.
Okay. So in operations, I will ask again if any of my colleagues have anything from the department's budgets that were presented in regards to operations. Now would be the time for those discussion or debates. And if not, I will assume that you're accepting the operational budget as presented with the previous conversations obviously applied. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to, if we do move off operations, to come back to it tomorrow, if there's some more thought that after having a night to maybe review more of this stuff and some of the conversations, is there an opportunity
Sure.
to come
At the
back?
very end, I can add an opportunity for anything that may have been missed.
Thank you.
Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to go to Ms. Whiteway for the capital budget presentation. If you have anything to add to that before we start discussion, debate, etc. And for my colleagues, it starts on page 45.
Sorry, I'm just getting set up here.
No worries.
If I could just, maybe I have a presentation. Okay, so I've already introduced some of the even capital budget pressures as I walked through operating, but realistically, the city does face supply chain delays, which causes cost escalation. Of course, we've gone through inflation over the last 10 years, over 28%. We've seen funding shortfalls, and we've already discussed some of the limited reserve capacity. So a few background and highlights as we move through. Asset management, an update for council, where we're at right now. The city's built a strong asset management culture where departments collaborate, share data, and prioritize projects based on risk, condition, and service performance. This collaboration is key during the asset management software process, RFP process, as departments work together to define needs, ensuring the selected system supports everyone's workflows and data requirements. What's currently underway, implementation of the asset management software is in progress, a 2-year initiative to bring data from all departments into a single platform. This will enhance reporting, forecasting, and decision-making, helping identify high-risk areas and optimize capital coordination. Where we're going, the focus post-implementation will be on using the new system's data to inform and refine future asset management plans. Rather than rushing to complete a plan, the goal is to develop an informed framework, leveraging the new system to establish baseline condition data, risk models, and service level metrics. As data quality and integration mature, this will evolve into a comprehensive, evidence-based asset management plan guiding sustainable long-term investment. And with that slide, I'm going to pass it over to Chief Glavin.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So we'll start off with just a brief look at some of our largest asset classes here of roads and pedestrian facilities. Currently, we have 588 kilometers of gravel and paved roadways. So that's all our arterial collector local roads, any of our rural roads, and gravel and paved lanes. In addition, so 588 is the linear amount of roads. We actually have 902 kilometers of paved road when you look at lane kilometers. So when you start looking at the arterials that are 4-laned or 6 lanes, where we have substantially more pavement than what may meet the eye. As well, in addition to that, we have 464 kilometers of sidewalks and pathways throughout the city. Looking at the condition of our road assets, we've seen some fluctuation over the last few years. We saw some improvements in our pavement quality index, or the PQI, over the last 5 years, largely due to the increase in funding that we got for grants during COVID, that we applied a substantial amount to the roadways. We have just got some preliminary numbers from 2025 that weren't available when we put this together. Our backlog is up slightly for 2025 beyond the 38% you see here, but the overall pavement quality index stayed the same at about 57. We are expecting to see some of that trend down at current funding levels, and as you see in our proposed capital budget, we are proposing in future years to begin increasing the amount allocated towards roads. This is just a little bit of a more detailed look at the current condition. You'll see our arterial roads have better quality than collectors and locals. This is intentional, going back to the pavement quality index triggers that were set by council, dating back quite a few councils ago, back to 2011, when they were set at 55, 50, and 45. Right now, we have a backlog of about 38% that represents 344 lane kilometers. So essentially, anything that goes below the trigger would be considered part of the backlog, and then we prioritize from there. A little look at what we're seeing on the cost side for escalation in costs. We recently completed a section of road that we'll call the sister section of a road that we did back in 2018, so 97th Avenue and Richmond Industrial. When we strip that project to make it like for like between the two, we saw a 76% increase in cost for essentially the exact same product over the 7 years. Looking at the road builder cost index out of the U.S., we're seeing very similar costs. They're actually higher in the U.S. over the same period. On the stormwater system, we have 54 ponds and wetlands that manage the storage of water, as well as 61 stormwater outfalls. So this is anything that would be bringing water to Bear Creek, where is the low point where most of our stormwater would end up. 11 kilometers of culverts, so this would be anything that directs water underneath a roadway or access into a property. Then 223 kilometers of ditches, 263 kilometers of storm pipe, and 7 kilometers of major storm pipe. So this would be 1,500 mil and above. Of our stormwater system, about 22% of it is corrugated steel pipe. This was something that was installed quite a bit during the 70s, 80s, and I think even into the early 90s. We are not seeing the life out of that was expected, and are seeing premature failure on many of those lines that are increasing the cost of maintenance on our system. Facility renewal. So this is essentially any of the expenses that we have that renew the buildings to bring them back and extend their useful life. This is based on priority. We also use the facility condition index extensively when planning and estimating the costs of what it will take to maintain our system, our facilities over the long term. And that's another thing we're looking to update in this cycle, is updating that facility condition index that was completed in 2019. The vehicles and equipment, this is another one that we've seen dramatic cost increases of. One of the ones that I think will resonate with a lot of people is looking at fire trucks. We saw some fire trucks that we recently needed to replace. One was purchased, or two were purchased back in 2012 for around $700-ish thousand. It's roughly $2.5 million per truck to replace a fire engine at this point. Another area where we're seeing substantial increases is diesel buses, something that we, even in the last 7 or 8 years would have expected to replace for $400,000 or $500,000, are now $800,000 to $1 million. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Chief Glavin. So just building off of that, the cost pressures in capital is past and present. This is past and present state, of capital funding. So if we look back without considering any use of long-term debt and reserves, the funding in the 2026 capital plan is similar to what it was 10 years ago. Cost pressures combined with the city now managing $100 million more in assets on the books than it did 10 years ago, this necessitated the use of debt and reserves, as well as caused an increase in the number of unfunded capital projects in the 2026 budget. It is an indication that base capital funding levels need increase to maintain current service levels. With that said, management has built an increase to capital tax over the next 4 years. It is our proposal that 2026 capital tax be increased by $900,000 to $12.5 million for 2026 and gradually increase to $15 million by 2029. With the implementation of enterprise asset management, the facility condition index report update, and the request to have long-term financial planning, management will be able to work towards improving data-driven capital tax requirements in forecasted budgets. But simply with inflation and the increased number of assets, base capital funding needs to increase or we do risk asset degradation and potential failure. As the city grows revenues and repays debt, greater opportunity for borrowing is created. With base capital funding pressures, management looked at what projects may best be suited for long-term debt as a funding source. We looked at total cost of project, length of use and service provision, as well as priority. With $115 million at Q3 in available debt capacity and just about $8 million in available annual debt servicing capacity, administration is recommending to fund the PSCC implementation capital project, the stormwater infrastructure replacement projects, and the recreation and events rehabilitation projects at Bennett's Energy Center and Design Works. These were determined to be priorities, will serve the community for many years into the future, and are significant enough in cost to make borrowing advantageous. At the request of Council and the Finance and Admin Services Committee is this slide of debt per capita for other comparable municipalities. We took a look at other mid-sized cities, as well as the 2 larger urban centers in the province and the county of Grande Prairie. This is based on each municipality's reporting to municipal affairs via their annual information return and is available on municipal affairs website for the public. I will note that debt was not normalized in any way, so would include other business lines, ventures, and consolidations. Another ratio available via municipal affairs is the percentage of total debt ratio a municipality is using. The city, as of December 31st, 2024, was using 40% of our available long-term debt capacity. This is just slightly above average. The long-term debt utilized by a municipality will vary for a number of reasons. If we look back at some of our more significant borrowings in the last few years, you will note that the downtown rehabilitation project was debt funded, as well as Cedar Point. Newer municipalities may not have reached the point of needing to replace longer-term underground infrastructure and may not have the same socioeconomical needs as the City of Grande Prairie. Consolidated entities or municipalities that run their own utilities may also have higher borrowing needs, but they are able to balance that via other revenue sources than taxation. Even with the additional long-term debt being proposed in the 2026 budget, administration expects balances to decline with repayments. This forecast does incorporate management's proposed debt, but does not assume any future debt to be taken. Only committed repayments are included. So, as mentioned, 3 projects were determined appropriate for long-term debt funding: the PSCC implementation, stormwater infrastructure replacement, and rehabilitation at Benetson Design Works. In addition, management reviewed all outstanding capital plans and determined 2 projects to be lower priority and would recommend that they be cancelled. This would free up the capital funds for other priorities. This is $400,000 budgeted for the second floor at Kiera Place and $1 million for the Avondale redevelopment plan. The budget proposed by management assumes these are approved, and these funds have been included in the reserve balances available on page 130. 2026 capital plan has been divided into categories based on project type. We are proposing the most investment in roads and infrastructure, with $28.5 million being proposed, followed by $8.7 million in machinery and equipment. Capital plan also includes $5.6 million in buildings and building improvements, $883,000 in special projects, $850,000 to support information technology needs, and $380,000 in parks and amenities. Capital budget details and information are on pages 45 to 62. The $44.96 million capital plan being proposed is funded by multiple funding sources, with capital tax being the highest at $12.5 million, followed by reserves and long-term debt. Other funding sources are from other governments, such as the local government fiscal framework funding from the province of Alberta and the Canada Community Building Fund through the federal government. 9 projects totaling $5.66 million are being proposed with funding sources by administration. These were determined highest priority to be completed in 2026. That includes Bandage Pause mechanical replacements, Cedar Point HVAC replacements, Eastlink Center Cantech upgrades, and Eastlink Center Aquatics surge tank remediation and facilities emergency repairs. In addition, our CMP rooftop unit replacement, Service Center exterior remediation, Eastlink Center Aquatics area window tinting, and the Public Safety Communication Center. In terms of information technology, $850,000 in priority projects are being proposed. This funding will support 5 specific projects. That's the final year of the Enterprise Asset Management implementation, corporate IT initiatives, GIS digital orthophoto, the municipal wireless project, and video surveillance. A mix of new additions to the fleet and replacements make up the proposed projects for machinery and equipment. Together, these 5 projects total $8.69 million, and they include the replacement of the City Hall postage machine, 2 new water trucks, and existing fleet replacements and fire equipment replacements. 4 projects were determined priority for proposed funding for parks and amenities. These are park furniture replacements, South Bear Creek amenity renewal, funding of the tree replacement program, and accessible shelters and bus stops. And roads and infrastructure are budgeted at a total of $28.5 million, consisting of 14 separate projects. This will put necessary investment in items like bridges, roads, paths, sidewalks, stormwater infrastructure, and more. Special projects, we have 4 being proposed, totaling $884,000. This includes long-term fiscal planning, the facility condition report 5-year update, healthcare and retention strategy, and the regional workforce partnership. Management's proposed budget does require a few capital amendments. The PSCC capital budget was spread out over 25 and 26, with $3.75 million approved in the 2025 capital plan. The 2025 capital budget will require amendment and the PSCC funding source change to debt. So this will give back $1 million in transition dollars to GPPS for the transition to police of jurisdiction, as well as $1.9 million back into the future expenditures reserved for other projects. And I will note that these have been included in management's proposed budget. So the $1 million, for example, given back to GPPS has been requested, or is included in their budget referral. 2 projects require cancellation and free up capital. That's the $400,000 for the second floor at Kiara Place and $1 million for the Avondale redevelopment plan. And lastly, management did want to take an opportunity to update council on the final year of the CEIP program. That's our Clean Energy Improvement Program. With offerings coming to a close, this program has successfully advanced the city's strategic priorities by promoting energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving the affordability of home energy upgrades. By the end, it will have provided residents with $1.9 million in low-interest financing to complete energy-efficient home improvements. Lastly, the GP Museum expansion, previously approved in 2018. Management is asking that council confirm the proposed rescope and funding as explained on page 62 without impacting the budget proposed today, or council may choose to cancel the project and release the funds. I will note that some of the funding sources associated with that project are restricted to the museum, and there are no other proposed projects that would meet that criteria at this time. In addition to the funded capital plan, there are a number of projects administration has deemed priority, however, slightly lower than those proposed with funding sources. If council wanted to add any of these unfunded projects to budget, a funding source would need to be identified. Final reminder of the reserve funds available for use. From here, only the future expenditures reserve, council strategic initiatives, and the unrestricted FSR portion would be available for any type of use. Any financial strategies proposed in management's budget are included in these forecasted numbers. And that concludes administration's presentation of the 2026 capital plan. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so thanks for your presentation. Council, there's sort of a whole bunch of different areas we need to get some work done in, and it's a little bit all over the place. So I'm going to start with questions for administration, but I suggest that we start with the just to clean up some of the work that needs to be done. How about we start with the unfunded capital projects? I just want, if anybody has interest in funding those, we should bring those into the capital conversations. And then I think we should leave budget referrals to the end of the capital discussion. And I also want to open an opportunity for questions on reserves. And then we'll go starting on page, after we do the unfunded conversation, we will just go to page 46 and I'll get you to flag items starting in order. So if you want to talk about unfunded capital projects, now would be the time. If you don't want to talk about unfunded capital projects, just remove yourself from the queue. I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just to be a little bit difficult, I don't have a question on any of those, but I just want to ask a question about our general approach to budget presentation, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I really appreciate that we've taken the specific project line amounts out of these. I really do think that is important for procurement and getting the best deal possible, so strongly support that. At the same time, I also want the public to know if we're not delivering projects on the budget we thought we did. So I'm just curious, what can we expect when it comes to procurement reporting, and are there going to be the amounts we expected to pay eventually reported to the public, or what's the thinking on that?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you. Great question, and something we've already discussed with our quarterly reporting, especially once awarded.
Yeah.
We can certainly report on a specific project balance, what our spending has been, and what we project it to be. So realistically, it's until it's procured that we will keep it confidential. Once it's procured, it'll add to our quarterly reporting.
Excellent. I really appreciate that because I want to protect our bottom line, but also appreciate administration's intent to still be accountable and let the public hold council accountable. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Just a question on clarity, Madam Mayor. So you said the unfunded budget is
44. Yeah.
Yeah. So does that also include the budget referrals? Which
No, I'll do those at the end of the capital budget.
Yep. No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Two items that I look at this. The Entertainment District Feasibility Study was actually something that I was hoping we could discuss at strategic planning, which isn't until January. So I feel it might be premature to introduce it now, but...
if you want to leave it unfunded, then that's good. It was more if anybody wants to bring any of these into the capital conversation.
Yeah. And then the second one was Urban Forest Groves Phase 1C. I did another quick flip through. I'm not sure exactly what 1C entails. Is there somebody in administration?
Chief Glavin, would you be able to remind us what 1C is in the Urban Forest Groves phasing, rather?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. 1C, the scope of that would be from 100th Avenue on 108th Street south to city limits. So starting at, south of the Staples corner, heading towards 68th through the city limits further south.
Okay, then if I may, I would recommend that council fund Urban Forest Groves Phase 1C to $160,000.
Okay. So, Ms. Whiteway, I'm going to do them by department. So if you're okay, in case there's questions on funding sources and stuff, I'm actually just going to ask Councillor Berg to move that to the list of potentially funded items from operational services, unless you prefer it handled differently. So it would go under environment and parks in the list of operational services.
Oh, okay. I guess, and we'll provide the funding sources later is your intention?
When we get there.
Sure, that would work.
So you're good if we just, your motion would be to add it to the operational services capital budget under environment and parks.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Discussion or debate on that addition. Recognizing Councillor O'Toole. So it's just adding it. We're not saying keep it or not. I just want to make sure everyone's good adding it. Okay? Okay, I'll call the question on that.
Paulette in favor.
That carries unanimously. I had a question, Ms. Whiteway. If we would like something removed from unfunded, you're okay if we do that now?
Sorry, removed from unfunded?
Unfunded capital projects.
It doesn't require a motion.
Okay.
If you just, are you saying that you just don't want to see the project come back for proposal? Right. Okay, I would leave it, but we don't need a motion. I think we would just...
Well, if we don't have a motion, it's going to stay there in perpetuity.
Yeah, I think that's we should get a motion, as some of these were have come up in previous years, and the intent was to have them here so there could be another discussion. If the intent is not to, then a motion would be useful.
Okay, thanks. So I'd like to make a motion to remove the Montrose Cultural Center outdoor event structures. It was something that personally was a priority of mine last term. I don't think it's something that council, in my own opinion, council shouldn't discuss and debate this in this term. I appreciated getting the information last term, but it's not of interest, and it wasn't of interest to be funded last term. So my motion is just to simply remove that. Open to discussion or debate, and I see Councillor Auger and Plot. Are you on something else, I'm assuming? Councillor Auger, you're on something else? Okay, so I'm going to call the question. And sorry, on this motion, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, you just identified what I was going to ask all about it. I thought it was just a tent outside the Montrose.
No, it's a permanent structure.
Yeah, so that's really all I was going to ask, what it was all about. But if your motion to take it off, I would support that.
Okay, so I'll call the question on that. And so now we'll go to other councillors. If there's items here you'd like added to the capital project list for discussion and debate, let's do that. If there's ones you want removed because you don't want to see them come back this term, let's do that as well. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess just to go back to Councillor Berg's about the entertainment district. So if there was an appetite to move that to 2027 for discussion, would that be a motion you'd want now, or? Yeah.
I would assume, but Mr. Berg?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. A couple options. If the intent is to bring it back for 2027, then that would be the appropriate motion. It also could remain unfunded and could be considered mid-year through Council Strategic Initiative Fund if it was just left as is, but moving it to, or both. You could move it to 2027 and still move it up next year if you chose.
No, actually, knowing that we have Council Strategic Fund for that, I won't touch that for now.
Okay.
I would support somebody else. My question for administration is on the roads. For $2 million and $4 million that are unfunded on this. I'm just curious, when I look at our road section under capital engineering, we go from just under 17 million this year proposed to almost 27 million by 2030 for roads. And so I'm just wondering, will that get captured somewhere later on as just part of our road rehabilitation, or are these specifically separate asks that wouldn't roll into that at some point?
Chief Clavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. These would still be separate. They wouldn't get rolled in. So historically, this type of upgrade has been subject to local improvement, not part of our road rehabilitation budget. So for new roads or anything that would typically be local improvement, they've been treated separately and had separate capital items that would be approved by council.
Okay, so I'm just, these aren't the ones that we have an engineering report that we'd have to approve to do. The engineering's been done on these already? I don't know if that...
Chief Clavin?
No, I don't think that's these.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So right now, these roads have, I believe, achieved 30% design. We've paused them right now and not continued any design work unless council signaled to us that they were going to get funded, and then we would go to complete design and tender on them. What Councillor O'Connor is speaking to with regard to the 70,000 is 101st Street, which is a separate request of council for design of that specific area.
Okay, and just so on these two roads specifically, the 2 million and 4 million, is that if the city was capturing 100% of the expense?
Chief Glavin?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if this is just a conversation we've had in the past, I guess. Is there an ability to have this funded partly by admin and partly by the affected property owners? And if there was, what does that look like? Like, how do we get that process going where...
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, one of two ways. So both are part of a local improvement. One could be the city leads it and attempts to build support, and the other one is that a landowner in that area put in the application and then went out and got support. Historically, the city-led ones, I don't believe, have been successful. It's usually when the adjacent landowners get together and want the improvement to occur, similar to the one that was done on, what would it be, I think 124th Avenue, where you had the GM dealership and the other adjacent properties get together and improve that area.
My concern with that is, I appreciate maybe we haven't had luck in it, but I don't, so I'm going to throw it hypothetically, I'm a business owner in that area, I want to do that. I don't even know what that looks like. Am I expected to pay all of it back over 10 years? What would that look like on my taxes versus everybody in my area's taxes? Like, I guess I'd love to see our community be involved with these, but as a business owner to try to pick that ball up and run with it, I have no idea what they would do with it. I don't even know where they would start, to be honest. So I don't know if this is a subsequent, like a motion to have this come back, because I think there's a gap with this. I think we're wanting the business community to do that. A, it's not their lane, in my opinion. And B, they don't even have all the information. They don't even actually know how that would impact their taxes and other folks' taxes.
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We do have a package available that walks people through it, but it would be useful to bring or have a motion to bring back something to a standing committee, and we can detail the process, the options, the costing, how it would be repaid over time, and also provide some information on previous local improvements that I think would be useful to make a decision.
Okay, I'll probably come back with a motion on that, Mayor Clayton.
So, Mr. Burke, if these, so we've referred one to capital discussions today, one's been removed. These other ones would automatically get moved to 2027?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. The other ones we'll review next year and determine whether they should remain on the list. I'll say that specifically the one that was removed was one that was identified by council to put on. So that's one why we didn't want to remove that one on our own. Some of the others we'll reconsider next year.
During standing committee conversations?
No, during budget deliberations.
Okay.
Whether we want to bring them back or not.
Okay, so I have a few other people in the queue. Recognize Councillor Auger. Okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Well, I did hear the conversation that Councillor Berg was stimulating before. I did hear the potential for a motion to come forward from Councillor Platt, which never unfolded. But I did have it circled in my own budget book. And after hearing what the CAO just said about deliberations, and in honor of a colleague long past at our last strategic plan, built our own entertainment district right from scratch on a sleepless night. So I would move that we adjust the budget to shift the entertainment district feasibility study to 2027 unfunded. I'm just speaking to this motion. This just preserves it in our budget. It sounds like we're going to have discussions in strategic planning about whether or not this is what we're going to move forward with. I'm leaving it as unfunded, so depending on those conversations, at least this sticks around in there and we don't have to make any subsequent motions. And even if strategic planning, we decide, well, maybe this isn't the right time, but later on we go, well, maybe we still want that, then it's still there for us to discuss and debate next year. So this won't impact our budget this year. It's potential to impact our budget by $100,000 next year, but I think it's very relevant to what we're going to be discussing and what we should be considering over the next 4 years.
Okay, happy to take that motion. It is in order. As mentioned, these will stay on this list for conversation in the fall budget deliberations of 2026, but you can move that to unfunded in 27. So I see I'm assuming no one in the queue. Councillor Berg on this one, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So just a question again for administration. If we do bump this to 2027 and in January we decide that this is something that we want to revisit, can we still do that midterm in 2026?
Mr. Burke?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. With the appropriate identified funding source, yes, it could be done in 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question on Councillor Thiessen's motion. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I've got a question regarding the unfunded referrals.
Yeah, the referrals we'll do at the end of the capital conversation.
Unfunded.
We're doing.
So,
we're on page 44, and any budget referrals we'll do at the end of the capital conversation.
I just wanted some inquiry here.
Okay, on the page
on
44.
116th and 132nd intersection inspection, it's $20 million is put into 2028. Is that land acquisition, the $800,000, is that part of that project, or is that just land that we would like to purchase?
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, that would be separate. And the $20 million is still a pretty high level estimate right now. And depending on how we scope that, that could be quite a bit less. The current high-level estimate includes quite a bit of twinning work that goes well beyond the intersection. So there's still quite a bit of work to be done there. Yeah.
So you stay right there. Don't go away. Is there any land acquired at this point?
Clement?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Right now, we have our consultant working on the preliminary design that will give us essentially what land needs to be acquired, and we should have that soon, and then we can go out to the landowners and acquire that land. I don't have an estimate at the moment.
So just as a traffic impact study, are we in a hurry to build this thing, or is it something that we could have in 2028, I think it is?
Chief Glavman?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So right now, during peak times, the intersection has a low level of service, similar to others in the community during any of our peak hour travel. If we continue to see development patterns and industry patterns continue as is right now, that'll continue to be putting that under pressure, and it'll just be longer wait times at those lights during that period. Other things that affect that, so heavy truck traffic, there's a significant amount along 116th. It takes them longer to stop, longer to start up, and therefore slows down the amount of decreases the throughput of that intersection. If the province were to fund Highway 40X, that would likely take some pressure off of this particular intersection. But those are all ifs at the moment.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just going back to the two roads there, and I guess this is something I'd love to see the city work with industry on. So I just make a motion that admin comes back to the appropriate standing committee with a process on how local road improvements could be built and funded, and what potential impact options would be to business owners in that catchment area. And just to speak to that, I guess, I think it's a lot to ask the businesses to do all of the roads. But I don't know what our appetite would be. And so I don't know, again, back to if a business owner wanted to rally the troops in that area, do we expect them to pay 100%, or are we going to put some money into a road that's gravel road in our community? That's probably a conversation we need to have before we go out. And then what their tax impacts would be. Because again, I'd love to see our business community try to do these things. I think without giving them some tools, I don't know how they could possibly do these. So.
Perfect. Can you read it one more time?
Brenda, bring back an appropriate report to the appropriate standing committee on a process of how local road improvements could be built and funded, and the tax impacts of the businesses in the catchment area.
Just give us a moment here. Okay, so that meets what your intent, Councillor Palat.
So I'm just trying to find where the motion's in Eastscribe.
In 11, at the bottom. So if you hit budget or agenda item number 11 and then scroll to the bottom.
Yep, that means it. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll call the question. Sorry, discussion or debate on Councillor Platt's motion. Seeing no one in the queue, call the question.
Councillor Berg in favor.
And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Well, thank you. We haven't had any controversy yet today, so let me maybe try to get one that might have controversy or maybe not, but it's actually relating to the last one. I feel like that's the third or fourth time over the last few years we've asked for a similar report, and I feel like we're kind of just spinning tires on that, and I think it's time we actually started deciding, are we going to pony up money or not for these if owners do? So I'm going to move that we amend the 2027 capital budget to reflect $1 million for 105th Street and 96th Avenue and $2 million for 99th Street and 128th Avenue, funded from capital tax, contingent on a local area improvement levy being passed. And just speak to that. That's about my comfort level. I'm not okay with taxpayers funding the whole amount of this. I think about 50% is what I need, but I think if we're going to talk to those landowners, I just don't want to go talk and say, I'm done having years of hypotheticals. I think it's time we actually put some money behind it and say, hey, we're actually serious about this. And if you folks are in, we're in as well. So I hope that council will support this motion.
All right. So that motion is in order. We give a minute for it to get into the queue. But I recognize Councillor Palat for discussion and debate.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I guess my question for Councillor Bressie is are you wanting this to be a 2026 tax impact or a 2027, or what year were you hoping to have this roll into?
No, so my apologies if I didn't say that with the motion, but my intent is to put this into the 2027 budget. So it would be a tax impact 2027. And I'm saying capital funding because we need to identify some budget source today. If administration's got something else they prefer me to put, I'm open to a friendly amendment there. But I would assume that when it got to 2027, we'd have to have a conversation about, do we really want capital tax, or do we want to take this out? Do we want to debt finance it? So the capital tax isn't what I'm focused on right now. You just need some funding source.
Well, happy to hear that you put it for 27. I can support that. If it was 26, I wouldn't have been able to support, but happy to hear you put it for 27.
Okay. And at that time, we can discuss and debate the funding stream.
Sorry, just a question for admin then. The motion that I made, that'll obviously have to take some work to figure out if there's an ability to achieve this.
Let me log out.
So would we see that report come like by Q2 or so, that we'd actually have the time to get this in for procurement and all that sort of things?
That would be fair by Q2, and then that could lay out some of the options that would be clearer with the funding sources attached. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bressie, still in the queue. Something else?
No, sorry. I'm just reloading eScribe because I can't actually see it to make sure it got captured right.
No worries.
Sorry, could I ask for it to get displayed? I'm not getting it on eScribe.
I got kicked out again, so yeah. Don't vote yet.
Yeah, that works for me. Thank you.
All right. So that reflects what Councillor Bressie was hoping for. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. For me, I don't think I can support this motion. I mean, it is $3 million going forward into the next year's budget. I think I'd rather go forward with Councillor Palat's original motion, get the report, find out what the knowledge is there. The cool thing is with being on City Council and the City of Grande Prairie is we can add or subtract money to the budget at any time. So if we're going to those business owners and we're saying, hey, we're ready to put our money where our mouth is, I don't think it matters if we've budgeted $3 million for the future, or if we have those conversations and we get that buy-in from the ownerships. If we don't get the buy-in from the ownerships, then what? Then we just budgeted $3 million to remove out of the budget. For me, these are going to be tight years, the next 2 years especially. If it was kicking it down the road a little farther, maybe, but I think I'd like to do the legwork first, as Councillor Palat suggested, and then worry about the capital expenses later as we negotiate or talk with the business owners. So for those reasons, I can't support this unless Councillor Bressie has a really awesome close.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Looking forward to this awesome close. I guess for me, the reason I want to support Councillor Bressie's is I do feel if we're going to go to the business community and say, let's come up with a plan, if we haven't signaled we're going to put any money into the plan, we're going to be right back to there. I think the report will get us opportunities and it'll give the business community a chance. But I think if we're not going to signal we're going to put funding in it, I think it dies. That's my worry with it. So I'm hoping the combination of the report and us signaling we're putting funding in it actually gets something across the finish line. Or that area says we're still not interested and then we don't have to spend the money. I think that was yours within your motion. So I'm happy to support the motion because I do think we don't put some funding source to it. I don't know if the business community is going to jump up to do it either. So that's my fear. And I'd like to see those happen.
Councillor Bressie to close if you choose. Or you could just take Councillor Plotz as a close for you.
No, I know for me, I know we've had basically the same report come to us at least twice. I think it might have been as much as 4 times in the last 5 or so years. There's a couple colleagues weren't here for that, but for the rest of us, and it's spinning tires until we actually are willing to put some money behind it. And even, I don't know how we go out and have conversations with those property owners beyond what we already have if we haven't put money behind it. I'm sure if we said, hey, we're going to pay for 95% of it, I'm sure they'd all say, yep, we're absolutely in. I'll bet you if we said, hey, we're only going to pay for 10% of it, they'd say, nope, we're absolutely not in. So I think it is important that we actually know how much money are we willing to put behind this before we have that conversation with those property owners. And so if you're not willing to put some firm money behind it right now, then just please be ready to amend the budget, I guess, in a few months when that report does come forward, because there's no point engaging them until we've actually put some money behind this.
All right, that's Councillor Bressy's close. I'll call the question. And that carries 7-2. Now I'm going to take the opportunity, in case any of my colleagues have questions on reserves, their uses, their balances. The reserve balances are on page 130. I'm just going to give that opportunity before we go into capital item debate and discussion. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was just wondering if I had asked earlier what our reserve. I know there's lots of talks about our reserve levels being depleted and low. So my 2 questions are if we had a chance to know where we were at, say, 5 years ago. And secondly, I just want to confirm, it says available for use in 2026 is $24 million. So we don't have any restrictions on our future expenditures reserve?
So, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah.
There are still parameters around these reserves, but...
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go through. Sorry, I'm just going to jump one on page 130, correct?
You bet.
Okay. Right, so your total available for use in 26, yes, it's 24.7 million. Transportation System Levy Reserve has specific, Chief Glavin already alluded to some of those would be used for like roads, growth, those types of things. So that's restricted from those levies that are collected. Internal restrictions as well exist for the Public Housing Reserve, the Pinnacle Ridge Special Tax. The Future Expenditures Reserve does not have restrictions, so that 3.8 million would be available. But that, like I had said before, that assumes cancellation of Avondale redevelopment plan, and it assumes cancellation of the 400,000 Kira Place, and it assumes that you will debt fund the PSCC and free up 1.9 million from last year's capital. So there's a few things that go in to allow that to have 3.8 available. The other thing that we've included in here is the minimum balance restriction. So just keeping in mind, yes, the financial stabilization reserve does have more, but only 1.9 would be available for use. Then you start going against the policy for minimum balance. Your facility renewal reserve also has a minimum balance restriction, so you only have 500 available for 26. You have 2 million available in Council Strategic Initiative. There is Community Enhancement Reserve funding. That's available for certain types of projects. And then Cemetery Perpetual Care is restricted for that purpose.
Okay, well, that helps. And so just to clarify, so unless Council were to try to fund those items that the ones at the Kira Place and those, unless Council wanted to fund some of those items, the $3.8 million would be available for the budget deliberations in 2026. Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, just a couple of questions that aren't necessarily about budget, but is Kiera Place, do we know what we're going to do on the second flight?
We actually don't, and that's why the recommendation is to not spend the money.
Okay. And was the namesake on the building interested in doing any work there? Do we know?
Mr. Burke?
Not that I'm aware of. There has been some other interest, but nothing that I'm prepared to bring forward to budget at this time.
Okay. And I just got a question for operational services. The trigger point for pavement quality index is 55, 50, and 45. Are we comfortable with the results, like for wear and tear on the road? Are we doing it at the right time, or can we reduce that, or bring it up a little notch? Because it's been, what, 10 years, 15 years since we addressed that last time?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just so I understand the question, you're asking if we should amend the triggers. So if
Yeah,
it's
just the trigger
55 currently, should it be 60 or 50 or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, if you decrease the trigger point, you increase the backlog and lower the quality of the roads. If you increase it, we'll tell you that you need to spend more money on it. Ultimately, if you let the roads deteriorate to a certain point, you miss the chance to overlay the road, and then you're looking at a reconstruction, which often could be 5 times the amount of an overlay. So at this time, we certainly wouldn't be suggesting to lower it. Best practice for backlog would be 10 to 15 or 10 to 25%. We're currently at 38. So yeah, we certainly wouldn't suggest lowering at this point.
Okay, I just wanted to address it and make sure that we're on the right track. So thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is for Chief Whiteway. In regards to, we had this discussion, I think you answered it on the email that I sent yesterday. How do we go, what's the strategy to build up our reserves? Do we just say, hey, we're going to put $2 million away? Or what's the process if we want to build our reserves back up?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So to build reserves, you really should have a strategy. So management has alluded to a few times here, looking at our facility condition index, having that updated, finishing the enterprise asset management implementation, and a capital projects for longer term financial planning. So those 3 projects combined will help strategize what even needs to be in these reserves long term. And that's the thing about reserves. You need to balance what's fair to have versus what is in there. So you don't want to build too far, but you don't want to let them go too far down. So we need to do a little bit of work to determine exactly that. But admittedly, just the lower that they do go, it does decrease flexibility. As you know, we just presented Q3, which did anticipate likely a $3.4 million surplus by year end. It is likely that if that is achieved, administration will recommend to probably put some of that into reserves. Like for example, we did do the lazy river lining this year as well. So that's something that we use facility renewal for, that we would like to ensure that sort of gets paid back. Those sorts of things will be recommended at year end with the surplus.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just want to go back to Councillor O'Toole's question about the payment quality indexes, and just curious moving forward, because we are happy to see we're really accelerating our road spending, but by 2030, we've added almost $10 million a year to 2026's budget. Where do we think we'd be at by the end of 2030? Like, I don't know if we've been able to forecast that far out, or I don't know how that all works, but I'm curious over a 4-year term of, could we move this number by 1? Like, it's not an easy number to move these KPI or these payment quality indexes up and down, but I am curious if we stuck to this plan, where do we think our payment quality indexes would be at the end of our term? Is my first question for admin, I guess.
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We think this is based on the trend right now, and knowing that we did a substantial amount of investment during COVID, that we're back down to more traditional levels right now. We think if we didn't do anything, we would see a degradation. Some of it, you'll notice they're 2.5 million increments, which is a pretty crude way of putting it in there, but essentially it's a signal based on current costing that we need to go up in some way in order to maintain the road network. As I said, we've seen a 76% increase in costs on this. We think we're probably with this trajectory, closer to maintaining, maybe slight improvements, but not dramatic system improvements. Some municipalities have taken the approach of borrowing and have done large swaths of the city. I believe St. Albert did that a few years ago, where they did a substantial amount of work and then spread it out over a longer period of time in order to make an actual dent in their pavement quality index. But right now, with our current trajectory, we don't think we'd be making material improvements. You might see year to year a material improvement just based on we do our pavement quality assessments a third of the city at the time. So every year we do a third. So this last year, I think, would have picked up the last of any of the projects that were funded with the grants that we got during COVID. So I don't expect to see major improvements at current funding levels, but seeing them somewhat fluctuate within that range we're in right now.
Okay. And then just one other question on I'm just curious, is there a municipality in Alberta that's happy with their pavement quality index? Like, I know we're benchmarking towards this, but I'm just wondering how attainable this is, and back to it's nice to have numbers, but if they're not attainable, and no city's attaining them, are they really accurate numbers? And so I'm just...
Evan?
Yeah, pretty subjective. Ultimately comes down to, as far as the happiness of the citizens, that's roads is frequently, near the top of things that people are unhappy with. Anecdotally, traveling around the province, I think our roads are in decent shape, certainly on the arterial side. Where we see the biggest degradation would be on the local roads. And that's intentional. You look at the pavement quality index that we have ranging from 45 in the locals to 55 on the arterials. Most people are on a local road for less than 200 meters anytime they leave, just based on our grid system before you get onto a collector or arterial road, which are higher standards. So on the locals, the reason why we tolerate a lower quality on a local is because there's lower risk, lower speed, lower volume, lower weights on there. And then as you get into, collectors, you're collecting all that off the locals. You have more traffic. Buses are now on there, so higher weights. More of our snow equipment is on there more often, so we have higher. And then arterial, obviously, you have heavy truck traffic and just significantly more truck traffic overall, so we have higher road quality targets on that. Our road quality, as you saw earlier, we're not doing too bad on the arterials, but everything below that, that's real. Start to see that over the long term continue to deteriorate. Administration, if we have current levels of funding, we'll continue to prioritize arterials. They would get first priority, and then collectors after that, and then you just see where it would materialize is just a larger and larger backlog on locals.
Okay. Is it possible to send out that slide to council that was up on the screen too? It's on our budget package. That would be great. Thank you.
For sure.
Sounds good. I had a question, a reserve question and a debt question. I wanted to talk about the transportation system levy reserve. Can you tell me the parameters around it again? Ms. Whiteway?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I don't have it by memory.
Second one, tell me the thresholds for debt. What's the sort of minimum amount and the criteria for what we can borrow on and what we can't? Okay, she'll go back to me. All right, so while we get those answers, let's go to page 46. And I will go by title. If no one jumps in the queue, I'll assume that you're not interested in making any change ones. So I'm going to start with the investment and strategy, community. And I'm only going to address 2026 unless you jump in the queue and for some reason want to change one of the future years. I'll first recognize Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm curious about the healthcare attraction retention strategy for $100,000. I feel like we've done an awful lot of work in that last term. There's been a lot of momentum made on that. I'm wondering how relevant that is now. Are we going to see enough benefit from this $100,000 if we kept it, or if we were to let it pause and slide it to 2027 if there would be an impact to that?
So there is already money budgeted for a program that's in place. I guess a part of that question is, how is the uptake? Have we had any subscription to any of the sort of financial retro payments in that program as of yet, Ms. Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we're still in the data gathering phase for that, but we've had lots of interest and uptick, and I think the result this year of 17 additional physicians shows that the initial approach is working. The hope would be to use this planned funding or potential funding for 2026 to expand now, look at bursaries and different options, and really just fully bring to life the full task force based on this. So the funding would be executing the priorities in terms of references previously agreed.
And if it's not spent, it'll carry over into 27 would be the administration recommendation, I'm assuming?
It would, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just looking at the funding for future expenditure reserve. I'm just wondering, is there, do we have any money within our economic development and our funding through the different DIG programs, anything left? I feel like this is an economic development issue, and I know some folks are worried about reserves, and we're taking this out of reserve to fund it. And so I'm just curious if there's
Mr. Burke.
I would note that we did do a review of the ECDEV programs, and there were earlier in the slide there was two that gave up some money. One of them being the Work Northwest program, which was reduced from 83.5 down to 50, and then that other 20. So I don't know what funding source that was. I just would want to check that with the CFO. We'll check that, but that would be the only ones that I would say would be applicable to that.
The other thing, you could change the funding source of the healthcare and attraction strategy to council strategic initiatives if you didn't want to use a reserve. I mean, that is a reserve, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling with it in that I definitely want to attract that, but we've already made a significant investment in Mascot. We're not sure where that's going to go. I feel like we try not to get in all these other lanes, and yet we just keep getting in lanes that aren't ours, and I appreciate that we want to have overall economic development, but I'm not. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. If council wants to change funding sources, I was actually hoping to try to delete that or remove it for now. But
I guess my only comments would be the program is really just kicked off, and it does have fun costs attached to it. So, Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just two questions around this. What did we fund this, or did we fund this in 2025 at all, or is this brand new money?
Chief Whiteway.
Sorry, I got distracted looking up reserve policies and debt information, so I'm not. Which project funding source from last year? Sorry.
No, the question is in regards to the healthcare attraction and retention strategy. Did we spend money in 2025, and if so, what was the funding source?
Okay, I'll look it up.
Thank you.
And then just the follow-up to that. So those doctors that we did attract in 2025, there were some incentives that no doubt that they would choose to cash in or utilize in 2026. So I do suspect that we need to have some funds in there.
That's my point.
Because we've promised them if they come here that there are some incentives, and I suspect that they haven't utilized those yet.
Exactly. And so I see you guys in the queue. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
I was just revisiting reserves and long-term debt.
Okay, go for it.
Works, okay. So I'm just going to read right from the reserve policy on the transportation levy reserve. These funds may be used for the construction and expansion costs of arterial roadways, including all related, I'm not going to pronounce this well. So sidewalks on one side, asphalt pathway on the other side, street lighting, storm sewers, traffic signal lights, etc., to facilitate and maintain adequate infrastructure capacity. So these really are growth related. Yep. On the long-term debt, currently, so council has a few parameters built into policy. So on top of the Alberta regulations, the city does apply an additional 80% maximum. And then that's on total debt. On debt servicing charges, it shall not exceed 15% of municipal property taxes and grants in place of taxes. It also further limits, so your minimum borrowing is also set as well. So that one would be currently 4.7 million based on budget is what your minimum project value needs to be for making borrowing advantageous. Did that cover? Did I miss a question?
That's good for me for now. Thank you. Chief Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just following up on Councillor Palat and Councillor Berg's comments around the health strategy in terms of the task force, so the retention. I'll also just offer, and I know we know this, but just to state it, we have socialized this through pretty much all levels of government as well, and all government engagement. Advocacy is a proactive initiative for this region that's yielding lots of results. So just as we think through long term, coming up to another Government of Alberta budget cycle, it would be key for us, especially as we make our budget consultations, to just keep this forefront as well of the proactive investment that we are making. Mobilizing as a north, especially as we're seeing a lot of interest from Government of Alberta in terms of provincial lens of wanting us to have regional collaboration to attract this level of benefit for residents. So another additional reason why the longer term investment in this area is helpful.
All right. So I'm moving on to financial administrative services. If you have items of concern, jump in the queue. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is something that I asked offline, but I know that I'm sure there's other people questioning this. So just for public consumption, briefly, can you explain a City Hall postage machine for $20,000?
Chief Whiteway.
Postage machine, 20K.
Yes, sorry. I'm trying to manage a few questions at a time. I really do apologize. Can you repeat the question for me?
Bottom line, again, I know that you'd answered this offline to me, but again, I just wanted for the public consumption to justify how it's possible to spend $20,000 on a postage machine. I've accepted it, but again, just for public knowledge.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. They are expensive. They're heavily utilized. What it does is it weighs everything and meters it properly, so we've accurate postage on every single item that we mail. So rather than, how you have to go buy a stamp and it might be for a greater dollar amount than what your actual weight is, this allows us not to waste that money by manually doing it. So it helps our operating budget, and we're hopeful that it should be good for another 5 years or so.
And also, I'll just mention volume of mail that goes out.
That's a great point. Thank you for bringing that one up too. All of our assessments go through there, assessment notices, all of our tax notices, all of our T4s for staff. There's a lot of things that get printed and mailed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. This is for Chief Whiteway. So the item that I'm looking at that I think I need a little more information on is the long-term fiscal planning portion. So there's $150,000, then there's the provincial grant. Have we secured that provincial grant, or?
I will have to check the status on it. We have applied, so I'll have to check the status on it. Yeah.
Okay, so if we didn't get the grant, then would that preclude this project, or would we just continue forward and just eat the extra $50,000?
Mr. Burke?
This is one that we have discussed, and we believe that there's opportunity still to proceed without that, but we think there is an opportunity to get that grant funding. So this one's a bit of both. We would proceed with it just funded at the 150. We think that there's a opportunity maybe to do some additional things if we got the grant.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Burke and Ms. Whiteway. I guess my question that I'm really rolling through my head is, we spent a lot of money on enterprise asset management, which is supposed to do all this stuff for us, or at least that's how it was presented, what I thought. So how is this money different than that money that we already spent?
Mr. Burke?
This is a project that I identified in my opening remarks for us to look at so it's called long-term fiscal planning here, but it really is to look at the long-term recreation and cultural needs, capital needs of the community. Tied into that, though, is the fiscal planning component of that, of what is our debt limits allow. So this would be a project to look long-term. What are the next things that we need, but over the next decade or 20 years. So that's what this project would be.
Okay, no, I understand that. Thanks for that explanation. So just for my own knowledge, so enterprise asset management, how far of an outlook does that give us as an organization when we're planning our assets and the condition of stuff when all those things need to be funded and replaced?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you. I'll confirm. But it, currently we have a lot of departments who are already doing 10-year on their own. We're hopeful we could get further into the future, 40, 50 years. We could do. Obviously, it's very based on now and some factors inflating, but we can do very much longer, higher level planning.
Mr. Burke?
And I would distinguish between the two. The asset management piece is looking at what we have, so administrate what we have. The long-term fiscal planning project is what do we want or what do we need looking forward. So that could include population triggers as part of that project. So if this was funded, we'd come back with a scope. This is more for council to have that data to make some longer-term decisions.
Okay. I understand, and I see some maybe other council members would like to chip in here, but I guess, man, things happen so fast nowadays. 4 years ago, I don't think we ever thought that we'd be shutting down due to a pandemic and getting a whole bunch of funding and then going through all the motions that we went through with that. That was hard to predict. It seems like everything nowadays is really hard to predict, and I'm okay with getting a long view, but I guess nowadays it seems harder to see what's coming right in front of your own nose because it all just slaps you in the face anyways sooner than you're ready for it. So,
you have a motion, Councillor Thiessen?
Well, I'm just trying to encourage other conversation here because I see other members of council maybe nodding along or have questions themselves. So yeah, maybe I'm just delaying, but thank you for the answers.
Thanks.
And thank you.
Financial Services is in the queue. If you'd like to go ahead.
I just didn't turn it off. That's
okay. No problem. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I will build on Councillor Thiessen's a little bit because I'm actually confused what this will get us. I'm sorry, but we have a $500,000 facility condition one that'll look at all of our facilities by the sounds of it. So this is looking at future big shinies that a council may or may not do. I'm trying to strong. I guess maybe I'm with council. I don't know what the goal of this one is. I really,
Yeah, this would, I don't know if it's the big shinies, but it would start to answer some of the questions. When do we need a new pool? When do we need new court space? When do we need possibly some of the big shinies? Right now, we are under a very responsive. So a proposal comes to us and we decide whether we should do it or not without looking at what are all the things we could or should be doing. And so this is trying to put a little bit of a longer term lens on how we approach these things, and so that we can start to cue things in. So it might not be identifying whether it's in year 7 or 8, but it might identify that, do you know what, the next thing we're going to look at in maybe at certain trigger points are those assets based on community demand. Something similar that we do with either our stormwater or transportation master plans. Those have triggers in them that identify when we hit these triggers, we need to upgrade these things. And this is a model that some other municipalities are beginning to use and taking things out of the election cycle to a longer term cycle that does factor in ability to pay.
So just to speak, I guess I'm a little bit confused on that because we also have an agreement with the county where we're looking at utilization of facilities before we build another facility. We've been working on that as a collective. So that is this report going to supersede that report? Like
They're different, but
and just to follow up, the other confusion I have is we can put those triggers in and say at this population we're going to build a $90 million rec facility. That doesn't mean that council is going to support that. And I guess maybe that's where Councillor Thiessen is going. Is that they're nice reports to have, but if we're going to pivot and adapt, I feel like between all these other reports and transportation studies and utilization reports, I feel like we have a lot of that information that we should be able to use. I don't know. I guess I'm just really struggling what this report brings us, that our cost sharing agreement that we're working on with the county, that we're talking about utilization of facilities or facility things. I'm not seeing, I guess, enough for me to think that this is something that we're going to see enough value out of that planning 30 or 40, we're doing asset management out longer term. Appreciating that we want to hit trigger points, but we've got master transportation plans that says at this trigger point, do this. We don't necessarily do that. So I guess I'm just struggling with the value of it, to be honest. That's kind of where I'm at.
Mr. Burke, you're good? Okay. All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, moving on to operational services. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Question around Bandage Paws. Is that a facility that we co-own with the county?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, and the other source of revenue is the county in our budget.
Beautiful. That was my next question. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm going down the list in operational services. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I actually have two that I have flagged here, and maybe more. No, only two. Intersection Improvement Program. So it's about $1.5 million. I guess my question to that is for Chief Glavin is, do we fully utilize those funds every year?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Generally speaking, yes, although not necessarily in their entirety in one year. You may have a project that carries over into a future year, so maybe you spend $1 million this year and $2 million next year. But generally speaking, yes. So the types of things that are in there, the main driver would be traffic signals as they come to end of life. This is where they get funded out of. So for perspective, traffic signals, depending on the size of the intersection and complexity, $250,000, $500,000, depending on what's there. Traffic safety improvements or geometric upgrades or lane could be an addition of a lane or something to that effect at an intersection.
So just when we're thinking about like 132nd and 116, which was brought up earlier in the budget, something like this would go to offsetting the cost to upgrading that intersection, yes?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Likely not. That one is going to be a combination of capital tax and levy money for that upgrade. Not to say that it couldn't come out of this, but typically we would have enough in the hopper for replacements that we would be utilizing that for existing work and not new. This does fund new lights, new traffic signals that are not levy funded, although it's we don't often install intersection control devices like that that aren't levy funded. It's on occasion.
Okay, no, thank you for those answers. I was debating a motion, but you answered right for me not to make a motion. Thank you very much, Chief Glavin. My other question was...
Can I just jump in on that item? Chief Glavin, in regards to that intersection improvement, does that include traffic calming measures?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. No, generally speaking, I don't think. We don't have a lot of traffic calming that we have installed. We do have an example on 115th Avenue west of Ernie's, where we do have some speed humps in that area, but we don't have a lot of traffic calming outside of that in the city.
Okay, and where would, if crosswalk improvements, flashing beacons, etc., are in this, in intersection improvement?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd have to just take a look.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Great questions. My other question was on the water truck. And if the Parks Department is watching, it's not the Parks water truck. It's on page 49 for flood mitigation. So this is really, I think, the water truck to help clean out the storm sewer. I'm just kind of... are we at the end of life for our other water truck? Do we have another water truck? What does this do? Because I hear water truck and I think it's spraying the street, but then it's flood mitigation. So I don't think we're pouring water on the street. So I'm just trying to figure out how this piece of machinery works, operates, and what the need is.
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So one of the key things that we need to do every year is thaw out things like catch basins or outfalls. So we'll actually have to bring hot water to some of these sites in order to thaw out an area. So this is one of the functions of this truck, as well as supplying. We do have a vac truck that we use for an adductor truck that we use for flushing lines. We can supply water with that. We use this for dust control on gravel roads or construction sites or the application. So for example, calcium application. When the calcium gets applied, you need to wet it after for the activation. So essentially, the city has operated with one water truck for transportation for about 40 years. We've acquired a lot of new roads, especially since annexation, and with just increased challenges with our freeze thaw in the spring, we're just running out of capacity in order to manage those events.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Follow-up question. With the Parks water truck to water the tree beds, flowers, shrubs, it said that part of that would include operational increases to staff the truck. Would we need to staff this truck as well?
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I believe we would not, as we would have somebody else drive it to site where they are that's would otherwise be coming in a crew truck. That could bring this as well. So I don't believe we're going to need an additional body for the water truck for transportation, but as you mentioned, we will need additional bodies for the water truck in parks.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I guess my next question
Sorry, I have a full queue. I'm going to come back to you.
Okay, well, all right.
Thanks. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question on the facility 5-year update for $500,000. I appreciate we didn't do one for 5 years. I'm just curious why we want to do all of our facilities at once and why there's not a staged approach of saying, let's do these 3 facilities this year and these 3 facilities next year. Like, I'm really curious why we want to do all the facilities at once.
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think it's largely mobilization, bringing somebody in to do it. I'm trying to remember, I think the firm that won the bid last time was out of Calgary. It's something that certainly could be discussed to do it in a more staged manner. Yeah, I think perhaps Ms. Whiteway has something to add.
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to add that this really actually helps our enterprise asset management. So we're about to start that implementation. And so having accurate starting data from an updated condition report would really start that project off in a good position. That's also the intention with the financial planning project. That too gets us the right data to start with. So we're starting our enterprise asset management with up-to-date, reliable data. We just gone through our capital plan, and we are increasing some of our unfunding. We think it would be great to have those things to start with so that we can do the long-term planning properly.
I guess, so what are we what are we trying to get out of it? Are they checking roof systems, HVAC systems, building components? Like, I'm just trying to, we have a lot of facilities that you don't need an expert to come look at a shed on them, some of the things. I appreciate Eastlink Center, this facility, some of our bigger ones we do. And I guess for me, I'm just looking at it, it's a $500,000 impact this year that I'm, wondering if we could be smoothing this out where it could be 250 in 26 and 227 and allow us to build this out over time. Again, there's a lot of reports that are coming, and I need to know there's going to be enough value from these reports that we're going to get something out of it, and that's a large tax impact for this year to put it all on 1 year. So is there an opportunity, don't want to hurt the process, but to do 250,000 in 26 and 250,000 in 27 and start smoothing it out? It also seems like an awful lot of work for admin to have all of this pile on their plate in 1 year. So in 1 year, we're going to have all these reports show up, and we're going to put all that pressure on our facility management team to look at that and then make a decision versus spreading it out over time.
Chief Whiteway.
So just curious, could we not split this over 2 years?
From my perspective for funding, absolutely. I would ask if Chief Glavin has anything operationally that he would consider, but from a tax planning, capital planning perspective, I don't have a problem smoothing over 2 years.
Chief
Glavin. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Likely could do that. It would just push the work to 2027, but budget it over 2 years is likely how we would deal with that and still keep it in one package. Just, I think we would get better cost efficiency with a bidder. And I think to your point on building complexity, the facility condition covers 25 buildings in the city. So there's a lot of small buildings that would not be subject to this assessment, as they're just very low complexity buildings.
And just so I don't want to put the risk of the, if it was 250, would that give you enough of a budget in 26 to try to capture some of those buildings that you're more concerned about sooner than later?
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, we'd have to take a look, but probably.
Okay. So if I can, Mayor Clayton, I'd just like to make a motion that we change the capital plan on facility conditions reports to be $250,000 in 2026 and $250,000 in 2027.
Okay.
Same funding source.
Okay. That motion is in order. I'll just check with Ms. Whiteway if we're good. Okay. Just raise your hand because I have a full queue if you have discussion or debate on this. First, I'll go with Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, sorry, I can't support this. I know that we're undergoing a new asset management program expansion. I really get the idea of having data in that. I really like the idea of saving money on mobilization, but also for the work of council. We're going to, a year from now, we're going to be doing our 4-year budget, and I think a significant decision we're going to have before us then is future expenditures reserve. We see that right now in this budget where we're not putting any money into that, and we're going to have to figure out exactly how much money to put into that next year. And when we do that, I would like to have full information. I don't want condition index for half our buildings. I would like it for all the buildings. If we're going to spend the money anyways, I think that I want to get the full bang for the buck by having the full information when we're going into our 4-year budget, not getting half of it when we're a year into that budget already. So for that reason, I can't support this.
Councillor Auger? Sorry, Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just one thing, as we're looking at the current recommended funding source, this is facility renewal reserve, so it actually wouldn't have a tax impact. It would just be a matter of how we replenished the reserve in future years.
Councillor Auger?
Mine's a different topic, so.
Councillor O'Connor?
I support Dylan Bressie's comments on this, and I'm concerned that, one, if you're going to bring an expert in, I don't know where they come from to do this. I think it's cheaper to have them come in once, do all the buildings, and so I'd like you said, with the support of the new software program we're putting in, I think it's better that we do it right now and not wait. Thank you.
Anyone else that's in the queue have discussion or debate on Councillor Thiessen or Councillor Platt's motion? Seeing no one, Councillor Platt to close. Okay. I'll call the question on Councillor Platt's motion. And that's carried 5-4. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Around the lagoon decommissioning, that's out at the airport. And the airport is a city asset. How does this fall to the city versus the airport?
Mr. Berg.
This is an item I'd prefer to go and hold for an in-camera session.
Okay.
Councillor Thiessen.
What happened to me?
You're next. It's an order in the queue. Councillor Thiessen.
I'll put myself out of the queue.
Okay, Councillor Auger.
Thank you. I guess my question is about the fleet management that you have. And when you take a look at the budget item 7.5 million, that's a lot of equipment that's being replaced. Can you tell me a bit about what's all being replaced in relation to the fleet and the vehicles? And then my question to that would be, is there any of the fleet equipment that could be maintained and looked after for a longer term period?
Chief Glavin.
Sure, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So certainly on the equipment side, so a couple of the big things in here for next year, we had to put a 50% deposit down on one of the fire engines that we were ordering, or one of the fire engines that we were ordering. So that was 1.2 to $5 million as well. 4 of the buses that are in our fleet are from a company called Vicinity. They went bankrupt, and now it has become extremely difficult to source parts for them. So they are being replaced as we have very poor reliability. They weren't the most reliable bus to begin with, and are very difficult to keep operating right now. So they're being replaced. That is close to $3 million in buses for those 4 buses. In there, we have some other replacements of a vac truck that's coming in at around $700,000. We have wheel loaders that are due for replacement that range in cost, but they're in and around the $300,000 range. And then there's quite a laundry list of other smaller items. But when we're looking at the useful life of our assets, so we have a range of things that we look at. So, a half-ton truck in parks, we expect to get 18 years out of a half-ton truck in parks, or even a 3/4 ton truck in parks. If we are looking at enforcement services or policing, they typically are much less life, usually in and around 6 years that we're getting out of those vehicles. When we're looking at, trailers, which, we don't have a lot of, but we could be 25, 30 years for the expected useful life of a trailer. Where we have lower expected useful lives are usually around some of our equipment that provide services like snow removal, where we need higher uptime for those pieces of equipment. Or so those had historically been done in and around 5 or 6 years. We're extending those to 6, 7 now. To try and get more useful life, and based on our experience with them, warranty, replacement cost, parts availability. So for those types of things, we have a quicker turnaround because we need higher uptime to maintain the level of service that we have. And the cost to rent those assets can be very costly if we don't have them available in our fleet. So essentially, the way we've looked at it has been around how critical is it to it? What reliability do we need? So again, snow removal, fairly high reliability necessary there. A parks truck, if we don't have a parks truck for a day, it's not likely critical to our operations, and we're accepting a lower reliability on those types of pieces of equipment. But over the last 4 years, we've played around quite a bit with our life expectancy of equipment during COVID, because we did have such a challenge with parts availability and extending life, and we've been maintaining that right now, where we've some of those extended lives that we were looking at during COVID, we're trying to continue with that now.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First question is, and bottom of page 47, it says overhead doors for fire halls. And as you can see, the 3 fire halls are mentioned, but they're doing overhead doors in 1 year for all of them, yet they're built at different years. So I'm just wondering, is this a purchasing, taking advantage of purchasing at one time, or should they not be phased in over a few years for overhead doors?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would view those as more indicative right now, as those are budgeted for 2030, and that as we get closer to that time, they may or may not be replaced. They don't need to be replaced today.
Okay.
But they're starting to show signs of wear and are likely to need to be replaced in the short to medium term. But right now, as with a lot of the stuff, once you get 5+ years out, it's not an exact science that you need to replace something unless there's a regulatory reason to do so.
Okay, thank you, Chief Glavin. My second question is the 5th bullet on 48. It says Service Center Exterior Remediation for $430,000. Although it's coming out of Facility Renewal Reserve, is this, I understand that the envelope is compromised on that building. and so it can't be held off or...
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, this is there's definitely an issue with the exterior of the building. It was improperly installed when the building was constructed back in 2008-9. Ultimately, it's resulting in window failures, water infiltration, depending on which way the wind blows and how intense the rain is. We had a flooding incident last year that was costly in order to remediate and is definitely a recommended improvement for that facility.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think anytime that you get water infiltration into the envelope, you're going to have serious problems. So thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess my questions for, I just want to understand, understand the transportation system levy. We have an item for $250,000 for the intersection expansion and design for 116 and 132nd Ave. Could that be used for transportation system levies reserve instead of capital tax? And I guess the reason I'm asking that is this seems like something we're designing for our entire community that's going to be there for an awfully long time. I feel like that's a better fit under transportation system levy reserve than taxing people at one time to do that. I'm just wondering if I'm eligible to make a motion to switch that from capital tax to transportation levy.
And based on the criteria of growth, I'm just curious on Chief Glavin's comments.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. There's likely potential for a portion of it, but I would have to consult internally to see what that looks like.
I also wonder on that same vein if you can explore opportunities in regards to how rehabilitation doesn't fit under growth. So when you have $5.6 million that is capital tax funded, some of it's got to be growth.
So so for the road network, for the rehabilitation, that would only be existing roads. That wouldn't be the construction of any new road.
We only have to rehabilitate roads for repeated use or increased demand. I think statistically we can show that we've grown. So.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So on that, we can't apply the levy twice to any road, so it has to be a new road.
Okay.
So
you'll get back on Councillor's comments.
And just so I can understand that, so just for example, so like last term when we would have done Countryside North's expansion where we put in turning lanes and we expanded the road network because of the growth in the area, would that have qualified? I'm just trying to understand how this, want to leave the fund because we're going to have a substantial hopeful improvement in this term at some point on 132nd, 116th. Just trying to understand how that fund can get utilized, I guess.
Sure, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So in the bylaw, it outlines every single road that is eligible for levy funding. So in there, it'll say whether or not we can do it or not, because we use those roads to quantify how much we charge developers for offsite levy when they develop.
Okay.
Well, back in the queue. Thanks.
Councillor Thiessen.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Back to Chief Glavin here. Water truck flood mitigation. What's the age of our current water truck that we are using to clear up these ice jams and stuff?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would have to find that, but we're not asking to replace that truck. We're looking to put a new truck into place. Is your angle more so if we replace that truck and kept that as like a reserve?
No. I totally am down with your business plan as far as you're going to add another truck to help speed up the ice jamming, melting, and stuff like that of these trucks. I was just, my question was, because I have a motion that I'm prepared to hopefully entertain council with, but I just wanted to know what the shelf life is of our current asset.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I believe it is a 2004.
Oh, wow. So we're getting close to 20 years? Or no, over 20 years. Wow. I love our mechanics. They're great. Well, that kind of changes things. All right, never mind.
Councillor Flack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just for that fleet equipment and vehicle replacement, everything you spoke about there, could I get that just written out? Just so I can look at what you're replacing as to what you spoke about?
You can just email when you get a moment, Chief Glavin.
Yeah, we can circulate.
Thanks. I had a question in regards to tree replacement program. I'd actually like to make a motion to unfund tree replacement program capital tax for $100,000 in 2026. There's a federal grant there for $100,000, and we, having put in over 1,200 trees this year, I think we're doing an excellent job. But taking 1 year to pause, get things caught up, get things growing, I think would be a wise decision. So. And knowing that there's $100,000 coming from a federal grant, I think we could pause it in the capital tax portion of it for this year. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Palat.
No, thanks, Mayor Clayton, for making.
Okay, Councillor Bressie.
A question about the federal grant. Is that contingent on us spending our $100,000?
Ms. Whiteway.
So that was a matching.
All right, good to know. I'll remove my motion. Well, I can remove my own motion, thank you. Councillor Palat.
I'm just wanted to ask about the park furniture replacement for $50,000. Is that an annual, like, are we spending that much annually, or is this more of a placeholder dollar amount?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, generally speaking, we would. However, if we don't have something to replace or it's not warranted to be replaced, we wouldn't replace it and hold it over. So some years we would do more or less.
Okay. I'm just going to make a motion that just for 2026, we move this to $25,000 instead of $50,000. And to speak to this, when we're talking about replacing benches and some of the things we are, I think we're missing a real opportunity in our community to sell those items. I mean, we're constantly replacing benches and doing those things. I really, truly believe if we were in front of our business community and some folks out there and said, hey, would you love to have a bench with your family's name or things on it? It's actually hard to get a bench from our city right now versus I wish it was easier to and promoted to business community. You can go through a process and you can do it. I just wish this was a sellable item for our city. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to make this a sellable item. And it feels like $50,000 a year to replace benches and garbage cans and odds and ends is a fair amount of money to me. But so I just make a motion, we just move that to $25,000 for 2026. And then I'm not sure, do we, just a question for a minute, through our capital process, do we get a closeout on what that would be spent, or does that roll back into that fund if it doesn't get allocated, basically?
Chief Whiteway.
Do we roll that one forward?
Yeah, like if the $50,000 wasn't spent, and because in our capital and our quarterly financials, it'll have big picture, but these little line items like that, I don't really see them showing up. So I don't know how we see that they're actually being actualized, or if that isn't being spent, it just rolls back into our.
It'll be in the Q2 and Q4 reports. So you won't see it Q1 and Q3. We only do the details 2 quarters of the year. So that one is in the quarter 2.
Okay.
And that one, as a program, we typically do roll that one over year.
Okay, so would you know what we've spent in the previous years just to kind of get an idea?
Like an annual amount that we've spent. I'd have to go back to each quarterly report, but I could do that this evening or something and look up what we've spent.
Okay, I'll just pause my motion, then I'll just withdraw it for now and wait till that comes back then, please.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. One item that I would like to unfund would be on page 50, the Eastlink Center Aquatics area window tinting. From what I understand, all of the windows that would be potentially tinted are on the north end. And
I'm just going to, before you do that, knowing you want to speak to that motion, I'll go to Councillor Flack.
Yeah, I just want to declare conflict, and I'll remove myself from the conversation.
Thank you. Give a moment for that. So Councillor Flack has declared a conflict as she is in that line of work. So she's removed herself from the chambers, and I'll go back to you, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So for this particular thing, from what I understand, all the windows are on the north. The only times that it would get any direct sunlight would be first thing in the morning and late in the evening around June 21st and weeks around that when the sun is as far north as it goes. But also, I love natural light in there. It's one of the things that draws and attracts me to the pool. And so I would just hate to diminish that even a little bit. So that's one area that I would like to unfund, if council is willing. So I just make a motion that we...
Would you like more information on it, or you're just going to make a motion?
I'd sent out the question in an email, and I got the information that I needed.
Thank you. So, Councillor Motion, sorry, Mr. Burke? Okay, so the motion is in your package. And
I got kicked out.
So did I. So it's to remove aquatics area window tinting from capital tax expenditures 2026 of $120,000. If you'd like to get in discussion or debate, just raise your hand because I have a full queue. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I was just wondering what exactly is taking place. Are they going right from the floor to the, well, from the bottom all the way to the top of the windows, or are they going to go partial? Is it going to be a mirrored finish or dark? Like, I'm concerned as well.
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have the answer, but we'll get the answer for you. There are two issues being addressed here. Number one is the heat that comes in, and number two is the reflection on the water. At times can make it challenging for the lifeguards to see the bottom of the pool. Those are the two items. Is this critical and urgent? I would say probably not, but we just wanted to highlight those issues.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else on this discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And I'm out, so Mayor Clayton's in favor. Councillor Berg, since you have the mic, would you like to go on your phasing of 1C?
Sure, and I'll just announce that one passed 6 to 2.
Sure, and let's get Councillor Flack back in. All right, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. As I'd mentioned earlier, I would like council to fund the Urban Forest Groves Phase 1C, as we heard before, which is essentially the Staples Corner south to 84th, I believe.
68.
68, thank you. And for $160,000 through capital tax.
So we'll wait for that motion to get in the queue, but discussion or debate, as that motion's in order, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Now I get to ask that question I wanted to ask before you pulled your motion. Chief Waitway, in regards to the tree replacement program, can that be applied to this project? The federal grant portion? Tree for a tree.
Wait.
I'd have to look at the grant specifics. I wouldn't be comfortable asking that or answering without doing some research first.
Okay, no, I would really appreciate that, because if this project that Councillor Berg is proposing is matchable through the federal grant, then perhaps I could, or the mayor could, bring back the tree replacement program for that defunding if it's not contingent on this grant. If this grant can be applied to other tree plantings, then I'd love to see it used towards this.
So I just suggest, if you wouldn't mind withdrawing your motion for now, we'll come back to you when we have that appropriate information, if you're okay with that.
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Councillor Flack. You're good? Okay. I feel like somebody else had Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious, between the water truck flood mitigation for 500 and the pump water truck for 300, they're both capital tax. I'm just wondering why fleet reserve wasn't looked at using for that, because I appreciate it's low, but these are fleet items that are going to last a long time, and they're going to cause a fairly large one-time tax impact to our community. So I'm just wondering why we didn't look at fleet for even portion of that. We do have 173,000 available.
Gavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Fleet reserve is only used for replacements. These are additions to the fleet. So historically, an addition to the fleet is budgeted as a capital tax request to add to the fleet, and then the fleet replacement reserve replaces whatever has previously been approved.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks for the clarification on that. Just one question on the flood mitigation that I've been curious about. Can you give me an idea of how many times a year we would use that? If we have one that's operational and this is two, or if we're trying to build our fleet up? Appreciate it's maybe something to have, but I'm wondering if this is one of those ones, can you contract it for 26 and add this later in? And again, I'm just looking at our tax increase this year is very high compared to 2 years from now. And I'm just wondering if there's any way we can start stabilizing that out. I just don't want to see the community watch us look like yo-yos with what our taxes could look like in the next 3 years here.
Chief Glavin?
Sure. So the usage of this would be a little bit dependent on the, as far as the spring usage specifically. You would get more usage out of it if you have multiple freeze thaws, which, last spring would have been a good example of quite a few freeze thaw cycles where we use it to open catch basins, outfalls throughout the city. That would be the major one. We definitely a spike of the use in spring, but we do use it year round.
So just one more question on that, Mayor. Yep. I'm just wondering, between one of these two water trucks, could one of them be deferred to 2028? I appreciate.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think the answer is yes, but with the caveat that we would be then using contractors to supplement. We're kind of beyond the current capacity that we have. And based on, the contracted costs that we've seen, I think north of $2,000 a day for a vac truck, for example, that would be, I know we're talking water truck versus vac truck, but often we're using it for the same purpose. It doesn't take long to add up for costs on our end.
So maybe, because we're looking for information, is there a possibility to just kind of give us how many days of the year that we'd be thinking that would be using? I mean, if it's 100 days a year, great. If it's 200 grand, it's going to pay itself back in 2 or 3 years. But my concern would be if it's $50,000, we're still staffing it within that, and we have a cost to our staff. We're putting fuel in it. We're putting it in our shop. So again, just would like to know if we can smooth this out in 2 years, or if it's going to be a substantial impact in 2026. Then I can understand that, but I'm just trying to understand how much utilization it would have, I guess.
So primarily your questions would be around the flood mitigation water truck,
or the Parks water truck, either or of them. Could they be bumped for 2 years, and what would the impact be?
Your motion was on the Parks water truck. I couldn't support that. We've done a significant investment into our trees, and I don't want to see them dying. They need to be focused on in order to support our urban forestry strategy. But if your intent was around the water truck for flood mitigation, I'm interested in seeing the information.
Yeah, so I'm either or, but I would like to see more on the flood mitigation one. Yeah, because it seems like I don't remember this being even here last term, so I know we're changing the organization, but I don't remember this being flagged even before. So,
Chief Glavin?
I think we'll take that away and try to put together some information here.
Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Man, I'm so happy I got in the queue right after this. I know where you're going, Councillor Platt. I even had in my notes 2028, and then I was like, oh, maybe 2027. And then I wrote, well, how old's the asset? And that's kind of where I changed my mind. I am also interested in hearing the information, but part of my concern is to weigh against is we've got a 21-year-old asset right now with a very specific purpose. Now we bring in a second truck. If anything happens to the 21-year-old asset, we have a backup truck. Otherwise, we're increasing our contracting costs. So that's something that I think all of council should just be mindful of, because this is not only going to help us speed up that flood mitigation process and cleaning all the ice jams, but it's also going to give us flexibility in case we have any kind of mechanical impairments.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap us up. Tomorrow we'll come back with the information on grants for tree replacement, as well as information on, which will lead us to the conversation of Councillor Bergs. We'll come back on water truck flood mitigation information. That should wrap up operational services, and then we will move to public and protective services. So for today, that's a wrap. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your information, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.